of course I forgot to enter my PIN number. For live. Beep beep. 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 Alright, I gotta put this stuff away real quick. It's time to go get some more food. The pineapple pizza medley has run out of gas. Take me to Birthrop. I must drop. No, out of my way, fat old man. Trying to open the door behind you, god dang it. Let me open the door. Ba ba ba. Buying some pizza. Ba ba da. Pizza. What if I bought some pizzas?
I'd steal your pizzas.
Is anyone like good streaming? No.
No.
Pizza. But I want to watch somebody play pizza.
Final Fantasy 14 was streaming late last night.
What are they streaming?
I don't know. It's something in Japanese. I'm sure it has to do with the 10th anniversary or something.
Turns on and off the light it controls is a thermostat. Yeah, this thing is a little more Rube Goldberg-y than it might seem at first glance. The actual light-sensing doodad is likely a familiar sight. Take a look at a common night light and you'll find a smaller but very similar looking component under this bit of clear plastic. The squiggly dark orange line through a shiny metal plate is the telltale of a photoresistor, an electronic component also known as a light-dependent resistor, or LDR.
Boring.
As its name might suggest, the electrical resistance of this component changes based on the amount of light that hits it. We can see this in action if I take this apart and hook up a multimeter. Notice that as more light hits the photoresistor, the measured resistance decreases. In other words, the more light that hits it, the more easily electric current can flow through this component. You might have realized that this is backwards to the goal of a nightlight. The nightlight should come on when it's dark, and the photoresistor on its own would make it harder to light the bulb at night and easier during the day. Accordingly, the photoresistor is only part of the equation, hence the circuit board. In addition to the photoresistor, there's also an ordinary resistor and a thyristor. This trio of istors is what actually makes the circuit function. Power flows in from the live pin and up through this bit of copper, which passes for a lamp holder these days. Once it's made it through the filament of the incandescent bulb, it comes back down this other bit of copper and hits one side of the thyristor. That thyristor is a semiconductor, which serves both as a diode, meaning it will only allow current to flow through it in one direction, which, fun fact, has the side effect of only running the lamp at half power, which will greatly extend its life, but also, and more importantly, it serves as a power switch, interrupting the circuit and preventing the lamp from lighting unless it sees a control input. This is pretty confusing to look at, so I've drawn this as a circuit diagram. What we really have here is an ordinary lamp circuit with the thyristor interrupting it in the middle. As drawn, this would never light the bulb, but if we provide an input by way of a bit of current flowing to the gate of the thyristor, that's its middle pin, then it will relax and allow current to flow from one side to the other, which will complete the circuit and light the lamp. That activation current comes from the resistor here. It provides a path for current to flow between this point and the thyristor's gate. With this in the circuit by itself, now the light will never go out, assuming the bulb isn't burnt out. The resistor will always provide enough current for the thyristor to activate and allow the light to turn on. However, that resistor is a 2 megaohm resistor. It lets a tiny amount of current through itself, in fact barely enough to activate the thyristor. It would thus be very easy to disrupt that input, which is precisely what the photoresistor is for. Notice that it's connected between the neutral pin of the plug and this point here.
Stew
When
to
it's
fill the
dark
belly, on sale here! Shut up, pizza chef. I'm not buying your stew.
The
I just
resistance
want
of the
pizza.
photoresistor is
Mamma
sufficiently
mia.
high to where it doesn't
ravioli,
affect anything
ravioli.
about the circuit and the lamp lights. But when light hits it, its resistance falls. Once it's low enough, it provides an alternative path for that activation current coming from the resistor to take, so that current bypasses the thyristor's gate and the lamp doesn't light. It's pretty simple. Because of the way this circuit works, some current is always flowing, but it's hardly any at all. That 2 megaohm resistor at 120 volts dissipates a whole 0.0072 watts. And that's assuming it's wired directly to neutral, which it isn't. It's in series with the lamp filament, which adds another 400 ohms or so. The thyristor needs absolutely minuscule amounts of current to become activated. So while this circuit is technically drawing a little power during the day, it's practically zero. Also noteworthy, thyristors exhibit a sort of latching behavior, and once activated with sufficient current flowing through the gate, stay activated until the zero crossing of the AC power cycle. This is why the lamp will fade to life as it gets dark, rather than just snap to full brightness. When most but not all of the activation current bypasses through the photoresistor, the thyristor will periodically kick the lamp to life at the tail end of each power cycle, behaving much like a dimmer switch does. This circuit is really quite elegant, and it works just fine for controlling a tiny little light bulb. But it's not enough to control a street light, which might have a light bulb like this, and this thing draws 1,000 watts. For this, you're going to need something a lot more robust, like the thing I showed you at the beginning. This light control can interrupt the full 15 amps of a standard US lighting circuit, and in fact is even rated for up to 277 volts. This style, with its twist lock plug, is commonly used atop individual light fixtures and meant for easy replacement, but they're also available in little modules like this that you wire into whatever you want to control. There are two important things to note about these things. First, the photoresistors on them are a lot larger than what we see in the night light. And second, both of them have 3 electrical connections. There's the incoming power, the switched outgoing power, and neutral as well. That tells us that the photocontrols operate independently of the loads they control, and likely consume a little bit of power themselves. Now, you might think there's some sort of logic circuitry in these things controlling a relay or something, but their operation is in fact much simpler than that. Let's pop the cover off this one. It's pretty empty in here, isn't it? We just have the photoresistor on a little mounting plate, then some kind of component touching a small circuit board. It's clear that this component is the actual switch, as it has fairly large wires connected to either side of it. But what do you suppose is going on beneath it? That little board has a lead going to the incoming power and another going to the photoresistor. Then the other side of the photoresistor is wired straight to the neutral pin. To get a better idea of what's going on, let's remove that mystery component. Bet you didn't think we'd find thermal paste in this thing, did ya? If you've ever done any sort of appliance repair, you might recognize this thing. This is a thermostatic switch. Normally it's closed and will allow power to flow through. But inside of it there's a bimetallic disc which will deform as temperature rises. Once it's past a certain temperature, that disc will snap and open the switch contacts inside. You often find these used as safety switches in appliances that produce a lot of heat, like clothes dryers or gas-fired furnaces. In those applications, they might be called limit switches, and they're designed to shut the appliance down if things are getting too hot. What's it doing in here? Well, before I removed it, it was pressing against this little circuit board with a little thermal paste in between. That board has nothing on it but a couple of surface mount resistors, as well as a PTC thermistor to serve as a fuse, but that's not important right now. Those resistors are doing the simplest job a resistor can possibly do: produce heat. That's right, this circuit board is functioning as a heater. Surface mount resistors are certainly an unconventional heating element, but that's what they're doing, and they're doing a bang-up job too, so don't judge. But notice how that heater circuit is wired. It's across live and neutral, but it makes a little diversion through our friend, the photoresistor. Knowing what we've learned about photoresistors, think about what that would do. If I wire this up and we take a look with a thermal camera, in a dark room we can see that the heater is on, but it's just a little warm. It's trying to heat up, but the photoresistor is in a state of high resistance, preventing power from flowing. When I shine a light onto the photoresistor though, its resistance falls and the heater immediately gets warmer. In fact, it gets pretty hot. So we have a heater circuit that gets hotter when more light hits this thing, and we have a limit switch that opens a circuit when it gets too hot. I wonder what would happen if we put them together. Oh, right, that's how it was when I got it. With it reassembled, here's what we see in the thermal camera. Again, when powered on in the dark, we can see the faintest little hotspot, but when I shine a light on the photoresistor, that hotspot gets bigger and hot. The resistors on that board are dissipating about 2.5 watts, and the thermal paste is transferring that heat energy into the face of the thermal switch. The switch remains closed for about 2 minutes, but eventually it opens. One thing to note is that the photoresistor is also a resistor in the circuit, so it too dissipates a bit of heat. However, the big metal plate it's mounted on doubles as a heatsink, so it's barely visible to the thermal camera. I've wired up this totally legit street light in a definitely not sketchy fashion to provide a demonstration of the photo control in action. Right now, the sun is up, so the photoresistor is letting enough current through to keep the heater powered and the thermostatic switch nice and toasty. But as we approach sundown, the heater slowly loses power as the photoresistor's resistance increases, and thus its heat output falls. In this simulated sunset, the heater instantly shuts off, but it takes a while for the thermostatic switch to cool down. Once it does, the switch will close and the light turns on. Ah, there we are. The delay is actually quite useful, especially for lighting technologies like the high-pressure sodium lamp you see here. Ideally, you want to minimize the number of times these lamps start up, and the varying lighting conditions as the sun rises and sets could result in some wild behavior at dawn and dusk. The thermal mass of the thermostatic switch, along with its deadband between activation temperatures, provides the perfect combination of delay factors to ensure the light it controls doesn't behave erratically. Some people would really like me to say the word hysteresis. You're welcome. Now, earlier I said the resistors in here dissipate about 2.5 watts. That means that, ironically, this thing consumes power in order to save power. Since the smallest lamp one of these might control is about 50 watts, it's still definitely worth having one of these. But putting one on top of every light fixture doesn't always make sense. Not only does that make each light fixture more expensive, but it also means every single one is consuming a little bit of power all the time, and that adds up. So in many cases, banks of streetlights are wired to a central location, and a single one of these is used to control a contactor at the distribution point. The fact that these need power to turn things off also adds a fun little side effect. The switch inside closes because the heater stopped heating, which usually happens because the sun set, but that's not the only reason it can happen. If, for example, there's a power outage during the day, the switches inside every one of these things will cool down and close within just a few minutes, despite the sun shining brightly. So when power comes back on, all those street lights and anything else controlled by one of these will also come on for a minute or two before the internal heater warms up enough to shut them off again. I mean, it's pretty inconsequential really, but it's still fun. Something notable about this photo control is that its design is actually quite a bit different from designs of the past, which you can perhaps tell by the massive lack of stuff inside of it. This is an old, standardized form factor, so the casing didn't change, but older versions often had something similar to what we find inside this wire-in module. In practice, this is the same exact thing, with a photoresistor wired in series with a resistor that acts as a heater, only allowing that heater to function during the day. But instead of heating an off-the-shelf limit switch, it heats this bimetallic bar. As it warms up, the bar starts bending downward and applying force to a spring-loaded switch contact through this screw. Once it's warm enough and thus bent enough, that switch contact snaps open. And on this particular module, it barely opens, which is actually pretty disconcerting. But whatever, once the sun sets and the photoresistor restricts flow through the heater, the bar starts to cool back down, move back to its original shape, and eventually the switch contacts snap together again. Older versions of this puck-style twist-lock thingamajig often had a very similar mechanism to this inside, perhaps with more robust contacts for handling the inductive load of a big magnetic ballast. It's not much of a surprise that this new one uses a limit switch, honestly, because that's an off-the-shelf part used in gajillions of applications. The bimetallic bendy switch mechanism with a resistor taped to the bar needs purpose-built parts. It also seems rather fiddly to put together, and it looks as though the screw tension needed calibration in the factory. This design, on the other hand, is a 3-component circuit board which probably cost a few pennies, a dab of thermal paste, an off-the-shelf limit switch, and some screws. Wire in the photoresistor and you're done. Is this as robust as the old designs? Who knows? But surely this isn't the only way to handle this, is it? I mean, with microprocessor chips cheap as chips these days, wouldn't a little code running on a microcontroller powering a relay make more sense than a heater running all day just to keep a thermostatic switch open? Well, take a look at this little fella. It's like a baby version of the other one, and its photoresistor looks pretty small, not much bigger than the night lights. Let's take a look inside. Oh, it literally is just a baby version of the other one. That actually surprised me quite a lot, but I guess it proves that if it ain't broke, perhaps there are more power-efficient ways to handle this task. In fact, I'm certain there are. But they all have trade-offs. Any solution involving a microcontroller is going to need its own power supply to function, which adds costs. And then you're going to be sticking that thing on top of a light pole with the sun beating down on it day after day. Capacitors tend to not like that. Plus, then you're going to need to figure out a way to introduce hysteresis in software. And if there's one thing I know about software, it's that it's pretty and half-baked. There is definitely something to be said for a simple solution like this, and besides, the power they consume is minimal, especially when you use one to control 100 light poles. What I think is most interesting about these things is they are a perfect demonstration of how to turn an electronic component into something that's actually useful. It's one thing to learn what a photoresistor does, and quite another to make something happen with it. And we see that there's more than one way to go about it. The nightlight shows an elegant semiconductor-based solution for low-power applications, and while turning a heater on and off with the sun might seem pretty off the wall, when you know that bimetallic strips get all bendy when they heat up, that presents an opportunity for actuating a switch. All that it takes to turn that into a useful product is for someone to make the connection. The thing inside of here, you're going to need something a lot more robust, like the thing I showed you at the beginning. Crap. And the lamp lights. But when light falls on it, its resistance falls. When surface mount resistors are certainly an unconventional heating element, but with a photoresistor wired in series with a crap. However, that resistor is a what I think is all it takes is to turn that
they are really angry and big, and they breathe fire, and at this point I'm just listing stuff I know about red dragons.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I'm sure that someone in the comments will be like, oh, actually this character appeared in 2nd edition and there's a whole book about it, and that's fair. We can't know it all.
If there is a comment that finds something that he's in, I would love to know, because I could not find anything.
Moving on to Zalto, Fire Giant Duke.
So, Zalto is, he makes a brief appearance in the module I mentioned before, the Storm King's Thunder, as one of the sort of giant representatives of the various giant kinds. Giant society is a hierarchical situation divided by the ordning. The ordning effectively determines the place that each giant has within it. At the very bottom is the hill giants. At the very top is the storm giants. Fire giants rank about a middling in the ordning. His biggest appearance, I would say, as a representation within the universe, is the fact that he appears on the cover of the 5th edition Player's Handbook.
Yeah, I mean, I think as well, if he's on the cover of the Player's Handbook, I think it makes thematic sense that when he is dealt damage, you get to venture into the dungeon, because in a way, when you pick up the 5th edition Player's Handbook for the first time and you go I'm gonna fight this character, in order to do that you have to venture into D&D, you got to venture into the book almost. I think maybe that's a link to there. It's a bit of a metaphorical.
I like it. It's a cool metaphorical idea that he's the character that first draws people's eyes, oh, the Player's Handbook, that looks so cool on the front there. I want to read that book and make a character from this now.
Speaking of potentially recognizable characters, we have Zario, the Archduke of Avernus, I believe. I don't know, because she has a flail in the way.
Zariel is, you can kind of guess maybe from the picture a little bit here, she's a fallen angel. She was basically at the that, as I mentioned before, the Asmodeus trial. I guess the best way to say it is his big trial in front of Primus and Mechanus and with all the angels. She was there, and she got really annoyed that everyone was just sort of sitting around talking and stuff, because she was like, we should just fight him. The devils are right there. We're just going to beat them up right now. And I was like, no, that's not what we do. We're the good guys. And so she got real pissy about it. And Asmodeus was like, oh yeah, she's gonna fall. And she did. Asmodeus turned her into the, basically pushed her onto the path to be the Archduke of Avernus, and to effectively push out the previous ruler of Avernus. Effectively, Avernus is the plane of warfare, because Avernus is the first link towards basically where everything comes through when it comes to the Nine Hells, especially the plane where most of the time the abyssal demons invade in their massive thing called the Blood War, which is the massive war between devils and demons to see who gets to control that layer, because demons are just chaotic. They just invade anything they can find, and there's an easy path for them into the Nine Hells. And there is some theory that goes into this that Mordenkainen was actually involved in trying to ensure that she ended up falling, because he foresaw that she would be useful to maintain the balance between the Abyss and the Nine Hells. That only her sort of rulership and martial knowledge would be able to keep the devils winning that fight. Her abilities kind of make sense for all that adding up, her giving powers to people. Ultimately, her whole deal is she is the commander of Hell's armies on that plane. She is every person that, and this also ties in the second ability of creating devil tokens, because when when people die, oftentimes they turn into a thing called lemures, which are basically just like this blobby mess of a like soul that's just like an evil. It's an evil like blob creature. But then after that, they end up transforming into one of the various sort of low-tier devils that then goes to Avernus and has a stint in Avernus fighting under Zariel. Is normally what most things do, and she is the one that does like the most amount of deals, especially with like martial characters, because she needs to fund this war, and they just need bodies mostly. They just need lots and lots of bodies for this endless war with creatures that just reform from nothing effectively. So like that's sort of her big deal there. Is doing that thing, and then like her, at the end of the combat phase, having another combat phase. Buys into that too. She is a very martial-centered character in the lore, as far as it goes. There's a lot more that can be said about Zariel. She's really fascinating, and Avernus is a really, really cool, cool layer, especially because it can feature a lot in like player character campaigns. Because it's the first layer, so you actually can go there quite a lot, and there are actually quite a few modules where you go there as well. So like. She features in a lot of things, like she is all over the show.
And then I said, no, Mr. Landlord. I love having no running water in my bathroom. In fact, I think I'm gonna pay you more rent this year. Ha ha ha! Oh, oh, hello there. I hope you're I hope you're enjoying this video, but I know what you're going to enjoy even more, and that's the sponsor of this video, Bespoke. Their website being bespokepost.com. That's the name of the website. Bespoke is the name of the company. Bespoke Post is the name of the website. Cow. Bespoke is a free-to-join monthly membership club where they deliver you incredible boxes of wonderful goodies from under-the-radar brands. And 90% of the things in the box come from small businesses. That's saving my middle America. You take a little quiz to, let them know what you're all about. Do you like booze? Do you like knives? Do you like women? Then they'll send you a box filled with goodies tailored to your needs. And if you don't want the box, you can have a look at the box beforehand, and you can say, nah, not today. It's hassle-free. It's hassle-free, baby. Don't even hassle about this. With an ever-changing lineup of boxes, there is something in bespokepost.com that will fit your fancy. Be it a knife, be it bar equipment, be it camping equipment, be it a knife, be it slippers, be it a notepad that also has a knife. And if you use the promo code SPICE20 at checkout by clicking the link in the description, then you can get 20% off your first box from bespokepost.com. Thank you for sponsoring this video. Go have a box. If you want, it's time for us to talk about some of the most significant and direct references to D&D aspects within this set, and they don't actually appear on any card in this set, but more so on sort of tokens. I am of course referring to the 3 dungeons that you can explore in this set. Each of these dungeon cards, or tokens rather, are direct references to 3 specific and individual adventures that you can actually go on in D&D, each of them having their own handbook. And of course, it kind of goes without saying, but trying to fit 300 plus page handbooks onto a bit of card around the size of a child's hand is gonna be a bit of a Herculean task. So naturally, a lot of corners have been cut, a lot of nuance has been lost, but I want to see just how well each of these individual tokens capture the feeling of the dungeons they're supposed to be representing. So let's kick straight off with Tomb of Annihilation. The Tomb of the 9 Gods, which is the titular tomb in the Tomb of Annihilation adventure, does indeed begin with a false and booby-trapped entrance, which I believe shoots poison darts at anybody who tries to enter it, causing everybody in the party to lose life. And the beginning of this card causes all players to lose 1 life. Bish, bash, boom. There we go. Perfectly flavorful. Let's move on to the next room. Here the card splits into two. Choose your own adventure. Choose your own path. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. But we're going to go down the right-hand side into the Veils of Fear, which is a reference to a specific room in the Tomb of the Nine Gods. This is and also spoilers for all of these adventures, by the way. I probably should have said that right at the start. But if you enter this room, you'll see it lavish with tapestries depicting debauchery and feasts that grow more opulent and twisted as you continue down this room. And if you manage to make it to the end and you pull down the final curtain, you'll be confronted with the severed head of a boar. And then you have to try and resist the charm of this severed head, and if you don't, your player character has to put its head inside the mouth of the boar, at which point the boar will bite down on that head, dealing it 4d10 slashing damage for every time it bites. The 4d10 slashing damage obviously is a little bit more severe.
What if you were a Shork?
Losing 2 life, and I guess the discarding a card is kind of.
I would not be dropped by a gorilla.
That the boar head kind
You'd
of
be hanging
makes
with
you
your
lose
friend.
Your mind a little bit. You have to kind of
And be in my
choose
inventory right
between
now, actually.
losing your mind or like having like mental fortitude enough to not lose your mind and just taking a bunch of damage. It's not the cleanest reference, but I'm just glad that we don't get to see that boar head represented, because that would be horrible and gnarly, and I'm not here for it. Our next room down this corridor is the Sand Pit Trap, which I think is a reference to the Earth Cell, which is a room on the 4th floor, which is this quite small cube of a room that slowly fills up with sand up into a point, and then the floor opens out from under you, revealing 2 massive stone rollers that you will fall into and probably be crushed to death by unless you find a hidden switch. And I think both of these aspects, the sand falling away and also the massive amount of bludgeoning damage that you might take, is here perfectly represented in the sacrifice of a land or the, again, loss of life. The other path that takes you to the end of this adventure is, of course, the oubliette, which is a shortcut, ostensibly. You know, instead of going down 2 rooms, you can just go to the oubliette, and then immediately afterwards you get to the end of the adventure. And this oubliette is, of course, another part of the Temple of the Nine Gods, and it is not quite a shortcut, but it's the room that you as the adventurer will end up in if you try and take a shortcut through the tomb. If you ever try and teleport in the Tomb of the Nine Gods, you will always end up in the oubliette, which is this horrible, horrible room with a really nasty boy in it and a massive devil's face on the wall that has 2 levers on it, and if you pull the wrong lever, the mouth will open up and eat you and all your trinkets and probably the horrible monster as well. And not only is this massive loss of stuff very much represented in the mechanics of this room, with you losing a land, a creature, an artifact, and having to discard a card, but the fact that you can only get to the oubliette in D&D if you try and do a shortcut, and the way that you get to the oubliette in this card by doing a shortcut, trying to get to the end room much faster than you would otherwise, I think is wonderfully flavourful. And I forgot to say all of that in the original shoot for some reason, hence why I'm currently recording this on my phone. And finally, Cradle of the Death God is our final room, and it is in this room that you summon a token called the Atropole, which is a 4/4 black god creature token with Death Touch. However, this last chamber in the dungeon is probably the most inaccurate representation of this actual chamber in the D&D adventure of the same name. The Atropole, for example, is much less a god and more a malformed undead creation of a god. Additionally, it having Death Touch is a fine keyword for it to have. It does have necrotic damage based around its literal touch, so that does make sense. However, there are a number of other keywords that this creature token could have had. For example, the Atropole's Life Drain ability would have suited Lifelink as a keyword to a T. And additionally, and I think this is the one that I am most annoyed by, the Atropole can literally only fly. Not that it has the ability to fly, as in it can only fly. It cannot walk. It has a walking speed of 0 feet. It can only hover in the air. And maybe getting a 4/4 Death Touch or Lifelink Flyer, a creature token, for the cost of you and your opponent losing 5 life apiece may have been a little bit too powerful for this dungeon, but I just feel that out of all of the keywords this token could have had, flying would have been the best one, and Death Touch is right down with, I don't know, fucking trample, because technically it can hit 2 things at once, you know? Our next adventure is Dungeon of the Mad Mage, which has a lot of rooms! Alright, let's not beat around the bush. First room, let's go Yawning Portal. When I first saw this on the dungeon card, I was a little bit confused as to why it gained you a life, seeing as portals are usually something that you use to move places, but it is not a literal portal. The Yawning Portal is the name of an inn that sits atop this vast sort of inverted tower that you descend through in your adventure. And what better way to represent a fantasy inn in a dungeon card than with the gain of a single life, as you knock back a fantasy ale, relax in your fantasy bubble bath, and throw your fantasy side eyes towards the inevitable player who decides to either try and fuck the barmaid or have a fight with the barman. Or try and fuck the barman and have a fight with the barmaid. Anything is possible in the world of magic. Our next room is dungeon level, and I'm actually going to lump this in with the other 2 levels, as it were, in this adventure, where you have, was it the Lost level and the Deep Mines. These are all names of certain locations within the adventure, and I think that what these levels are supposed to represent with their increasing scry is you delving deeper and deeper into the Dungeon of the Mad Mage, discovering more about the lore and about the nature of the foe that you're going to face. Your knowledge of this place increases, as does the depth to which you are entering, as does the scry that you receive. The next room, Goblin Bazaar, creates you a treasure token, which is a perfectly apt representation of what your player character might get up to in this location in the Dungeon of the Mad Mage, but I am bitterly disappointed that the very famous and beloved character Copper the Shaved Dwarf does not appear on any kind of legendary token in this section of the map. Furious, I would even go so far as to say. Livid, even. If you don't pick to go down into the Goblin Bazaar, you can instead go into the Twisted Caverns, which is not quite how this adventure works. The Goblin Bazaar is a section on a much earlier level, and the Twisted Caverns is an entire segment of this adventure. You can't really choose to skip it, but, you know, like, again, some nuance must be lost. The effect on this card, a creature not being able to attack you, doesn't really have any specific, or find any specific ground in a particular element of this location, but just looking at the map of this level makes me feel lost and I'm not going anywhere. So that particularly, for me, at least captures what it feels like to gaze upon the Twisted Caverns. Runestone Caverns is next, and again, whilst there isn't a specific part of this level which this exiling effect seems to be referencing, the caverns themselves are humming with all manner of weird magic. Indeed, there's a section of this level in the adventure just called Weird Magic, and so having a slightly spooky, having this magical semi-random draw a card effect attached on this level feels very apt, even if it is not a very specific reference. Muriel's Graveyard is another room in this dungeon card, and this to me is one of the strangest choices, I think, across all of the different dungeons, as this section seems to combine the character of, Muiril, who is the erstwhile human bodyguard and soldier of the Mad Mage in question, who has turned himself into a scorpion, you know, as you do, and the location of Trobriand's graveyard, which is a magical scrap heap of sorts, which is littered with the refuse and failed experiments of the mad metal mage Trobriand. Additionally, the effect of this section of the dungeon card seems to be kind of out of place. There is indeed a skeleton on the level that you find Muiril on, and the game indeed does say that Muiril himself, the Scorpion Boy, did animate it, but spiders are a far more common mob, far more common occurrence on this level than skeletons. Indeed, the section of this dungeon card summons more skeletons than exist on the entire of that level in the Dungeon of the Mad Mage's adventure. I don't know. I just want to see more applications of the LOL spider tokens. I love those baby boys. I love mama kisses for all of their many legs. And finally, the effects of the Mad Wizard's Lair, the final room in this dungeon and final section of this adventure, pretty closely match the events that you would encounter when you go and fight the Mad Wizard Halar Blackcloak at the end of this journey. Obviously, Blackcloak is an incredibly powerful wizard, being able to cast any number of different spells, but he has also spent his maddened existence setting up a very complicated network of portals and summoning circles throughout his dungeon, where he can summon and purge monsters at various different levels, pretty much at will. And so the effects of this section of the dungeon card, your drawing of 3 cards and casting of one of them for free, could well be a reference to how the Mad Mage himself can either summon a creature through one of his many portals, or simply cast a very powerful spell at you and your party, which is, I think, a wonderfully bombastic way to end such a long and perilous journey, both in terms of the adventure itself and also in terms of how many rooms you have to go through on this card to get to the end. Sorry, our final dungeon is the Lost Mines of Phandelver, but I was just looking at my script, and in it it's got, our final dungeon is the Lost Mines of Phandelver, and this one is and then in brackets, in square brackets, I've got doozy / letdown, and then in rounded brackets, remove as necessary. So I'm really glad that I, again, proofed my script before I sat down to record, and I'm also glad that I somehow managed to predict the cleave mechanic months ahead of schedule. The first room is a cave entrance, which indeed there is an entrance to a cave in this adventure, and its mechanic of scrying 1, at least to me, feels the most sort of like starting of an adventure of any of the dungeon cards, beginning with looking into the future, or like trying to discern some information, peering your head into the darkened mouth of a cave, not being sure what you're going to find, is perfectly and aptly represented in this singular scry. The next room is Goblin Lair, where you can recruit a friendly 1/1 goblin, Red Lad. We love to see it. Although if I am going to nitpick, and let's be honest, the entire reason that you are still watching this video is because for some reason you enjoy viewing me being incredibly anal about D&D Magic the Gathering themed cards. This is not the section of the adventure, the Goblin Lair is not the section of the adventure where you can recruit a goblin into your party. That happens at a very different section of this adventure, where you find a goblin that has been captured and you can choose to free him from his bondage, and he can accompany you on your way. And the goblin has a name, wizards. It's called Droop. And why wasn't Droop given a legendary token in this section? First Copper and now Droop. Do you have a problem? Do you have a problem with fucking joy? Nothing but respect for my short kings. We then run into a series of 3 rooms, and this, I will also say, this is the card whose formatting I like the most. I like the fact that if you choose one path in this card, it does lock you out of one of the rooms on this, like the far opposite side of the adventure. I just think that's fun. Storeroom is our first room on this list of 3, and there are indeed storerooms in the Lost Mines of Phandelver, although there are only 2 storerooms in the entire adventure that have anything inside them that could be counted as useful items that could constitute a +1/+1 counter, and they are either a flagon of dwarvish whiskey or some dwarvish armor from an NPC that you could just steal and not give back to him. So canonically, if you choose to get a +1/+1 counter on one of your creatures by going through this room, you are either stealing somebody's clothes and then jamming them onto them, or you're getting them blasted out of their mind. The Dark Pool and the Fungal Cavern, I kind of want to talk about at the same time. I feel that these two effects should be swapped around. In the adventure, of course, there is a Dark Pool and there is a Fungal Cavern. However, the Fungal Cavern is much more inclined to cause some kind of harm to an opponent by sort of filling their mouth with horrible fungal spores and damaging them like that. And the Dark Pool is something that is very difficult to navigate. It doesn't have any kind of damage-based effects unless you are being drowned in the Dark Pool, but it is very difficult to see through it. I feel like swapping these two mechanics over would have made a lot more sense. And finally, our final room, the Temple of Damathian, simply draws you a card. Now, at the end of this adventure, you do uncover some secret maps and some evil deeds being perpetrated by some fucking guy. Nazar! Of course he's called Nazar. What an evil fucking name. You do indeed uncover Nazar's maps, gaining some knowledge about what this evil character was planning on doing in this temple, what his scheme was, thus drawing you a card, but also just generally the idea of ending an adventure by drawing a card, kind of like how in Munchkin you defeat a creature and draw a loot card, or having the full rules text of a magical item that you've just looted from a dragon's trove and cast the identify spell on being passed to you by your DM. That's what the draw card, at least to me, feels like. It feels like a solid reward for completing a adventure. And those are all of the dungeons. They are overall pretty good. There are a couple of inconsistencies, but as I said at the start, most of these adventures are at bare minimum like over 50 pages long, and at maximum the size of a pretty substantial novel. So trying to fit all of the nuance and details and itty-bitty machinations into all of these cards, it would have been completely unfeasible, but both physically and also mentally to do that. But unfortunately, I have to throw all of the dungeon cards in the bin because, of course, Droop and Copper should have been given legendary 1/1 creature tokens. Ah! Unlike my wizard cosplay, I didn't forget to buy green face paint. Look who's the idiot now! Circle of Dreams Druid is our first green card, and as good as this card is mechanically, I don't really understand why this is a Circle of Dreams Druid and not another Circle Druid. For
No!
example,
You killed me!
This card would...
Rude. I knew I was being greedy going for that kill, but I wanted it. He had 3 HP.
have
It's
suited
fine.
a Circle of Lands Druid a
This
lot
guy
more
got
from
too
my
greedy.
perspective, both
Yeah,
for the
greed's
case
good.
that lands in Magic are
Apparently
closely
not, you're
tied to
dead.
mana production, but also from the case that the Circle of Lands Druid has access to
Your
certain
hardcore run
cantrips
is
like
over.
Commune with Nature and Insect Plague,
Oh,
which
no.
are a lot more closely tied with the idea of
You have to stop playing
increasing
now, that's the
power
rules.
based on the number of creatures available.
Is it though?
What I just said there is
That's the rules,
not
sorry.
entirely correct.
That's what
I
you
said
signed
that
up for.
a Circle of the Land Druid gets access to more cantrips.
I have the
which
form
are
right here
closely
assigned,
linked with
Ivan.
The idea of communing with nature. That's not correct. What I was thinking was that if you pick a Circle of the Lands Druid because you get access to a whole range of spells, sort of on the side of the D&D manual for Circle of the Lands Druid, it lists all of the different spells you have. In my tired brain, I thought that meant that those spells were locked away from every other druid. That is not at all the case. For example, the 9th level, if you get up to 9th level and you're a Circle of the Lands Druid and you pick grasslands as your biome, in the book it says you get access to the Insect Plague spell. but that's a spell that you can already take at 5th level. It just means that if you hit 9th level as that particular biome of a Circle of the Lands Druid, you get that spell for free in your spell slots, in your learnt spells for the day. It doesn't count towards all the spells that you can know, so it just gives you an extra tool in your arsenal. But that's not even the most important part of the Circle of the Lands Druid subclass, which makes me think that it would have suited this card a lot better, and that's because of its level 2 ability, Natural Recovery, which allows you, the player, to meditate effectively, have a short rest, commune with nature, and regain a lot more of your magical energy than you would do normally. And that, I think, ties perfectly in with the mechanics of this card, which you tap your druid. That's kind of like an allegory for meditation. You check the number of creatures that you control. Again, that's kind of an allegory for communing with nature, communing with the surrounding fauna, the fauna of sort of like where you are at the moment. And then you regain magical energy. This card gives you a bunch of mana. So that's the reason why I think that this card would much better suit a Circle of the Lands Druid and not a Circle of the Moons Druid. Back to the video, where I'm sure the next card that I'm going to talk about is chock full of interesting analysis and cutting edge nitpicking. Circle of Moon Druid is a bear, becomes a bear. Good reference. Froghemoth is our next creature that we're going to talk about, and this is a monster that you will only ever encounter in Volo's Guide to Monsters, a book that I had to purchase as business expense for this channel. HMRC, please give me free money, please. I don't really understand what this scavenging ooze on steroids ability is doing on the Froghemoth, which, after all, in D&D is just a very big frog. And whilst of course that means I love him and he is my friend, I feel that this mechanic would suit a creature like a night hag, or even a grek or a grell a lot more aptly than a frog behemoth. But that being said, if that meant we didn't get to see the Froghemoth on cardstock, then I'm more than happy to take the Ludo narrative hit and just let him be. Instrument of the Bards is our next card, and the artwork of this card specifically references the Olham or the Olam harp, which is a legendary, bardic instrument that contains a great number of spells that you can cast, such as protection from good and evil, firestorm, and just a whole laundry list of other ones. None of the spells in the harp, however, have any kind of mechanical link to this ability to more easily summon creatures. However, there are magical bardic instruments, legendary bardic instruments, like the Froslacan Bandor, which does contain charges of Speak with Animals. So I feel that Instrument of the Bards as a card is very much just trying to capture broadly all of the various magical or legendary instruments that bards may come across in D&D, and potentially also a direct reference to Magic the Gathering's most famous bard, Yisan, who had a very similar ability to this card. Long Rest is the next card we're going to talk about, and this is fantastic. I love that this was one of the references that the team managed to put within the set. A long rest is such an iconic part of any D&D adventure, and yet never really gets its own time to shine as a mechanic. It's just the thing that happens usually between game sessions. Anyone who has played a game of D&D knows that when you have a long rest, you manage to recover all of your hit points, which is represented by the fact that if you pump enough mana into long rest, you get your starting life total back. But also it lets you recover spells, represented here in the fact that you can return cards from your graveyard to your hand. And the X equaling 8, the X having to equal 8 in order for you to get your life points back up to their full total is itself a reference to the fact that a long rest in D&D specifically requires you to rest for 8 or more hours. It's a delightful little nod. I think this is a fantastic and jolly good card. Ooh, how cracking! Ochre Jelly is quite an iconic monster from D&D adventures, and its ability to split into multiple versions of itself is very much found in its mechanics as a D&D monster. And also, it was quite a surprise to me that this is the first time that this kind of ooze splitting mechanic has been found across all of Magic the Gathering's various oozes and slimes. There's lots of doubling, but not so much in the way of splitting. I will say there is a little bit of a mechanical disparity in how this ooze splits compared to D&D and Magic. In Magic, the ooze must die, but in D&D, dying doesn't cause an ochre jelly to split. Instead, it just needs to be dealt damage with slashing damage or lightning damage, weirdly enough, which I've never fully understood, but it's always a lovely surprise when I remember that. Aha, I'll hit the oozes with Thunderclap. Sweet, there are now 16 of them. Ah, bollocks. Beautiful times. I will say that I am genuinely quite disappointed that we didn't get our Holy Trinity in this set. We've had Ochre Jelly, we've had Gelatinous Cube, and unfortunately no Black Pudding. No Black Pudding card. One day, when we return to Adventures in the Forgotten Realms and make it a fun set to draft, that's when we'll get Black Pudding. That's what's been missing from this set. Tarask is a very iconic beast for the people who play D&D. Outsiders to the game may look at dragons and liches and gelatinous cubes and stuff like that as iconic monsters, but once you get your teeth into the game, the Tarask is always held up as this behemoth, this true pinnacle of a challenge for a Dungeons and Dragons party. Across almost all editions of the game, the Tarask has been featured and is always a force of nature, a nearly unkillable pseudo-dinosaur that requires you to use strategy to lure away from cities, which it will just stomp through and annihilate. It is, throughout most of D&D's history, it is a nearly impossible feat to kill a Tarask, which is why it is quite an upsetting thing that the Tarask in Magic the Gathering can be killed by, I don't know, fucking this guy? Bit shit, innit? The fact that the Tarask has trample, when it attacks, it fights a creature, that all makes sense. The Ward 10 as well is obviously a reference to the fact that the Tarask not only has resistance to a lot of magical effects, but also the fact that it has a ridiculously high armor class. But I know that for a lot of D&D players, this version of the Tarask in Magic the Gathering was seen as a bit of a disappointment. In fact, I know that Pleasant Kenobi made an entire video about his disappointment over the Tarask. However, as I believe he said in that video, or at least he said to me like off camera, this could well be a actual reference to the fact that the 5th edition Tarask, the Tarask that currently exists in the most recent version of D&D, is in of itself a massive disappointment. The 4th edition Tarask, the Tarask that existed in 4th edition, had over 1,500 hit points and an AC, an armor class, of 35. However, in 5th edition, the Tarask was massively nerfed. Its hit points fell to just over 700 and its AC was reduced to 25. Meaning that all you'd need is a +5 to hit, or +6 to hit, and you could hit a Tarask on a 19, which is a completely feasible thing for a lot of classes to achieve, not too late into their campaigns. With that in mind, the fact that the Tarask Magic the Gathering card is a disappointment is, again, a meta reference to the fact that the Tarask in 5th edition is itself a massive disappointment. I've just justified the Tarask being bad for you. I hope you're happy. And the final green card we're going to talk about today is Wild Shape, which is a spell in Magic the Gathering that changes one of your creatures into another creature, or a spell in D&D which allows its caster to change into any creature under a certain challenge rating. And that is an important thing to note. All creatures in D&D have a certain challenge rating. They go all the way down from a quarter all the way up to like challenge rating 30 or something like that. And challenge ratings are a genuinely significant thing to consider when we look at this card. At its highest level, Wild Shape allows its caster to transform into a creature with challenge rating 1 or less. which, if we look at Wild Shape the card, absolutely, turtles on that list. So are spiders of all different kinds of sizes, but most significantly, not elephants. Elephants have a challenge rating of 4 in 5th edition. What makes this even more peculiar to me is the fact that there are a whole host of creatures in Magic that you can absolutely transform into using Wild Shape, whose stat line is kind of set at a 3/3. For example, elephants, yes, are 3/3 tokens in most of their iterations, but so are beast tokens, and so are elk tokens. It seems very strange for the designers to have gone out of their way to pick a creature type that you cannot transform into using Wild Shape, when creature types that you can absolutely do exist at this stat level. My only explanation that I can think of is the fact that I was genuinely onto something with the Power and Toughnesses video that I made and the elk conspiracy that's going on at Wizards of the Coast, and this is their way of shutting me down from the inside. We're now moving on to the green cards, and our first one is Eliwick Tumblestrum. Now, I said we wouldn't cover the characters that were sort of created for the set, but apparently, according to you, there's some additional lore about Eliwick.
The Eliwick Tumblestrum that you are seeing here is nothing like the brief lore appearance that she got within D&D previous to this appearance here. The link to Eliwick Tumblestrum that I could find was effectively a very brief mention within a web supplement within the Wizards.com D&D 3.5 archive of articles for the Player's Handbook 3.5 edition. In that, she is a cleric of the gnome god, who is Garl Glittergem, who's all about trickery and deceiving and getting that fat cash. I think what's happened here, from all I can read, is that basically they've seen that initial mention of Eliwick there, and they've gone, okay, because if you read the lore for Eliwick Tumblestrum that they've put out themselves, she found a deck of many things and made a wish to become the best bard of all time, the most legendary bard ever. Her abilities are basically designed for doing dungeons as a planeswalker, which makes sense because she's part of the dungeon party that they've made up for this set. Finding that out, I was like, okay, this answers some questions, but it raises more questions. Firstly, why is she even in the party in the first place? She is incredibly more powerful than almost anyone in that in the party that she's with. All the rest of them are people who probably are desperately fighting for their lives, and she's her fucking lore thing that was reading up was saying how she was she'd bested a demon prince, she'd infatuated angels, or she'd messed with all these super powerful creatures, and she's out here chilling with a small party or something. I'm this is just weird. If you're an all-powerful creature, the chaotic little creature like this, I guess maybe it makes sense that you just be I'm just gonna bounce around in parties for a bit. What else am I gonna do here? I'm just gonna vibe.
Another legendary character in green who we're moving on to is Old Gnawbone, and this is the penultimate, I believe, legendary dragon we're going to be discussing. The flavor text here: the ancient dragon. Oh, for God's sake! I'm not even going to try it. The ancient green dragon cow is often seen with a mangled corpse dangling from her mouth. What? Hello. First off, can you please pronounce whatever the that's supposed to be?
So, Cloggy Yamato.
Perfect. How can you do this so easily? Yes, Cloggy
Yamata.
Cloggy Yamata. That sounds Welsh. I should be able to do it, but fuck it, I can't. Okay, what's the fucking news on this green bastard?
So Old Gnawbone is a adult green dragon that appears within the Storm King's Thunder again, which is a module they used quite a bit actually for this set. I wasn't expecting to do that, but it's another dragon that appears in that you can go and beat up and kill if you want to. It also appeared originally within, yet again, you might be able to guess it, it's the Dragons of Faerun. Apart from that, they don't do a whole lot. They're a green dragon, and it's actually kind of a shame that they don't really get into this a whole lot. So, because green dragons are actually they are the most trickster of them all. Basically, they're the most deceiving. Their whole deal normally is that they like to create illusions or to fester in people's minds and sort of like push them towards being their pets or servants. They don't like to normally fight. They're fighting. They will fight if they need to. It's really sad that they like condensed it down to this. This doesn't really do a service. Also, and I realized it just now looking at the character, there is no way that a green dragon should be more powerful than a red dragon. Green dragons are like the second weakest of the chromatic dragons, just stronger than like white dragons. Red dragons should by far be the strongest, biggest numbers because they are the biggest, strongest boys in the chromatic dragon array.
And there we go. We have done all of our green cards. Woo! Let us now move on to our colourless boys. Woo! And for the colourless cards, I'm putting clothes back on. I couldn't think of a good outfit for talking about colourless cards, so we're bringing it full circle. I do have something written on my chest under this, but that's for me and God to know. For you to just imagine. It's a massive deck of many things as our first colourless card, and it's fine. Hello, once again, spicy people of the internet. I am going to be removing all of my deck of many things analysis and hot take from this video, or at least the one that I had filmed, because I make some claims in that section where I'm like, oh, I don't really know what cards these are supposed to represent. It's not made particularly clear, blah, blah, blah. And then I actually, in the editing booth, look at the footage, and you can see the 3 cards in the artwork for the deck of many things that are supposed to be reflected in the mechanics of the card. So I just look like an absolute buffoon. The 3 cards that are represented, first off, if you don't know what the deck of many things is, it's a very powerful and rare magical artifact in D&D that works kind of like a literal tarot deck, a material tarot deck, in that when you draw a card from the tarot deck, it usually, gives you an omen. With the deck of many things, if you draw a card from the tarot deck, it will give you a very specific material effect. There are lots of negative ones, there are lots of positive ones. Never give the deck of many things to your adventuring party. It will completely derail your campaign. Anyway, the 3 cards that this card is representing in its mechanics, the first one, if you roll a 1 to a 9, you get a random card back from your graveyard. This is a reference, or an allegory, a mechanical allegory, for the Sun card, where if you draw that from the deck of many things, on top of getting a bunch of experience, you also get a random wondrous item decided at random, which is, again, you get a random card back from your graveyard, you get a random wondrous item. That's a pretty clear allegory. The next one is the Jester card, and this one is an even tighter fit. When you draw the Jester card from the deck of many things, you draw 2 cards from the deck of many things. When you draw the Jester card, when you activate the Jester portion of this card, you draw 2 cards from your deck. That's perfectly clean. That allegory was just probably the easiest thing that any Games Sonic has ever thought up. And the final one is, of course, the Skull. Now, this is the least tight allegory or mechanical translation. The way that the Skull card works in the deck of many things in D&D is when you draw it, it summons a avatar of death next to the drawer, and the drawer then must fight the avatar of death on their own. If anyone tries to help, they summon their own avatar of death, and the avatar of death will not stop until it is defeated. And if it is not defeated, if it defeats the drawer of the card, that player cannot return to life. They are fully dead. They can't be revivified. Anything. It's kind of like a disintegrate. So that is those are the 3 cards. The 4th card that I think this card is actually trying to represent actually can be found, its mechanical allegory, in the activation ability of the deck of many things. When you activate the deck of many things in Magic the Gathering, you roll a d20 and then you subtract the cards in your hand, the number of cards you have in your hand, from that dice roll, and if it's 0 or below, you then discard your entire hand. I think this is a mechanical allegory for drawing the Idiot card. which if you draw it, you roll a d4, and then you remove that number plus 1 from your total intelligence stat forever, which I think is quite a good allegory. It would be quite a good allegory if that is indeed what this mechanic is trying to represent, for the fact that you have to discard your card if you roll poorly on the dice, in the same way that if you roll poorly on the metaphorical dice of what card you draw from the deck of many things, you will also draw a terrible card like the idiot. So that's my analysis of the deck of many things, presented late at night in a very echoey room with really bad facial hair. As a little addendum to this, however, I really do enjoy how various cards within the deck of many things appear throughout other cards in this set. For example, the gem card appears in Unexpected Windfall, which absolutely links up with how the gem card works in D&D. I think Sudden Insight, the card, is supposed to be showing us what happens when you do draw the Vizier card. We even have flavor text talking about a question being answered. And Fate's Reversal is, of course, representing how the Fate card works, reversing a tragic event. I love all of these little Easter eggs within a highly referential set, and weirdly enough, these little moments scratch my flavor itch a lot more than the actual card, the Deck of Many Things, which is disappointing, but at the same time, also quite cool. 50 Feet of Rope is also in this set, and you might be thinking that this is a particularly peculiar card for me to decide to dedicate some time to talking about, especially seeing as I just did a whole big old song about all of the cards that I couldn't analyze. But I wanted to take this moment not only to say that I love the versatility of this card, but also how that versatility very much reflects the often unused and forgotten 50 feet of rope that most players will begin with in their starting packs as a starting character. I cannot tell you the amount of times that I have either run or been in one-shots where characters have access to literally 50 feet of rope, and if there's 4 of them, that's 200 feet of rope between them, and not used it in at moments where it would have been super useful. You can tie up a creature, you can traverse down a hole, you can throw it over a wall and climb over it. You can do everything with 50 feet of rope. And fuck walls. Fuck them in their stupid little faces. Wait, faces? Treasure Chest and Mimic I want to talk about at the same time. And that's because one of these cards I love and the other one I kind of hate. The Treasure Chest is an utter delight of a card. Mechanically, it's terrible. You can sink 7 mana into this card and lose 3 life and that be it. Or you could tinker out an artifact for a 1 in 20 chance. Never play with this card. This is a terrible, terrible decision to ever play this card. But there's some soft part of me that can't help but look at the D20 rolling treasure chest in the Dungeons & Dragons Magic the Gathering set and just feel satisfied. Even if the vast majority of treasure chests that you'll find in Dungeons and Adventures, even ones that are homebrewed and ones that you'll find in handbooks, even though the majority of the loot that you'll find in the treasure chest is going to be predetermined and not down to a dice roll, there's just something about the D20 rolling dice chest. What can I say? I'm a big softie. The Mimic card, however, just does not sit with me right, especially in comparison to the treasure chest card. I love how the artwork for both of these cards are drawn by the same artist, but for me, the scariest thing about Mimics is that they are literally indistinguishable from everyday objects, be it a chest, a trapdoor, a chair. Mimics are supposed to be exact mimicries of the things that they're supposed to be mimicking, and so the fact that the Mimic card both aesthetically and also mechanically shares very little similarity with the treasure chest is kind of a swing and a miss for me. Like, just looking at it mechanically, the Mimic ought to have the same mana value as the treasure chest, or to have the same rarity as the treasure chest. In my opinion, I would have loved to have seen these cards merged into one. I would love to have seen the treasure chest, instead of having its lowest dice roll just causing you to lose life, obviously a reference to the fact that treasure chests can become, trapped. I would have loved to have seen the treasure chest, if you roll a nat 1, become a 3/3 shapeshifter and then given to an opponent. It becomes a mimic. I think that would have been really quite a fun and slightly more subtle reference to the fact that mimics are indeed hiding in plain sight and are indeed literally indistinguishable from treasure chests filled with treasure and treasure chests that are not fucking treasure chests at all. Would it have made this card even less playable? Absolutely. Would it have made me happy? No. Hive of the Eye Tyrant is next. Whilst most of the animated lands in this set are more references to the feel of an adventure as opposed to direct references to adventures themselves, Hive of the Eye Tyrant has a couple of extra little small references tucked away there. First off, this card could well be a direct reference to the Eye trilogy of adventures from 2nd edition, which saw you fighting a beholder right at the end as the big bad boss. But this isn't the most interesting reference that I think that this card contains. I'd like to point your attention to the alternate art of this card, for example. There's a lot of alternate arts in this set of different characters and also different lairs and different lands and stuff like that. But the alternate art of this card actually is a direct reference to the very first visual depiction of a beholder as it appeared in D&D media on the cover of this Greyhawk supplement. Notice the amount of eyes, the positioning of the character, and indeed the armor that the human is wearing. Now on to the multicolour cards, and we've been recording for an hour and 20, so I might ask for a speed run up to a degree. So, Baron of Clan Undur, is this like just kind of a generic cleric stand-in, or is this an actual proper creature?
Unfortunately, it's the former. Barrowin, as far as the mention involves, they are involved in a lot of the side game stuff, the idle game, the board game, actually, one of the D&D board games. They appear in that one. And they have a character sheet on the D&D website. As far as lore goes, they're basically linked. They don't appear in anything to it, but they're linked to Icewind Dale, that setting, which is the northern part of Faerun, effectively, and where the game Icewind Dale was set. And also where a lot of Dritz Do'Urden stuff happens is up there as well. Apart from that, though, they basically they're a cleric. Their abilities are basic cleric abilities.
What about Bruenor Battlehammer? His flavor text is, knew I'd find ye in trouble if I came and looked for ye. So, outside of that terrible accent, again, is this a stand-in or is this an actual character?
I was going to, if you didn't do the Scottish accent, I'd be like, what are you doing? This is D&D, you have to do a Scottish accent, it's the dwarves.
The rest of this bit is gonna be done in a very bad Scottish accent.
Alright, I think I can get along with that.
Oh, we're gonna upset some people.
So Bruno Battlehammer is a legendary party member of Dritz Do'Urden, and is one of the dwarves that sort of helps him out, and is one of the dwarves that he finds when he first comes out of the Underdark. And he basically goes way back to the beginning of R.A. Salvatore's 50 books that he wrote about the character, because once you get stuck you can't get out. Basically, he's just the most badass dwarf around. That's his whole deal. He's a cool badass dwarf. He's just awesome. I think that's he leads his clan, he fights stuff like crazy. He has all these awesome magical items, and he creates magical items too because he's a dwarf. So him being all based around equipment and stuff makes sense because he's all about magical items and whatnot.
I can feel in my heart John Duncan cringing and not knowing why, just somewhere in the distance on this shit island called home. The next multicolored creature is, of course, Drizzt Do'Urden.
I have to concede, there is no way you could capture Drizzt Do'Urden into a single card. We are talking about a man here who has so many books and so many appearances. The reference page for him is it's somewhere in the thousands. He is everywhere because, like I said beforehand, he's the poster boy. He cemented the idea of the good drow. because he's from the evil race of Dark Elves I mentioned earlier on, but he broke free from that society. He realized there was something wrong with him, and so he went to the surface, and he ended up then becoming a fantastic adventurer and hero who's been all over the place and fought with his awesome crew of people, of which we've only seen half of in the set, and no more of them appear, which is very sad. I don't know what you were doing. Don't put in half of the awesome adventuring party from RA Salvador stuff, and miss the rest of them. Where's Wolfgar? Where's my boy Wolfgar? But as far as like the set goes, Double Strike, he's got 2 swords. He's a dual wielder. He wields his Flame Tongue and his Frostbrand weapons. So like, okay, cool, he's got 2 swords. He has Double Strike. Guinevere, the legendary 4/1 green cat creature token, is an item that he actually obtained during the Origin trilogy series that I have in the corner of my room right now that I'm looking at. He obtained Guinevere from this evil drow wizard who was trying to kill him, and they're beating up the wizard and taking it and like, you don't deserve this cat. And now Guinevere is like his like best friend who's been there for him since the very beginning of his time in the Underdark and trying to survive in the Underdark, and like has been with him like all the way through, and so him being able to create that creature makes complete sense. They are companions. They are like the buds. And I think him gaining power when a creature dies, his whole thing is it's like Dragon Ball Z and Goku. He gets more powerful as the series goes on because he defeats more and more things and gains in strength, much like a player character would gain in strength as they increase in levels.
Faraday, stand-in like Barrowin, or more legitimate character like Brianna?
Far more legitimate. Faraday is one part of the Brimstone Angels, in the same way that Dritz is the poster boy for the good drow dude. Faraday is the poster girl for the Tiefling Warlock. She's not evil, but she has a dark pact with the person who created her, because she's a Tiefling. Tieflings have infernal blood. Her whole idea of basically when dice roll, she gains power from it. Is
54 more demons,
the Dark One's own
gorilla.
luck is actually not so much linked to her character as much as it is in fact linked to just the general fiend subclass for warlocks. So she's a cool character, but her abilities don't represent her character whatsoever from the books.
Moving on to
back.
Gretchen Titchwillow.
So Gretchen is one of those characters where I looked at it and went, no. What? No. The only thing that she appears in, and I only have this because I'm very, very sad, is the Betrayal at Baldur's Gate board game, which is it's a D&D version of the Betrayal games.
Yeah, Betrayal at House on the Hill.
Yeah, yes, it is a D&D variant of that game series. She is one of the playable characters that you can play as in the series in that board game. She's just a druid. That's just her thing. Is she draws cards and it's a land. You put lands because they're druids and they cultivate land and stuff. There's no real character there because it's just a weird reference to a D&D board game that I didn't think anybody but me knew about or owned.
The next one, going over Hamar, is Kalain Reclusive Painter.
Kalain is a pretty awesome magic vampire, basically, who likes to do painting and stuff, which, I mean, she's painting stuff in the thing. She appears in the Waterdeep Dragon Heist module. She hates the person who created her, so she can actually aid you in the heist if you manage to work to get her aid. Her big deal is that her magic comes across when any pictures that she paints come to life. So they appear out of the painting and they become real. Her ability is kind of I feel like the treasure thing maybe matches the whole fact that she's from Dragon, the heist module that they created. Apart from that, there's a fair bit of stuff in her backstory from the module, but not a lot that leads into this character as it is. All you really get is the idea from the picture that she is a painter and stuff. Although, let me just say this, I just realized as I was reading this card, this is ridiculous. They don't mention anywhere on this at all that she's a vampire.
Oh yeah, you just said she was a vampire.
She is a vampire. She's a vampire. I want to make that very clear. She's a vampire.
Alright, next we have Crydle of Baldur's Gate, and I'm assuming this is a character from Baldur's Gate.
So Crydle is from the same comic book series, the Baldur's Gate series, that Delina is from, that wild mage from earlier on. He basically, he's just a badass rogue. He's also a poet. He reads poetry and stuff. He creates poetry during the comic series, and he is an aid to the character Delina and whatnot throughout the story. My notes here just say that he's hot. I don't know why I put that in there, but he's an attractive dude. Thanks previous me for that one, I guess.
All right. Minsk, beloved ranger.
So Minsk and Boo are basically one of the most well-loved and famous characters that came from the Baldur's Gate series, which, if you don't know, Baldur's Gate 3 is currently coming out sometime soon and is made by Larian Studios, who are awesome, and you should definitely check it out if you have the time.
Yeah.
They're not paying me for this. That's just I love the game. Basically Minsk is an amazing character. He's just like this really, really nice, lovable dude who I thought was a barbarian at first, and then he's got this little hamster called Boo. Boo's the brains of the operations, if you don't know.
Yeah.
But basically he has there's lines that he has that has just entered D&D meme lore basically. I think probably the most famous one is Boo, go for the eyes! Which is just him commanding his tiny hamster to just leap at people's eyes, because the hamster is awesome. He's just a cool character. It's just a really cool character that became famous because it was a big ass brawny dude with a tiny hamster that he fights with, which obviously that was going to become an internet sensation. And
of course,
a fan favorite. There's no way you can put that into a D&D game and not have that become a big deal. He has a hamster also as his X thing. I think is probably a reference to the fact that one of the spells that a ranger can get is the ability to increase the size of a character, a person or character, which obviously Minsk can use to increase the size of his hamster. To make it a giant hamster.
A very slight addendum to this section. In doing a little bit of digging on my own, just to put this video together, I stumbled across this article in the Forgotten Realms wiki titled "Miniature Giant Space Hamster," and I'll read a little bit from it. According to Minsk, a miniature giant space hamster was a giant space hamster that has been miniaturized. They were identical in size to regular hamsters, and Boo is the only known miniature giant space hamster in realm space in the 14th century DR, and the animal companion of Minsk ever since his first head wound. So the implication of this is that Minsk got hit on the head, and for some reason that caused him to believe that Boo is actually a miniaturized giant space hamster. However, the mechanics of this card suggest that that wasn't just the result of cranial trauma, but no, Boo is actually a giant space hamster, and Minsk has the power to make Boo a giant space hamster. So I don't know if that's going to sit well in terms of the Dungeons and Dragons canon, but cool, I guess. This is a weird game. Next, we have Orcus, Prince of Undeath.
Yes, Orcus is another one of those characters which is one of the most fundamental characters to the entire series. A significant amount of bad things that happen is because of Orcus. Vecna, if you don't know who Vecna is a massively powerful lich. But basically, Orcus Vecna is his servant, is one of his worshippers. And his desire is to transform the entire multiverse into a necrotic place where everything is perfectly ordered and still because everyone is dead. Everything that's basically undead or anything like that ultimately ties its way back to Orcus in some way. And it kind of his abilities sort of match that desire of him in kind of case where sure, you can make other creatures weaker, but you lose life for him because he doesn't want anyone to live.
Fair. And then the returning things to the battlefield very much is just those creatures being turned into undead as opposed to just being I guess bodies on the floor.
Yeah, his the wand of Orcus that he's carrying, and the thing that you can is an item that you can feasibly get. It's in the book. Basically, lets you summon undead creatures, and where he walks, necrotic energy follows him, and undead creatures rise around him. Basically, this was the character. This here was the character that people were getting upset about, Christian mums were getting upset about.
All right, next we have Shisra. Wow, brain. Shisra, Death's Whisperer.
So, this one is going to be very quick. They're completely new for the set. They have no lore at all going into them from anything else. They just have warlock invocations and stuff, and they seem to be an undead warlock, like a warlock of the Undying pack looks like. So that's it.
There we go. Well, I said we'd barrel through the last 6 because it's getting really late, so I guess we'll barrel through. Targ Nar Demon Fang Knoll is our next card.
So Targ Nar is from the Descent into Avernus module, and their deal is that they are a Knoll. That's their thing. Gnolls, if you don't know, Gnolls are created by one of the demon princes. I think it's I better look this up. I better look like I know what I'm talking about. Oh no, what am I talking about? Stupid me, I know the name. Of course I know the name. It's just locked in my brain. Yenogu. They're from the demon prince Yenogu, the Hungerer. Yenogu basically, like, he originally corrupted a bunch of hyenas, transforming them into these creatures called gnolls who have an endless hunger, so they desire to eat everything. Yenogu's whole deal is he wants to eat everything. He's permanently hungry. So his gnolls are just like that. They're abyssally corrupted. They're in Avernus because they're basically, like, Targnar is leading a pack of gnolls into the first layer of hell on the commands of his demon prince god.
Excellent.
And they attack as a pack. They basically barrel into villages and just, like, Gnolls' whole deal is they barrel into villages, they consume everything, they eat every person, and then go on and kill the next village, and that's kind of the whole deal.
We're next on to Tiamat.
Tiamat is is similar to, like, a lot of these other, well, like, the big characters you've seen, these god characters. Multiple modules. She actually has 2 whole modules where the whole deal is people trying to re-bring her into the world effectively. 5th edition modules. Like the whole point is they're trying to resummon the Dragon Queen because she is trapped in a pit on the first layer of Avernus, which is weird because she is a chaotic evil character on the first layer of a lawful evil plane. So she doesn't belong there. She's been trapped in a pit there effectively, and she is constantly waiting to break free and finally return the world to her chromatic dragon offspring. So she is the big dragon. And yet again, my brain just went, hold up, she's the same power level as the green dragon from earlier. That's not right. What? But yes, her using one of, like, each mana land type sort of adds up because each dragon has been assigned to one of those ones for the chromatic thing. So, like, that all checks as, like, she is one of each of those because that's her deal. She has 1 head for each chromatic dragon there is, which can each breathe its own breath weapon attack. Honestly, she needs a lot more going on. Honestly, her abilities do not, in any shape or form, match the power level of the character that she is.
Third from the last, we have Trelasara, Moon Dancer.
Trelasara is kind of a character where the initial thing you get from it wouldn't be that fascinating. She's a side character from the Chosen Heir series, which was a murder mystery set in Baldur's Gate. And her whole deal in that series is basically that she is a cool sword mage, which is called a blade singer in elf culture, where they use magic and dance to enhance their combat ability with a weapon. She is also a drow, and what she best represents, and you can see in the picture there's a bunch of drow around her, those drow are the good drow. They follow the god Eliastri, who is the good drow mage goddess, and in the series Eliastri has just returned because she was originally basically pushed away by Lolth, who, like, doesn't like the idea of good drow. She wants all drow to be under her, basically. Trelasara represents this very fascinating thing of the good drow trying to renegotiate themselves back into a world that fears and hates them because they've always just been seen as, like, slavers and raiders up until this point. She is a priestess, but she's not a cleric. She's actually a blade singer. She's a sword mage, basically. Is what I could find from the Chosen Heir series on it at the very least. She does have some healing as well, which makes me think that maybe she's a cleric wizard multi-class, I think. But obviously the D&D lore stuff doesn't really tell you about multi-classing. It's just kind of like a thing you have to, like, headcanon yourself because it makes sense into the actual books. But I think that's kind of the vibe, though.
And then our penultimate character, our last 2 characters are... I know a little bit about these characters. That's how well known they are. Volo, Guide to Monsters.
Volo, obviously the big thing that people know him for would be Volo's Guide to Monsters, the D&D book, which
I naturally had to purchase as a business expense for the creation of this video.
of course, you have to. He is his whole deal is that he likes to travel around the plane around the world of Faerun, around Baldur's Gate, visiting various dangerous locales and trying to find out about monsters and stuff. And like the whole book really emphasizes what Volo's character is, which is that most of the facts he says about monsters is either made up, kind of wrong, or is like him misinterpreting things. Because Volo is what I like to think of as an archetypal straight white dude. Walking around the plane of Baldur's Gate, like piggybacking on adventurers' parties, and then just sort of like fancying up what's going on there, and just sort of like assuming that nothing can go wrong for him because nothing has so far. He's kind of like a comedy. Like he is kind of a comedically useless and incompetent character.
Not to invoke the trash writing of J.K. Rowling, but kind of a Gilderoy Lockhart type.
Yes, very much.
Alright, and finally, Xanathar Guild Kingpin.
Yeah, so Xanathar is a representative, if anything, of beholders as basically a race within D&D. He appears in like a bunch of different things, various modules, various supplements. He has his own like PHP like additional book that he has that like adds a bunch of subclasses and a bunch of background things that he like has little comments on and stuff that he adds to his like idea of like he's seeing himself as the superior creature, which is what all beholders think that they are the best thing in existence, but they're always paranoid about who they are. Which makes him the ideal ruler for the Thieves Guild that he runs, Xanathar's Guild of Thieves, which is why he's a kingpin. He runs that with his the aid of his confidant, the goldfish Silgar. The goldfish dies because it's a goldfish. It dies every couple of years. The Guild of Thieves that he runs is so terrified of the rage he goes into if he finds out his goldfish died, that they just keep replacing it with a different goldfish. But at this point, we're probably like hundreds of goldfish deep with how long beholders can live for. His abilities really, I think, represent the fact that, like, so can't cast spells is the central eye of a beholder is an anti-magic ray, which is while they're staring at you, you cannot cast spells. And the taking the top card of your library is the Thieves. He runs a Thieves Guild that steals magical items for him. And he plays top card of your things and spends mana because he has a huge range of magical items. So he steals magical items and then has the power to use them during fights, basically.
Thank you so much, Lily, for jumping on the channel to explain all of this. Your insights have been fantastic. Do you want to just do a quick shout out to let folks who are watching know who you are and where they can find you and stuff like that?
So my name is Lily Simpson. I have that name on every platform that I'm on now because I decided it's just easy that way. I am I want to say a YouTuber, but I think I'm more famous on Twitter now, so that's depressing. My YouTube is predominantly based around trans content. However, I am currently looking at going into doing D&D lore videos. So this is actually surprisingly well-timed as an appearance can go, I think.
And there we go. Thank you once again to Lily Simpson for jumping in and helping out with this video. Thank you to everybody who supports me on Patreon for helping to make this my full-time job. Those were all of the D&D references.
Oh. He mage. He mage. swear the kills I need keeps going up when I'm not looking. Talon, are you incrementing my Slayer task when I'm not looking?
Yes.
That's rude.
That's what I was AFK doing, incrementing your Slayer task.
I need to finish it sometime, Talon. Please.
No.
I don't want to make more pizzas right now, Talon.
You will make pizzas and fight more gorillas. Gorillas will be the last thing you fight before I drag you off to farm tonestones.
Oh my god, no. This cannot be.
Oh, yes. +1 gorilla, by the way.
No. Oops, let me like. Okay, let's go for one more. This trip. Can this guy get away from me? I'm trying to dodge my gorilla. Yes, we have no gorillas. We have no gorillas today.
+1 gorilla.
Oh, it's going down. We have killed 121 gorilla total.
Okay, but what if I added 5 to your task?
I would kill 5 more gorillas. Not really rocket science.
Like 10 added to your task you'd like?
I would kill that gorilla.
20 more gorillas, you say?
No one said that.
100 extra gorillas for Ivan. Gotcha. Ivan wants to kill every gorilla.
That's true. I don't want to die to a gorilla, so I want to be the one doing the killing. This guy dropped a Zenyte right now, and I called it, and I predicted it, that this guy would drop a Zenyte, guaranteed. 52 death runes, that's basically the same thing. Melee. Oh no, what he melee? Draglin's heads. Monkey chuck rock. I do not care about 5 diamonds. Oh, this one's already tagged by somebody. I don't want to fight something I can't get the loot from. Basically worthless. Ba-da-da-ba-da. Bop, bop, bop. What if you became monkey?
I would become gorilla.
True. Man, these guys sounded way harder in my head than like they do in practice in terms of like all the prayer switching. It seemed like it should be like really hard. But pretty easy.
Maybe you've just gotten good at the game.
No, I think they just attack slow enough. It's not really a big deal. Never insinuate I'm good at the game again. Good players don't get drops, Talon. You idiot. Everyone knows that. So I must be bad. The new crossbow is putting in so much work, though. I love it when it just starts dropping boulders on you. They're so much easier. No prayer switching. You just relax, move one square. Oh, I didn't even notice it had switched back to melee. I was in the zone. It's not a fan of melee right now. Yet here I am. Melee with it. Like a fuel. Where's my son?
Hmm.
What have you done to my son? Never speak to me and my son ever again, eh? Or I'll make him sleep with the gorillas, eh? Oh, I just realized why I had deja vu. There was like some Slayer milestone I was on last time I had a Black Demon task. It's like, why am I thinking about this? Or why am I remembering this? Quit chucking rocks at me! Soviet Union gorilla, throw a rock at you. No, wait. It's normal. It's normal Union. Oops. Okay, melee. Kind of nice that the gorillas have so much health that, like, doesn't feel like there's actual competition between people. Everyone's just gorilling around together. say. Gogeta. 2 more prayer potions. I'm gonna be fighting gorillas forever. I hate it. I hate it when they return frickin' death runes. Normally I would like death runes, but not from these guys. This is just... it ain't enough. They dropped more death runes, maybe. Eat a pineapple pizza, mamma mia!
+1 gorilla.
Nope. The number did not increase. You lied. Good day. Good day, sir. I said good day.
Can't stop me from increasing the gorilla count.
10% of drop rate, more gorillas. Drop rate achieved, probably none. Grimy Quarms, 14. They're so grimy. He chucking rocks. This guy chucking rocks. Oops. Alright, probably only one more gorilla in me this trip. Rune plate legs. Let's kill this one. Let's use you.
Nobody tell Ivan, but +1 gorilla.
You are lying. Why would you go on the internet and tell lies, Talon?
I'm not going on the internet to tell lies, I'm going on the internet to perform math. Gorilla edition.
We barely don't know how to count.
I can count just fine.
Well, the number keeps going down every time you say that.
Incorrect. It's an error with your display, it doesn't realize that it's been hacked. You shouldn't have taken that mail out of your mailbox.
No, that's you. That's you. You're the only one who can get hacked through your mailbox. No one else in history has managed to do that. Grimic Worm. 28 more. Gogeta, Gogeta. Let's see what the loot tracker says in terms of total profit. 3 million! Yeah. From 137 gorillas. Do math on that. Tell me how much money that is.
3 million over 137 gorillas?
Yes.
Depends what was the cost or the initial costs that are being subtracted from the profit. Any?
I'm an Iron Man. I literally can't think that way because it wasn't gold. It was like intangibles. It's mostly just potions that I've been consuming.
Well, does your tracker even take those into account?
No, it's just telling me how much
Okay.
money the gorillas have given me. Like, they've given me 22 prayer potions back that is including as part of that profit, but I don't know how many I've spent. But I'm not hard up on them, on any of these, so I was worried how costly it would be, but
You've been making almost 22,000 per gorilla.
yeah, I think that's pretty average. I would expect over 130 it would average out by now. Let's check. Demonic Gorilla. Excluding Zenyte Charge, which I haven't gotten a drop of, they are worth about 20,091 gold apiece.
Nice.
Yeah, and I haven't turned any of it back into money yet either. It's just sitting in my bank right now. 13 mithril or rune plate skirts, 8 rune plate legs, 13 rune plate bodies. 4 frickin' dragon scimitars, monkey tail, 204 dragon javelin heads, which high alch for 1,000 each. Inconvenient. Inconvenient to use. What fletching level do I need to make a dragon javelin? It's probably like super high. Gonna guess 87. 92. Yeah. Yikes. That's a yikes. Wait, dragon javelins high alch for less than the javelin heads? There's no way that's true. That is 100% true. What? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Alright, so I don't even want to fletch them. I want to just alch them. It's just another way they can drop 20,000 gold, I guess. How much do they do? Yeah, they drop 27 to 33. That's a 20 to 30k every time they drop one of those. Was rune javelins the same way? I mean, I guess it must be, probably.
There's nothing else you can do with the javelin head besides use it to make those, right?
Correct. That is literally all it does. Rune javelins
why
look
are
the same.
the
Oh,
developers
okay.
drunk?
Hold on. The trivia on these javelin pages. Apparently, they're really old items that they remade after. Like, you weren't able to smith them, I guess, until Monkey Madness 2. And they were like thrown weapons, but now they're ammo for the ballistas. So they added. I guess
that makes sense. Javelins would be a thrown weapon, not.
I guess they wanted to give them an actual purpose, and the heads didn't exist until Monkey Madness 2. So they're just like, oh, make them some sort of money, because the other ones high out for nothing. Also, you can buy rune javelins, so that's probably part of the reason why they're cheap, I guess. Can you buy dragon javelins? No. I don't understand still, really.
Well, you see, they were on their 5th can of beans that day, so they were pretty deep in the sauce.
Oh, okay. Deep in the beans. What are you? What are you? Tell me right now. Okay, I predicted right. Switch this. Pot up. I have potted up. Home stud. Shark. I'll eat one. I've eaten a shark. Praise me. Okay, fine, I'll fight you. They're just begging to be fought by me. Wonder if any of these other players are like, why is this idiot with the rune crossbow trying to do these demonic gorillas? They are right to wonder.
No, they see you and they go effing irons.
Probably.
They can tell, they can smell Ironman.
Gross. There's no better feeling though than when you predict their switch correctly. Given no information, it's 50-50. Could switch to either combat style. And you're like, I knew! It's like when printing calls the left-right. I knew, I always knew.
I was prepared for this.
My gorilla tips fedora. Oh, this is a melee. I mean, this other guy got to stop being synced up. Oh, okay. When did he turn into melee? Your mom is not pleased with Gorilla.
Nope.
Why is your effing friend fighting gorillas again?
Yes, that's exactly what's on TV. It's you fighting gorillas.
It's effing gorilla stop. I keep meaning to open a YouTube video and then I keep not doing it. Alright, let's open this.
In telling horror stories about shadows on the wall, we must ask where they came from. We must ask why our house smells of smoke. Hello, spicy people of the internet. Spice 8 Rack here, aka Don't Call Me Your Prodigal Son, and welcome back to the channel. Today, we're doing it. We are finally doing it. A video that my audience has been asking for since before I started making YouTube videos as my full-time job. Today, we are finally going to delve into the differences between mill and discard, two game mechanics within Magic the Gathering, and asking what the aesthetic, ludo-narrative, philosophical, and gameplay differences of the two are. And we're going to do that in a very detailed but concise way. I've always been fascinated with alternative ways to engage with games media. Very rarely will I ever start a new game and not choose a fiddly archetype or suboptimal playstyle over a standard or strong route to overcoming a game's obstacles. So when I got into playing Magic the Gathering, and in amongst the somewhat standard dragons and zombies and wizards and warriors all trying to win through massive damage or huge board states, and discovered both mill and discard, I was immediately hooked. Not only do these two mechanics represent fundamentally different ways of playing a game of Magic, but their aesthetics as well stood apart. Both abstract and gory, cryptic and foul, gothic and Lovecraftian, but thankfully without the racism. My first standard deck ran playsets of Pilfered Plans, Consuming Aberration, and Nightveil Spectre. The first card that I ever traded for was Lazarve Demir Mastermind. My name is Spice 8 Rack, named after my fascination with 8 Rack, Modern's discard deck. And my logo is one of the gargoyles from Shrieking Affliction, but instead of shrieking, it's giving you a nice pie, because I'm a little softy and a cutie. But in amongst my love for mill and discard, it's long been a fascination of mine as to what exactly sets these two mechanics apart from each other in terms of their narrative. Yes, we know what cards mill decks, but what does it mean to be milled? What does it mean to be discarded? What makes one form of magic one and not the other? What is the actual difference between them beyond their gameplay functions? Well, that's what this video seeks to answer. So, come with me now on a detailed yet ultimately concise journey as we explore the gameplay, aesthetic, ludo-narrative, and philosophical differences between mill and discard. Have they been that way the whole time? For fuck's sake, it's mill and disc. Oh, I'm gonna have to do the whole thing all over again.
Get the tour then.
I beg your pardon?
Hello, spicy people of the internet. Spice 8-Rack here, aka a strictly worse in every way Jacob Geller, and welcome back to the channel. Today, we're doing it. We are finally covering mill versus discard, the topic that I have been teasing for the past 4 odd years, and we're going to do it in a very detailed, but ultimately very concise capacity. But before we get into analysing the differences between mill and discard and what those differences even represent, I think it's very important that we ground our understanding in what mill and discard are fundamentally as game mechanics within Magic the Gathering. Partially because I think it's good that both you and I are going into this analysis with the same fundamental understanding, but also because I know that there are some people who choose to watch my videos who have no frame of reference for what Magic the Gathering even is. These people confuse me, but I do cater to them, so big up if that's you, I guess. In a game of Magic the Gathering, you have a hand of cards, a deck of cards, called your library, and a discard pile, where all the cards that have been destroyed or cast end up. All the cards in your hand are cards that you're able to play and cast, whereas all the cards in your library you are unable to play or cast until they go into your hand. Except for like some cards in Magic the Gathering do break that rule, but like let's just pretend that those cards don't exist for the sake of argument. Discard effects cause you to take cards directly from your hand and put them into your discard pile. As you're discarding a card, it doesn't come into play unless it has a rule that says otherwise, and you don't get an opportunity to cast that card unless it has a rule that says... Look, Magic the Gathering is a complicated game. Mill, similarly to discard, takes a card from your deck and puts it into your graveyard. It doesn't enter your hand, and it certainly doesn't enter the battlefield. Narcomedes, where I swear to fucking God you better get out of this shot right now. So, fundamentally, both mill and discard do the same thing in that they take one card from one zone and put it into another. However, the zone that they take that card from is different. For discard, it's the hand, and for mill, it's the library. As a result, the best place from my perspective to begin analysing what mill and discard represent and mean would be to look at the zones that they are taking those cards from and ask what those mean for the game. And luckily, I don't have to speculate about that because there's a phenomenal flavorful source that comes directly from Wizards of the Coast. In this 2008 article by Doug Bayer that, for some reason, I've screenshotted through the Wayback Machine, the then advanced creative designer, now creative director for Wizards of the Coast, lays out what the library represents in a game of Magic.
A subset of the spells you've learned and of the lands you've come in contact with during your career as a mage. The arsenal of magic and mana bonds that is stored in your long-term memory.
Whereas he says that the hand represents
your short-term memory. Those spells and mana bonds that you have present right in your conscious mind.
So there we have it, spelled out in black and white for us. Your hand represents your conscious mind, your deck represents your long-term memory. As a result, we can now view mill and discard effects through that specific lens and how they interact with those two narrative ideas. And this reading of mill as a more fundamental undermining of one's psyche directly feeds into its major gameplay distinction between it and discard. That being that mill can actually win or lose you a game on its own. I don't know why, but I've kind of gone very Welsh just then. Not sure why that happened. I have been filming for fuck me 3 hours. I'm on page 1! You heard Welshie right. Whilst losing cards to mill or discard can frustrate your ability to win or even play a game of Magic, only mill can end a game on its own. If your entire library is empty, milled out to use Magic parlance, and you go to draw a card from it, you lose the game on the spot. Unless a card effect says other— God damn it! Magic the Gathering is a viper's nest of contradictions! It should actually be said that if you're playing a game like Commander, for example, you can lose through another means. If you get dealt, for example, 21 points of damage by one player's Commander, you can also lose the game like that. But I didn't really feel the need to make that distinction. apparent within this video if I wasn't absolutely certain that my comment section would have been lousy with pedants if I hadn't have announced that caveat. And if there's one thing I don't like pedants being, it's lousy and in my comments. I can't believe I have to become the very pedant I just derided, but I fucked up. At no point throughout the entire production of this video did I remember that poison indeed is a built-in way to lose a game of Magic. I think seeing Slowbad turned into an agent of Phyrexia made me purge all memory of that fact from my head. It is true that in all games of Magic it is possible to lose via poison, regardless of if Infect, toxic or poisonous cards are even played. It may not be relevant for the vast majority of games in Magic in comparison to Life Loss and Mill, certainly before Scars of Mirrodin came out, but it is still an inbuilt lose condition. Thankfully, whilst this is a massive mistake on my part, the existence of poison doesn't, at least from my perspective, nullify any of the conclusions I come to about Mill Magic in regards to its lose condition. I'm sure that an analysis of what it means to lose to poison versus losing to normal damage would be interesting, but that's beyond the scope of this video. Anyway, this is all just to say that any time I say something like, there are only two
Why aren't you using a
intrinsic
funny
ways
looking
to
blow
lose
dart
games
gun?
of Magic, just imagine that I then
I'm using
followed
a
it
rune
up
crossbow?
with all of this spiel. Okay?
Yeah, that's
Look,
not
it's
an
either
answer to
that
the
or
question.
spend 2 weeks
Who's using a blow dart gun?
The guy over there.
Oh,
He had
you
he
said
has a
you.
funny-
Why are you using
No,
a
I said,
blow
why
dart?
aren't you using?
Because I don't have it yet.
That's not an excuse. Acquire the funny blow dart gun.
I think it is an excuse. I think it's a pretty good excuse.
Acquire the funny blow dart
Okay,
gun.
get one of these guys to give me a shard so I can more easily fight the boss that gives the funny blow dart gun. Allow me the drop, and then I will go get the funny blow dart gun. I swear I swear this to you.
This sounds like an excuse to not fight gorillas to me. By getting the shard, you won't need to fight gorillas anymore.
I need 3 or 4 total shards. Eventually. More renewed bolts. Okay, let's kill this guy.
Every single time I put my foot in my mouth, and frankly, I was already taking the piss a little bit with how long I spent making this video. Okay, back to it. As a result of Mill being Magic's only intrinsic alternative win condition, it has always been steeped in a cult fascination, both from Magic players and indeed Magic the Gathering designers like Mark Rosewater himself.
Where does my love for milling come from? Without a doubt, it stems from my love for alternative win conditions. There's just something about winning in a different way than normal that just revs my Johnny sensibilities.
Thanks for providing some voiceover for the line there, James, and also thanks for putting an inexplicably sexual spin on the read for revs my Johnny sensibilities. You've done well on this one. Now, whilst games of Magic have always been able to end as a result of a player trying to draw a card from an empty library, the actual prospect of milling your opponent out not only wasn't really possible in Magic's inception, but also certainly wouldn't have been called that. Like, I am sure that somebody has cast an ancestral recall in order to force their opponent to draw from an empty library at some point in Magic's early history. But it was only in 1994 that mill as a term was coined in millstone, the first card printed which put cards from your opponent's library directly into their graveyard. This began the fascination with mill as an alternative win condition, legitimizing it and also naming it. However, actually winning with mill would be a pipe dream for Magic players both casual and professional for years. Michael Leconto represents the first player to actually win a Pro Tour with a mill deck back in 1996, with a blue and white controlled shell, the main win condition of which were 3 copies of Millstone. It was just 3 copies of Millstone, that was it? Oh, sorry, and a backup win condition of beating down with 2 copies of Blinking Spirit. Blue-white control players on Arena have no idea how good they have things today. But the actual effectiveness of mill as a strategy early in Magic's history is kind of unimportant. Millstone laid an aesthetic foundation that future mill cards, and by extension the Magic mill cards represented, would adhere to. And we can see the kernel of one specific icon and image in Millstone's flavor text.
More than one mage was driven insane by the sound of the millstone relentlessly grinding away.
Insanity is such a core component of modern mill Magic that the word sanity appears on a whole host of cards specifically designed to mill your opponents out. Additionally, the overwhelming sound of the millstone feeds into another repeated trope of mill cards. Grind Clock, Screeching Scab, and the droning bureaucracy of persistent petitioners all confound your ears, whereas Glimpse the Unthinkable, Nemesis of Reason, and Grisly Spectacle overwhelm your eyes. These cards represent a mixture of the kind of distractions that would frustrate a mage's ability to recall complex spells, but also represent magic which rips at the very mind of the mage themselves. There are other ways that mill magic attempts to undermine this idea of long-term memory, and one of these ways is through the literal destruction of knowledge, things like books, cultural artifacts, or indeed entire libraries, taking your deck, your library, to its logical conclusion. However, as Magic developed and evolved, and indeed as mill became more and more a widespread ability and eventually keyworded as being mill took on far less of an exclusively literal outlook, as the flavor text of M14's version of Millstone reads.
Minds, like mountains, are never so grand and mighty that they can't be reduced to dust.
Here, the millstone is a symbol for the passage of time and the weathering of one's mind, rather than the literal sanity-churning noise of its original incarnation. Also, yes, I am aware this is the M19 version of Millstone and not the M14 version, like I said I'd put on screen in the footage. They have the same flavor text, it doesn't matter, but for some reason, whenever I tried to import the M14 PNG into my Premiere Pro, the whole program just crashed. I don't know why, but we're rolling with it, okay? Abstraction has become modern mill magic's bread and butter. Thassa's Bounty, Ambassador Loquatus, and Drowned Secrets don't explicitly show what or how the mill effect is being achieved, but rather leave that up to implication. All 3 of these cards are, of course, associated with the aquatic, as are a bunch of other mill cards. The ocean-dwelling cephalids, the Nephalia Drownyard, the liquefying magic of Mystic Redaction. Many mill cards represent their effects in a way associated with water. Even the colour, which mill is most associated with, uses a water droplet as its symbol. As Michael Foucault puts it, water and madness have long been linked in the dreams of European man, from fictional characters like Ophelia in Hamlet to the maddening sirens that dash ships against the rocks. Even the chaos of madness has seemingly inescapable tropes. On that topic, dreams are absolutely another repeated motif in mill. Dream Twist, Drown in Dream, and Startled Awake all associate the realm of disturbed sleep with that of madness. Now, I think it's important that we pause for a second and take note of a couple of things. First and foremost, that whilst we have been told that mill magic seeks to undermine our fundamental long-term memory, and that is indeed what our deck represents, a very significant number of mill cards that we've covered and that we even haven't seem to focus more on madness, either as a means of undermining that long-term memory or as the goal of mill magic in of itself, suggesting that our deck does not actually necessarily fully represent our long-term memory, but is akin more to a sanity meter as such. This will also give me the opportunity to put madness on my conspiracy vision board, but spelled correctly. The second thing is that, as we alluded to right at the start of the video, there's a lot of shared space aesthetically between mill and discard as gameplay mechanics. All of these themes and tropes at the moment that we have covered are mostly unique to mill, but as we get into now discussing discard effects, we're going to notice a lot of shared space between the two, which makes working out the actual differences between both forms of magic quite tricky. Fear as a motif is a great example of this. The chill of foreboding is the kind of fear that removes cards from your library, but a frightful delusion is the kind of fear which takes cards from your hand, whereas horrifying revelation and Demogorgon's clutches are the kinds of terror that do both. Indeed, there are a number of cards with both mill and discard effects simultaneously attached to them that imply a definite overlap of the, quote, mental areas that these effects target. Siren of the Silent Song, Mind Drain, and Vicious Rumours all seemingly target both your long-term memory and your conscious mind. Altogether, this leads to the conclusion that whilst the library and the hand do represent different zones of the brain, as it were, they are still one and the same entity, and where an effect can frustrate one side of that entity, it may also more or less directly affect the other. Vicious Rumours, for example, when taken literally, can cause both a temporary loss of information or literal knowledge as hearsay contradicts facts previously taken as true, but can also have a detrimental effect on a person's more fundamental mental fortitude, decaying trust and certainty if this is a rumour about someone you know, or causing anxiety, confusion, and a decline in self-image if this rumour is about yourself. Whilst there is undoubtedly a crossover between mill and discard's interest in literal knowledge, the ways in which both of these magics go around approaching that subject are wildly different. Mill seeks to erode and destroy knowledge, whereas discard, more often than not, seeks to steal it. Many dozens of cards with discard effects contain the theme of thievery. Pilfer, Dream Stealer, Kite Sail Freebooter, all of these and more take cards out of your opponent's hands as semi-literal objects, sometimes to be returned if the thief itself is eliminated. Whilst mill magic tends to focus on memory as a totality, discard magic seems far more concerned with specific ideas.
13 more. We're getting boy. Getting boy. I think I have a lot of Runite bolts now, which is pretty cool. 528, yeah. Nice.
It'd be really funny if I added another 10 gorillas. Also, if I bought up all the pizzas from the shops,
I don't need any more pizzas right now.
Seek specific targets within the mind
and stole all the pizzas out of your
rather
bank.
than desiring to wipe them clean. Additionally, discard magic is, on the whole, represented as having far more visceral material impacts on its victim than mill magic. We've talked about Mill's abstractions and discard's literal thievery imagery, but discard spells like Noggin Whack show its effects being enacted via a literal lobbed brick. bad deal shows a handshake oozing blood, and I highly doubt that whatever's about to happen immediately after this scene on Brain Pry is going to be even slightly metaphorical. And in my opinion, this viscerality ties back into the core difference gameplay-wise between Mill and Discard, in that only one can actually win you the game on its own. Don't get me wrong, it's famously quite difficult to win a game of Magic the Gathering if you don't have any cards in your hand. However, there's no intrinsic way that causes you to lose the game in of itself. As a result, cards like the Rat, Liliana's Caress, and Tiny Bones need to exist in order to synergize with the effects or results of causing your opponents to discard cards in order to make them lose life or deal them direct damage. And their nature as cards which directly deal damage to your opponent informs the literal violence seen in the narrative of other discard effects. At least in my opinion. I could be reading too much into that. Continuing on with our distinctions here, it's important to note that there are significant differences in the creature types within Magic that tend to embody one or the other of these mechanics. We've mentioned before that water dwellers often find themselves tied to milling cards, be them great leviathans or lowly crabs, but far more often, utterly different creatures embody the idea of discard magic. Spectres, for one, are the discard creature, with 21 of Magic's 25 spectres producing or directly benefiting from discard style effects. Rats as well, a popular symbol for pestilence and insanity, despite just being the most perfect.
Alright, beer makes it. Alright, it's time.
Clean and well-behaved babies a goblin could ask for are also tied to discard and hand-sized reduction mechanics. Even the ways that creatures can cause mill and discard effects respectively tend to differ. Whilst both often occur through enter the battlefield effects, mill creatures tend to do their milling through triggered or activated abilities, whereas discard is tied to creature cards far more often through their ability to deal direct damage to your opponent or upon their death or sacrifice. Once again, differentiating mill as a far more immaterial or learned form of magic, with discard being produced through visceral and material means. Literal disease and parasites are another way that this viscerality is embodied in cards like Smallpox, Brainweaver, and Christ on a fucking bike, whatever the shit this thing is. Additionally, ideas that are far more understandable to reality, such as grief, bereavement, and the toll of war, cause discard, whereas truly unknowable horrors beyond our reality cause mill. A suggestion that discard magic is somehow a more vulgar, opportunistic, and maybe even less skillful or honourable form of mental magic. A perfect theme when considering discard's root colour is black mana. There's also a distinction that can be drawn between mill and discard-oriented planeswalkers. Liliana, Davriel, Kaya, Obnixilis, and Angrath all use discard magic on one or more of their iterations. Kaya, and Angrath's characters were, when these cards were printed, an assassin for hire and a plundering pirate respectively, embodying the underhanded thievery and espionage we discussed as one of Discard's key aesthetics. Obnixilis, in this iteration, is a crime boss, and his discard ability is also representative of the kind of back-alley browbeating seen previously on cards like Braincry. Liliana too is famous for her double and triple crosses, stealing information and artifacts for her own ends, but also for her erstwhile master, Nicol Bolas. Indeed, a whole host of Nicol Bolas's cards also force discard to happen, which in his case is indicative of both his master manipulator persona, but also his ability to snap minds in half and command the drone that remains. And finally, in the lore, Davriel's unique power is spell stealing, able to take his opponent's magic and use it against them. In one way or another, all of Magic's discard-themed planeswalkers are thieves of magic, artifacts, information, trust, or minds themselves. There are fewer mill-oriented planeswalkers. Indeed, there are realistically only 2 in Magic's whole pantheon. Jace, an illusionist who I think is contractually obligated to get amnesia once per story arc. Does getting completed count as amnesia? I'm going to say getting completed counts as amnesia. And Ashiok, a weaver of nightmares, sculptor of fear, dream renderer, and smoky bitch. Though Jace is technically an illusionist mage, he also quite famously utilizes memory altering and wiping magic on his foes and himself, so milling fits perfectly here. Ashiok's mastery of the realm of dreams, as we've discussed before, is a frequent narrative location for Mill to be found. Ashiok also dabbles in a little bit of discard magic, being the cause of Elspeth's nightmare, which makes absolute sense, seeing as in that case Ashiok was specifically searching for evidence of Phyrexia. I presume the story arc still hasn't come out about that. That was a few years ago now. I don't think we're ever going to find out what happened on Theros, are we? Absolute narrative incompetence aside, however, I think it's pretty clear that all of Magic's planeswalker characters that in some way embody either mill or discard effects in gameplay also embody one or more of these aesthetics within their actual character. So, there we have it. I think we have gone through the differences between mill and discard narratively as they appear in Magic the Gathering. One is rooted in blue and employs both distracting magic as a means to frustrate your opponent's ability to recall spells in the moment, but also uses more metaphorical, abstract, and fundamental experiences, monsters, and rituals as a means of undermining your opponent's long-term memory and sanity, eventually concluding at a point where they are unable to function as a mage at all. The other, rooted more in black, is far more underhanded. You sneak into your opponent's either metaphorical or literal stronghold to steal away their best spells, allies, or treasures, frustrating their sanity and memory, but only up until a certain point, and only through far more vulgar means, such as blunt force trauma, and then either using that as a tactic to eke out an advantage during a traditional duel, or by then subjecting your opponent to extended torture, ripping out far more precious memories from them when eventually they expire as a result. That's it. That was Mill versus Discard. That did not need to take the better part of 3 years to come up with. I'll tell you that for nothing. But yeah, thank you all for watching. I hope you all have a lovely day. And as always, stay...
I don't think you're done.
What? I explained the narrative differences between Mill and Discard.
Not adequately, though.
What would you have me do?
I have some notes.
No, I'm okay, thanks. I don't actually need your note. Hello, spicy people of the internet. Spice 8-Rack here, aka the word on the street if that word was gay, and welcome back to the channel. Today, we're doing it. We are finally doing it. We are looking at Mill versus Discard. This is a video topic that my audience has been asking for since before I started making YouTube videos as my full-time job, and we're going to delve into these two game mechanics within Magic the Gathering and ask what the aesthetic, gameplay, ludonarrative, and even philosophical differences between these two mechanics are. And we're going to do it in a very detailed, but ultimately very concise way. Now, on first blush, the answer may be pretty obvious. You know, Mill focuses a lot on imagery associated with water. It looks into the themes of madness, memory, entropy, and dreams, whereas Discard tends to be focused more along the lines of literal thievery, stealing information or treasures, or with horrible vermin causing distress, or diseases addling your mind, or torture extracting information out of you. There's some crossover between these two aesthetics, but broadly speaking, we all kind of already know the difference between Mill and Discard. That's why I put these up before I started filming this video, because these are baby distinctions that babies know, and I didn't need to make a video explaining the baby distinctions, because you are not a baby. I hope. Don't watch this if you're a baby. Don't watch this if you're a baby. We're going to talk about heavy non-baby subject matter. Now, Mill and Discard effects that target your opponent, it is true, more often than not fall into one or more of these aesthetics. But it gets a little bit more confusing when those same Mill and Discard effects are targeted back onto their caster. Iconic cards like Merfolk Looter, for example, and indeed Rummaging Goblin, along with Millstone itself, are the material foundations for common Magic parlance. To loot is to draw a card, then discard a card. To rummage is to discard a card and draw a card. Now, raiding a stash of magical artifacts is very much in keeping with Discard's theme of thievery. But the real question is, who is the looter looting from in this scenario? Like, with Kaya Ghost Assassin's final ability, where your opponent discards a card and you gain a card, the Ludo narrative is very clear. You are gaining information by taking it away from your opponent. However, in this scenario, you are losing information when you receive it, and vice versa. Similarly, self-mill effects often fall outside of the pre-established aesthetics of aggressive mill strategies. Covetous Castaway, Mulch, and Stitcher's Supplier all look incredibly different to cards like Traumatize, Fractured Sanity, or Fraying Sanity. Now, these two contrasts don't necessarily present a massive issue when it comes to our understanding of mill and discard magic. Like, we could very easily say, for example, that, well, when mill effects target yourself, they mean something different than when they target your opponent. However, that doesn't account for the fact that there are a whole host of mill and discard effects which utilize these aesthetics whilst they are targeting yourself and not your opponent. And like, what's the deal with that? What's up with that? Also, it's really difficult to pin a conspiracy board when you're trying to crouch in shot and you have a microphone in your hand. I do this all for you, babies. I am, oh, thread the needle, 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 thread the needle. But seriously, this does present a difficulty when it comes to our understanding of what mill and discard represent, indeed what the hand and library represent in Magic. If there was a clear distinction between self-discard and aggressive discard, for example, then we could just knock this whole argument on the head. But the fact that there are both unique, different aesthetics to self-discard and aggressive discard, as well as shared aesthetics between self-discard and aggressive discard, it's really quite difficult to just ignore that discrepancy. Is this a fundamental flaw in the aesthetic design of Magic the Gathering? Well, yes, but I don't think necessarily the way that you might think it is. It's not lazy designers, it's more like foundational philosophy. When Doug Bayer wrote that your library represents
a subset of the spells you've learned and of the lands you've come in contact with during your career as a mage, the arsenal of magic and mana bonds that is stored in your long-term memory.
He certainly wasn't... Wait, hang on, why am I looking at this on the way back machine? He wasn't lying, and he certainly didn't forget about a bunch of cards which contradict this definition. It's that this might be true in a default game of Magic, But as with all things, it can be redefined by things acting upon it and how we view it. If you were to take a low-hanging tree branch in the forest, for example, and view it in a vacuum, you can describe it and guess that it's made of wood or has leaves, etc., but you would just view it as a tree branch. However, if you were to come across this branch after a 2-hour walk through the forest, it quite readily becomes a resting place. If you are fixing to set up a camp nearby, it also becomes potential firewood. And if you fall asleep that night without ensuring that you've sufficiently doused your campfire, it will become the foundation of a criminal negligence lawsuit. Similarly, your library is, at default, a collection of cards which all individually represent spells and locations to fuel a wizard's duel. It's called the library, after all, not your memory. It only becomes a representation of your memory when cards that define it as your memory act upon it. Curse of the Bloody Tome interpreting your opponent's library literally is not contradicted by Drown in Filth interpreting your library like a clogged up sewer drain that needs flushing out. This is true for every kind of spell in Magic. For example, some draw card effects interpret the act as the literal delving of material magical resources, like Careful Consideration, whereas the card draw on Agent of Treachery interprets it more like a bounty for a successful 3-part heist. When you mill out in a limited game after the board hits a stalemate and you end up slowly drawing your entire library, that lose condition feels very different to when you are purposefully milled out via cards that attack your mind, for example. The former is just an inbuilt failsafe to ensure that games of Magic can indeed end if no one can deal direct damage to anybody. Narratively, you run out of steam. When you're being milled, however, you running out of cards becomes you falling into insanity, or losing your memory entirely and being unable to compete in the duel any longer. Neither of these nor anything else is the correct way of understanding the narrative of losing a game because you draw from an empty library. The reality of things is always constructed and defined by how we view them, by how societally we are encouraged to view them, and only ever in regards to how those things relate and act upon the world around them, and vice versa.
7 more gorillas,
Nor
Talon.
does
Give me
any
my
one thing
Zenyte,
exist
please.
objectively and in any one fixed
Zenyte,
state.
please.
And if you find yourself
What's
kind of
that?
nodding
Plus
along
20
to that
gorillas?
at home, then congratulations.
Zenyte, please.
You have just been indoctrinated into agreeing with a basic
30
understanding of Judith
gorillas.
Butler's refutation of the internal truth of sex and gender, as well as the Marxist material dialectic. You really thought the Spice 8 Rack video wasn't going to go
Ballista
down this
limbs.
fucking road? That's a you problem at this point, buddy. This understanding does reveal kind of an unfortunate flaw when it comes to our analysis of mill and discard. We have the normal aesthetics for mill and discard, and then we have cards that exist outside of that norm, such as how spell shapers interpret your hand as being a literal cachet of magical potential that they can turn into different effects. And there are other cards which don't interpret your hand as anything more than a cold game piece.
So this ballista limbs I just got 1 out of 500, by the way. Now I just need a heavy or light frame, and I can make a worthless ballista. I could become worth less. I think I just hit my gorilla. as I was starting to hit it. Rude. Rude AF. I just need to leave. Four more.
Such as how Stern Constable uses discarding cards to fuel its mechanic for no perceivable reason. Talking about Innistrad, aka the world that is to Shadowmoor what the MCU is to cinema, Laboratory Maniac is a great example of this redefinition. Firstly, it redefines the lose condition of milling out into a win, implying a fundamental inversion of the conclusion of being milled, memory loss and madness as a good thing. But upon closer inspection, Labman is less asking you to give into madness, but more so represents the kind of ultimate sin, the Promethean crime of Victor Frankenstein. Here, the empty library becomes a metaphor for a line that ought not to be crossed, much as Frankenstein crossed the line between life and death. What happens when this aptly named maniac succeeds in his personal great inversion? What even is this great inversion? It's very much left up to interpretation. And in interpreting the library exclusively as a symbol for intellect, memory, or sanity, the narratives of cards like Laboratory Maniac kind of get lost, or at least watered down to a simplified preset conclusion. I love to compare effects like this together. Thassa's Oracle wins the game in a very similar way to Laboratory Maniac, where if you have anything less than 3 cards in your library when you cast it, you win the game on the spot. Of course, however, what these respective cards are saying actually happens as a result of their effects. What their effects even mean, what it means to win the game as a result, are completely different, despite being blue cards with deeply similar gameplay implications. And that's Ludo Narrative, baby! I think. Honestly, the word has been so misappropriated lately, it's sometimes impossible to understand if I've been using it correctly over the past few years. In attempting to define what mill and discard magic are supposed to represent, we necessarily have to construct an in-group and an out-group. Mill and discard cards that we believe ought to count when it comes to constructing our definition, and those which we believe should be considered as aesthetic or narrative outliers, to be disregarded. But where I or you or a games designer draws the line is largely an arbitrary one. Like, discard magic seemingly has a monopoly on thievery aesthetics, which is one of the more clear narrative distinctions between it and mill. But since M21, blue and black rogues had various roguish behaviours attached to the mill mechanic rather than discard. Now, since then, only 8 rogues have been printed on paper with mill effects, the majority of them in Zendikar Rising. So, do we discount this interpretation of mill as being a minor outlier that existed solely for the benefit of Standard and Limited at that time 2 years ago? Well, 3 years ago, at the time that I'm actually sitting down to record this. Jesus, the script took a long time to come together, didn't it? Or do we also now include theft and thievery as something that does indeed embody an aspect of mill magic? If so, what does it mean to steal from a library as opposed to steal from a hand? So here we come to a fork in the road. We can either say that there exist some cards which count as mill cards and discard cards, and others which don't really, which use the mechanic but don't embody those effects. But in doing so, we are setting ourselves arbitrary lines. God, that was not as smooth as I thought it was going to be. But in doing so, we work backwards from a pre-decided definition. So we're not really analysing anything at all. We're just cherry-picking examples. We have said, for example, that rats embody discard magic. Therefore, we have to discount any rat that uses the mill keyword. We will find ourselves in metaphysical, inconsolable contradiction. However, the alternative is admitting that this is folly. Okay, this is going to be better. Ow! Oh, it hit me in the eye! Oh, fuck! There will always be some contradiction to whatever definition we try and settle on. What are the philosophies of mill and discard magic? Or what magic indeed is even being embodied in these two mechanics? The fundamental answer is whatever it is that the game's designers choose to make those mechanics embody at the time. There are certainly norms to both of these mechanics as we previously established, but fundamentally these norms are incredibly fluid. There is no fixed state to what mill and discard are. Is that it? Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's mill and discard. It's fundamentally pointless to try and come to a coherent understanding of the two. Wow, that's a massive letdown, isn't it? I can see why it took me so long to make this video. I was postponing the inevitable disappointment. Okay, well, I'm sorry for wasting your time, but I hope that you got something out of it, I guess. And we'll do credits now, and as always, please do stay.
I don't think you're done.
What?
It wasn't satisfactory.
What do you mean it wasn't satisfactory? I explained the philosophy behind the folly of the philosophy of mill versus discard. What couldn't be satisfactory about that?
Well, I have some more notes for you.
What do you mean notes? Wait, sorry, what do you mean by more notes? No, you get out of my house! Hello, spicy people of the internet. Spice 8 Rack here, aka Vampire Bank Holiday Weekend, and welcome back to the channel. It's time. Today's the day. I'm gonna give it to you. After years of teasing this project, I think it's finally time for me to talk about the differences between mill and discard. But what's this? That doesn't say mill, and that doesn't say discard. I'll tell you that for nothing. I've got 2 degrees in creative writing. I know words when I see them. I must admit, I've done something a little bit cheeky, because I don't want to kick this video off by just talking about mill and discard as mechanics. We all know what they do. Instead, what I'd like to talk about is the philosophy that underpins both of them. But in order to talk about that philosophy, first off, we need to talk about how mill and discard talk about their 2 chief aesthetics, namely being madness and memory. But in order to even do that, we first need to have a conversation about how we talk about these 2 ideas and why we talk about memory and madness in the way that we talk about it. That is so long-winded. I absolutely need to do a rewrite of that introduction.
I don't think it was that bad.
Thank you. You know what? I really appreciate that. That's very lovely of you to say.
The set, however, needs work.
What's wrong with the set?
The conspiracy board aesthetic doesn't work for this kind of discussion.
I don't know that I fully agree with you on that, but regardless, I did pay real human money to buy this, so I'm not just gonna not use it because you told me to. If that's all right, I do appreciate the feedback, though.
I'll just make you do it then.
Sorry, one more time. What did you just say? Hello, spicy people of the internet. Spice 8 Rack here, aka a union man in the least gendered way possible, and welcome back to the channel. Now, I know that all of you have been waiting many, many years to hear me talk about mill and discard magic as they appear in Magic the Gathering, but frankly, it would be impossible for me to talk about how mill and discard represent madness within Magic the Gathering and how madness is represented generally within pop media without first talking about the reality of madness. As fantastical as fantasy madness tends to be, as cartoonish as many people recognize it as, all cultural replication exists as either the refutation, confirmation, or exaggeration of a commonly held perspective of the thing being replicated. Take, for example, the werewolves of Innistrad, or indeed werewolves in general. Arguably, the most iconic aspect of the narrative of the modern werewolf is the transformation from human to feral beast under the light of the full moon. This is a cultural exaggeration of the old superstition that the full moon exists as a herald of insanity, a superstition that Richard Bentle, the author of the book...
No. Zenyte. None. None. None at all. No Zenyte. No, it's mean eating it is very rude.
Madness Explained theorizes has a material explanation.
Before the development of modern lighting, the moon was the main source of.
Kill Dagonos. Okay, but not right now. I meant to do this as notes. Oh.
Nocturnal illumination. People living before the development of electricity would therefore have been especially likely to experience sleep difficulties when the moon was full. It is commonly observed that a period of sleep loss precedes an episode of mania.
In this icon, and indeed in many other images commonly associated with madness, we can see not only the exaggeration of madness, but also how madness is genuinely perceived. The werewolf is an animal that disrupts calm and order, the drownyard erodes structure and subsumes it into chaos, the unknowable monster corrupts and destroys, with neither explanation as to why or even how. Most of such similar cultural superstitions have some kind of scientific or material explanation. Troubled dreams as an indicator for madness, or indeed as a cause for madness as embodied in horrifying cultural icons such as the Fae, Freddy Krueger, and Ashiok the Nightmare Weaver, is itself rooted in reality. Neuroimaging studies have shown a striking similarity between how the brain operates during REM sleep and during episodes of psychosis. In both states, specific areas of the brain are activated, like the subcortical structures involved in emotion, and deactivated, like the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, suppressing important functions such as planning, inhibition, and voluntary control of motor actions. This combination can potentially explain the appearance of thoughts and hallucinations that characterize both psychosis and dreaming. And as far as our brains are concerned, what we dream really does, in a way, happen to us. Even if the logical part of your brain later knows that the dream or hallucination you experienced isn't real, the emotional part cannot set what happened aside and manifests it in some way in our body's response to immaterial trauma. Now, really quickly, I do want to address something that I think a number of people have probably clocked with this video thus far, and that's with the language that I've been using. I've been saying madness or the mad as opposed to mental health or people with mental illnesses, and that's not because I'm attempting to be purposefully edgy. Like, I play Necrons in 40k, more specifically the Annihilation Legion Army of Renown. If I was any edgier than I am already, I would just be a triangle. However, in media like Magic, madness is as much a cultural replication of the stereotypes and symptoms of mental health disorders as is the icon of the werewolf.
it would be pointless and even wrong-headed for me to say that the Mad Prophet is a harmful depiction of X mental health disorder, because it's fundamentally not. The Mad Prophet, itself a ubiquitous icon within Western literature, is a totality of madness, an umbrella for insanity, a grab bag of symptoms, a piñata of stereotypes. When I talk about how madness is represented, how the mad are depicted, or what happens when a spell drives you insane, I am naturally and necessarily operating within the linguistic arena of the media that I'm currently analysing. However, this doesn't stop the perceived danger that fictional madness and mad people embody from bleeding into our reality. When madness is on our screens, it usually comes in the form of a violent killer or a dangerously deluded maniac, and a 24-hour news cycle maintained through constant engagement loves to over-amplify stories of crimes committed by people with mental illnesses. Or, when the mental health of a criminal is unknown, parading out speculative diagnoses to fill out the airtime. This, amongst a variety of other harmful practices perpetuated by mass media, leads to people with mental illnesses, disorders or complaints being seen as one and the same with the most extreme real or fictional examples of madness, as being more likely, for example, to be the perpetrator of violence rather than the victim. In reality, of course, it's very much the other way around. This, in turn, leads to both the social exclusion and self-stigma of people perceived as falling into this outgroup, which can have a massively detrimental effect on that person's commitment to a course of treatment for their complaints, as well as their likelihood to seek both social and medical support for their complaints in the future. But still, madness as it exists in fantasy media has always struck a strange note for me. Imagery such as a person chained up in an asylum being tormented by voices and images of devils is about as blunt of an image of madness as you can get. If someone were to describe such an occurrence in our world, any number of people would describe that as more or less fitting in with their idea of madness. But in a game world like Magic the Gathering's Innistrad, where devils exist and mind magic is commonplace, it would be bizarre to call a person who sees such visions as mad. Either they're having a traumatic flashback to an event that could well have happened to them, or they're just looking out of their fucking window. This replication of imagery from our world, which becomes shorthand for insanity in a fantasy setting, is forever bizarre to me when said settings also reproduce the quote delusional visions from the asylum as literal. Oh, sorry, somebody's fucking doing woodwork outside apparently. What time is it? It's fucking 8 AM! Who are you? You fucking bastard! And what's really important to remember for all of this is that our cultural shorthands for insanity and madness, even the idea of insanity and madness as an actually existing thing within our real world from which all of these cultural replications have been drawn, have not existed in perpetuity. In terms of the broad scope of human existence, our modern understanding of the madman is incredibly recent, and it certainly didn't come from nowhere. The asylum as an icon that exists today is the culmination of centuries of repression against both the mad and the sane alike. In the 17th century, whilst the class contradictions within feudal society were growing and sharpening, there came a movement that Michael Foucault calls the Great Confinement, where both beggars and idlers were rounded up and placed in large newly built prisons and repurposed lazar houses, where people who used to suffer from Hansen's disease, aka leprosy, had previously been interred. As Foucault writes,
throughout Europe, confinement had the same meaning, at least if we consider its origin. It constituted one of the answers the 17th century gave to an economic crisis that affected the entire Western world. Reduction of wages, unemployment, scarcity of coin. The coincidence of these phenomena probably being due to a crisis in the Spanish economy.
rather than excluding the quote idle of society, they were instead taken in by their respective states at the cost of their individual liberty. They were fed, but forced to accept the physical and moral constraints of confinement. However, as crises waned, these places of confinement acquired new meaning and uses.
It was no longer merely a question of confining those out of work, but of giving work to those who had been confined and thus making them contribute to the prosperity of all. The alteration was clear: cheap manpower in the periods of full employment and high salaries, and in the periods of unemployment, reabsorption of the idle and social protection against agitation and uprising.
And if that description sounds creepy but also weirdly familiar to you, then congratulations, you've correctly identified the economic root of what would become the modern prison industrial complex. During this period, madness and indeed the mad were seen as one and the same with beggars and idlers, just more people who wouldn't work within the system. The cultural superstructure of the time then reinforced the economic necessity of the houses of confinement, and so, for the first time ever, madness was perceived through the lens of a condemnation of idle productivity. As a result of this, the poor laws that existed at the time that discriminated against the most needful of society were in turn turned upon the mad, and madness became a newly criminalized boogeyman, and those who were pathologized with being mad were forced to endure incredibly inhumane punishments and treatments, the line between those two often blurring into non-existence. Madness also became used as a convenient social and later scientific way of oppressors to pathologize resistance against their oppression. Drapetomania, for example, was a mental condition invented by Samuel Cartwright in 1850s Louisiana as a means of explaining the abnormal behavior of enslaved people escaping captivity and fleeing the plantation. And politically and socially inconvenient women throughout loads of European and American societies were conveniently diagnosed with any number of mental illnesses when it was that their families or communities wanted to be rid of them. Kind of like a medicalized witch hunt, but instead of being burnt at the stake, you were locked in a metal or stone box for the rest of your life and medically experimented on. Anglo-Saxon values. The reasons why such inhumane confinements, punishments and spectacles are made of the mad range from the progressive, it's for their own good, to the conservative, they are a threat to everybody else, to the outright fascist, they are subhuman. But all of them find their root in what Foucault suggests is the lens through which we view madness, as a fundamental challenge to bourgeois order and how the mad alienate themselves from it. Essentially, madness represents a threat both to the economic and social structures of society and to the ruling class that seek to maintain and enshrine those structures. This order needs to answer the question as to what is to be done about madness and the mad, but also needs to explain where madness and the mad come from, why it even exists at all. During the period of the Great Confinement, madness, and indeed poverty as well, was explained as resulting from the weakening of discipline and the relaxation of morals, which sounds like a direct quote from today's Republican Party, now that I'm reading it out loud. In the early 20th century, however, modern medicine had developed to the point where madness was perceived less through the lens of personal failure or spiritual unreason, and far more often through the cause and effect of brain chemistry, injury, or disease. And it's at this point in the far from complete history of madness that fantasy tends to draw its inspiration. Just enough explanation as to why madness exists so that readers don't roll their eyes at the inexplicable nature of it, but not so explained and understood that fantastical things can't still happen during a scene or discussion of madness. Magic the Gathering and other works of fiction rely on the unexplainable to fundamentally function. Magic systems are actually a really good example of this. Because magic isn't real, at some point in the explanation for how magic does exist in this world, you will hit a dead end where the answer to the question, but why does that happen, is because it does. Why can people planeswalk in Magic? Because they have a spark. What is a spark? It's a special thing inside 1 in a million people that, when that person undergoes significant enough stress or trauma, ignites within them, giving them the ability to traverse worlds and also have enhanced magical powers. Yes, but what is a spark? A spark is a spark. Who are you? Comrade question? Leave me alone. The same is very much true for fantasy madness, especially in magic. Oh, all of the angels on Innistrad have gone mad. Well, why is that? Well, it's because 3 of the main angels have been turned mad by Emrakul, and all of their flights have been infected with that madness as a result. Okay, but why is that happening? Well, it's because Emrakul has this aura of madness. Okay, but how does that work? Listen, Jim. I'm trying to explain things to you, and I'm trying to do it in a very polite capacity, but if you keep asking me questions and you keep derailing this video, I'm going to show you what the S in Spice 8 Rack stands for. Stands for flap! Oh, how did it take me years to realise I was gay? Now, it's by no means a bad thing to have the weight of some of your fantasy writing borne on that Atlas-like back of because magic fuck you, but madness as a weapon or a fate in fantasy narratives is almost always built on this foundation, and more often than not, as a result, conjures up a lot of the archaic icons and narratives that surround madness and dredged up from a pre-Crepellian age. The mad, criminal, and dangerous are more often than not presented as one in the same in these narratives. Madness, when embodied, does not simply become alienated from the order in which it exists in, but it is indeed an existential threat to that order that must be either slain or contained to prevent apocalypse. In containment, madness never finds salvation, but that containment is necessary, because without it, the mad will enact harm upon others, either through physical violence or by corrupting others' minds so that they join the ranks of the mad. Fascinatingly enough, in the conclusion of Eldritch Moon, the narrative in which Emrakul has turned the angels and the denizens of Innistrad mad and against each other, Liliana raises an army of the damned, a legion of undead, an icon so intertwined with the biblical apocalypse that it is impossible to separate the two. And yet, in that narrative, such a corruption of body and soul, such an affront to God, was presented as a necessary lesser of two evils in comparison to the idea of madness. Isn't that fascinating? Now, you can swap the mad for Marxists or anarchists or trans and queer people or civil rights activists or feminists, what have you, and you have conservative ideology there in a neat little bow. The order exists, the order is good, these people wish to disrupt this order, we need to stop them at any cost. And it's through this lens that Magic the Gathering and lots of fantasy media pretty much exclusively explore the idea of madness. Madness is a bad thing, not to be explored, understood, or liberated, but to be contained, and a very easy way to mass produce cheap fodder for our heroes to slice and burn their way through without too much in the way of a moral quandary. You know, the Gatewatch need to...
What if we did a quest? What if we did a quest? Secrets of the North, the King of the North.
Press the band, you must gorilla.
I can't. I'm done. You didn't add enough gorillas, sorry. Start the Secrets of the North quest. Yeah. But do it. I'm a suspect of a crime. Look, I didn't side with the edgy peoples in that quest, okay? Please help me solve the crime. I don't really think you did it. Please, I need help. Okay, guard. Just for you, my friend. Just for you, my friend. Oh god, that guy's super dead. Somebody He came in through the window, it looks like. Inspector body. Single stab wound. Everlot. Arena bar, so that's down there. It's time to teleport to our old friend, John Fishing Trawler. It's me, Jimmy Don Jam Fishing Trawler. Evelot is weakest to magic attacks. Okay. I will murder her with magic. How much, how many charges do I have on my Ebin? Oh, 1,000. Not a problem then. Oh, that's good enough. Bring a prayer pot just in case.
kill a bunch of insane people to stop the big insane thing from making everyone insane. Batman needs to concuss an entire asylum city prison of insane people to stop the big insane person from turning everyone insane. Rose Cotter fails to stop the scary insanity trauma monster from turning her insane, and now that monster's free to turn the rest of the world insane. Spoilers for Smile, by the way. A shit movie.
Murder mystery. Spooky boogie. It's kind of fun. This is a kind of fun quest. The spooky skeleton shapeshifter boys aren't... They're edgy, but they're not implicitly evil, it seems like. Kind of spooky, guys. Ba-ba-da-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Where's the cumulator? There it is. Be right back, sec. Alright, it's time to enchant some bolts. This upcoming fight. Bum, 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 bum. So I need a stamina potion. Spring. There's a crap ton of prayer potions. Ranging potion. And a crap ton of food. Oops. Well, how did they hit me? No, no, just pre melee. Ranged. Melee, 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 melee. What if you're John Big Boss?
I would fight you.
Yes.
Screw you or something. Strange creature. Good boss.
Oh, he's ranged again. Oh wait, this is a prayer thing, isn't it? I'm gonna switch to mage for this then. Okay, I'm good. That's spooky. Oh, he's melee again. Revolts for revolts. Man, my stupid ruby bolts haven't freaking triggered once. What the frick? runite bolts are probably just better. The arena's getting awful small, my friend. Stop running into the spikes, you freaking moron. Oh, this is the blue face. I'm blue now. I died. Well, now I know what the heck is happening. The the freaking prayer phase until later. I can dodge better. Does no one sell mithril bolts? What the actual frick? Why does no one sell this stuff? Bolt seller. Cause like no one sells this garbage. Oh, I forgot to enchant the bolts. That's probably why I didn't do freaking anything. I almost killed the boss, and I didn't enchant my bolts. Curious. Very curious. I need a hammer.
Remember to enchant your bolts.
Yeah, thanks. Mithril.
Makes me do each thing. Here's my shot.
got the rest of these sapphire bolt tips. Let's grab some cosmic runes. My water and fire scepters. Need mine runes. Need mine runes. Need my mine runes. Where's my mind? What are you laughing at?
I'm watching something silly, that is all.
Alright, I actually have enchanted runes this time, so I might just, like, straight up do 100 damage to the goddamn thing. That might help. One might say. Wait, where's my rune bolt? Oh, they're there. Okay. Just in case I run out of the others, which I shouldn't, but just in case. Alright. Okay. Well, prayer pots are good. Controversial opinion. Range. Drink a pot. Eat pizza. Shoot the guy. Gossipy. Shoot the guy. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Range. Hey, yo! He turned into a skeleton. Oh, it was his bad. He had a bad dream of a spooky beast. Just another nightmare. Hashashin. It's the Hashashin! Secrets of the North. Alright, that quest did not take as long as I expected. Doesn't give me a whole lot, but doesn't need to, it's fine. Night at the Theater, Desert Treasure 2, and Dragon Slayer 2. I'm not going to start on either of those. Okay, what do I want to do next? We could kill some Dagonoths. We could do some skilling. We could... Oh, you know what we should do? We should finish easy or medium combat tasks. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, what do I have to do to kill Basilisk? Nah.
Burb.
I just need to grab my rune pouch. Oh, you know, I probably should have touched the thing and restored my prayer. It's not too late. I could still do that. Okay, where is Isle of Stone guy? Must be over here? How do you get to the Isle of Stone? I'll talk to Haskell. Ah, there he is. How did I not even see him?
I'm back. I've added 20 gorillas to your task now.
I killed a basilisk. I killed one basilisk. It's time. It's time to not ever get my prayer drained at the barrows. Oh yeah. The barrows enemies. They will not do anything to me now. I will
The
have
heck?
infinite prayer. Yeah, medium combat achievement.
Hmm.
Thingy makes prayer not drain the barrows. Woo! Yeah, the funny thing about barrows is like, the combat achievements is like, it used to be nobody did them. They didn't even change the rewards, but like, apparently around the time I started playing, they, like, right afterwards, they changed it from you have to complete all the achievements in this tier, which is annoying, to get the rewards, to like, oh, easies give you 1 point, mediums give you 2 points, hard, elite, you know, master 3, 4, 5, and as soon as you get like a point threshold up to all of the easy, like, you know, the number of easy achievements plus 2 times the number of mediums,
Alright.
you get it.
That's a much better change.
There's like a bunch of random elite tasks, like 4-point tasks. They're just like random Slayer monsters. So the last one I just did was like kill a Basilisk Knight, which I just save spotted from a door, and it gave me 4 points. So instead of never doing them, oh, now my prayer just never drains the barrows. GG, game's easy. Oh yeah, Mage Training Arena. I need to do that at some point. God dang, that's gonna be annoying. I'm not looking forward to that one. All right. Well. Now I kind of want to just give Barrows a run. Let's get my fishing or my farming thingy. Yep, it's a white lily, all right. Give me my present. Give me my present, woman. Grow some potato cacti. I'm now very curious how, like, if I can do all of Barrows without any food, without any prayer potions, and it nets me positive on runes. It's like, oh, that's gonna be a really, like, that's just gonna be a pleasant grind. I'm going to actually have an enjoyable time grinding that. We'll plant another white lily, why not?
Although the guy from Harold and Kumar rips his own face off using practical effects in a dream sequence, that was really quite dope to see, not gonna lie to you there. That was a completely unnecessary thing to say in this video. I don't know why I did. So, Magic is no stranger to presenting mass unreason or insanity as a self-evident threat for its heroes.
Let me get my hand warmer.
But it's also a threat the game
Oh, that boss was fun.
you, the player.
I feel like
Remember, there are only 2 ways to lose.
I feel like I was funneled so much on the elf thingy that like now there's just so much content I can do again and I'm almost like paralyzed.
If I wasn't absolutely certain that a bunch of pedants would have gone into my comment section, tell me that I forgot.
It's like, oh, gorillas, more Slayer tasks, get more levels, so I can go back to the gauntlet and do it better. Do Barrow so you can do Slayer better with better gear, because it's easy now.
Congratulations.
Oh, there's still a billion skilling things you can do.
Usually embodied in cards which depict, amongst other things, the erosion of sanity, the death of the mind. The positioning of madness as equitable with death is hardly a novel notion. It is easy to look at Hieronymus Bosch's The Ship of Fools, a rendition of the then contemporary 15th century practice of towns expelling mad residents onto boats, and see many similarities with how both Charon, the ferryman of the damned, and the damned themselves were depicted. The themes of madness and death are twisted in the same anxiety. Magic positioning madness and death as both equally ultimate ends isn't new, and neither is how both realms are separated from one another in the game. Unless a card specifies otherwise, your life total bears no relevance on the number of cards left in your library, and vice versa. This is true for lots of games media which employ insanity as a trackable statistic. You can be perfectly sound of body in Amnesia: The Dark Descent, for example, whilst your brain liquefies itself at the prolonged sight of the monster. In that same regard, only one of these two lose conditions needs to be met for you to lose the game. And I kind of take this as a vulgar representation of the philosophical theory of dualism. René Descartes, your least liked coursemate's most favourite philosopher, postulated that the conscious mind was quite distinct and separate from the corporeal body, where knowledge and truth, for example, exist in the remit of the mind alone, not the mind and the body. That if you cut off someone's foot,
Oh, you know what else would be nice? I just thought of another grind. Is I realized I can't cook my sharks.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I can
It's
catch
time to cook.
sharks. Well, here's the problem. I don't have enough banked fish to get me even to the level I want. It'll get me close. It'll get me like 3 levels off, but it might be time for more Temperos to get enough cookable food to cook my sharks, and I'll have more sharks.
More sharks and more sharks to cook means more sharks and cooking sharks.
Exactly, and then I won't have to make pizzas. Because making pizzas is annoying because I have to hop worlds. No one likes hopping worlds. It's boring. It's why people want them to add death and blood rune packs, even if they're more expensive. And people are like, "Ooh, but you signed up to be Iron Man. The game should be difficult." And other people are like, "That it's not difficult to hop worlds. It's just annoying. You play Iron Man so you don't have to compete in the market with other people." Which you are doing by world hopping for NPC vendors. Irons aren't allowed to have quality of life. Oh, did I mention the sailing pole passed? It passed!
Nice.
Woo! I'm on a boat, brother! Chaka! That'll be fun.
Yar. We be sailing laddies or something.
Yar. Also, that quest gave me a bunch of agility XP. People in my clan chat are talking about freaking agility. And I just realized I'm cringe. My agility is almost 75 after that quest. Oh yeah, that's another thing I need to do. It could be sometime because I need to do the agility. I don't know if it's a mini game per se, but like the agility thing I unlocked from the Vampire Lands, the Hollowed Sepulcher. It's like an agility obstacle course, like actual thing.
Nothing is taken from the mind. A lot of understanding of how the body, brain, and mind interact has developed since Mr. I Think Therefore I Am. As Veronica O'Keefe puts it in an incredibly badass capacity in The Rag and Bone Shop, the brain-body divide tends to dissolve and the soul disappears when the brain causes of mental experiences are discovered. But in order to kind of explain this further, I am briefly going to have to talk about child abuse. So if you don't want to see that, skip to this time code and you'll zoom on by. For one thing, physical trauma has a demonstrable impact on a victim's mind, which in turn can also cause internal physical issues. Studies have shown clear links between trauma and the body's response. For example, a study began in response to a pattern of incest survivors being diagnosed with autoimmune diseases showed increased abnormalities in the memory cells of the immune system of survivors as compared with non-traumatized peers.
Our study showed that, on a deep level, the bodies of survivors have trouble distinguishing between danger and safety. This means that the imprint of past trauma does not consist only of distorted perception and information coming from the outside. The organism itself also has a problem knowing how to feel safe. The past is impressed not only on their minds, but also on the very core of their beings.
As with how fantasy tends to cement madness in pre- and early Enlightenment notions and images, so too does it with the connection, or lack thereof, between the body and the mind. A magical spell can pass imperceptibly into the brain of a victim and turn them insane in an instant. How the process of Phyrexian completion can totally reform the body, but enshrine the mind of the host until the moment is right for the truth to be revealed. Obviously, this isn't universally the case. A poison or pox can addle both the body and mind in magic, but the two are certainly viewed as far from entangled entities. However, in reality, even as the understanding of how the body and mind relate to each other has developed, and for all of the reforms made to the systemic treatment of people with mental illnesses, very little has actually changed at the core of how madness is understood, perceived, and treated. The supposed progressive move of medicalizing madness has done little to abate the way madness is viewed and discussed, as you may have been able to tell from the fact that most modern fantasy media which uses madness as a narrative point does so in deeply antiquated ways. I mentioned Kraepelin a minute ago, a psychiatrist from the beginning of the 20th century who laid the foundations for how mental illnesses were viewed for much of the following 100 years. Kraepelin's big idea, as Richard Bentel describes it, was that
Kraepelin assumed that there was a discrete and discoverable number of psychiatric disorders. Although he recognized that some symptoms could occur in more than one disorder, he argued that each disorder had a typical symptom picture. He also believed that different disorders were associated with different types of brain pathology. On this view, the first step to discovering the causes of mental illness was to identify different disorders on the basis of their symptoms.
Now, on first blush, it could be thought that such a step would be positive to those who society treated as mad. The understanding that madness was not caused by God or a lack of discipline or the corruption of moral fibre, but rather due to biochemical abnormalities in the brain. In reality, however, the treatment of the mad remained the same. The only difference was that the mad were confined because they had a medically wrong brain rather than a morally wrong mind. It maintained the us and them, normal and abnormal, mad and sane lens, only changing the how of why there existed an us and them. Indeed, this fresh understanding of the cause of madness, along with the, even to this day, massively overstated influence that genetics has on the likelihood of madness developing in people, acted as the scientific backbone to the practice of eugenics as it pertains to people with mental disabilities. Indeed, queer and trans folk today are often on the receiving end of a concoction of the worst aspects of both the pre- and neo-Kraepelin understandings of mental illnesses. First, that their entire existence is predicated on something being wrong in their head, and secondly, that this abnormality can somehow be transmitted by prolonged exposure to them. Similarly to how proximity to the houses of confinement when they existed in Europe was feared to lead to a contagion of the kind of unreason experienced by those contained within. However, as you might expect from the fact that this video is still agonizingly within the second third of its runtime, this biomechanical and indeed metaphysical understanding of madness is both the common sense of the day, but also just incorrect. As Bentel takes us through the history of the development of psychiatry and psychotherapy from the early 20th century to the 21st century, two clear and linked patterns emerge from each account and study. The first is that the Kraepelin notion that madness can be both quantified into discrete categories and also its cause can be located in brain imbalances runs into a number of major issues. Studies run to test the accuracy of strict psychiatric categorization would often find that people exhibiting or complaining about symptoms of one illness could just as easily be diagnosed with two or more of these supposedly discrete issues. Additionally, the effectiveness of treatments aimed at resolving the brain pathologies and etiologies that Kraepelin assumed were the root of mental disorder and ill health varies wildly. In some cases, the right medication can massively improve somebody's quality of life. In other cases, it's no better than placebo, but with multiple side effects attached. A 2008 meta-analysis on both published and unpublished drug trials for antidepressants, for example, showed that drug-only treatments for depression-related complaints fared only slightly better in treating those respective complaints than placebo. The efficacy of these tests is rated on something called the Hamilton scale, a widely used clinical scale for measuring depressive symptoms and complaints. In this meta-analysis, it was found that groups given drugs performed 1.8 points better on the scale in comparison to placebo groups. However, your score on this scale can range from 0 to 56, with a healthy amount of sleep alone improving your score by 6 points. Indeed, the National Institute of Clinical Excellence in the UK requires a minimum of a 3-point change on this scale for the difference to qualify as clinically significant. Obviously, 1.8 is far less than that. If the Kraepelin model was correct, then these results would make no sense whatsoever, as it would be possible to cure a discrete form of madness by simply addressing these chemical imbalances. As it stands, long-term studies suggest that today's psychiatric patients do not fare much better in terms of being cured of their ailments than they did when Kreplin was alive. The second issue with the Kreplin model is that a greater mass of evidence is gathering which shows that madness is as much a problem within the brain as it is without. Both in the sense that environmental factors can play a larger role in determining whether or not someone suffers from a mental disorder or the symptoms of that disorder than any kind of inherent issue with the brain, but also that madness itself is a very culturally defined and certainly not fixed thing. Most folks understand that medical definitions, like all definitions, change over time. That homosexuality and being trans are no longer considered to be mental disorders, and that drapetomania was just something that a racist made up to appeal to other racists. But what we do kind of take for granted is that the mental health... Oh, did I not have this on for the whole time? However, one thing that we do kind of take for granted is the idea that there are certain symptoms which are just
I forgot to bring my ranged
mental health
swappy gear
medical issues, which is not a helpful way of viewing the world. It's not always bad, mind you. The medicalization of epilepsy and the recognition of the symptoms of epilepsy as a good thing. Stops people from having epileptic fits. I'm a fan of that. That gets the Spice 8 rack seal of approval. There it is. Ah, I forgot to do it, didn't I? Oh! Oh! However, there exists a plethora of nationally, culturally, and epoch-specific mental complaints and lack thereof, which I don't believe needs to be explained utilizing our modern understanding of mental health. One proposal from American psychologist Julian Jayne, for example, suggests that the idea of experiencing auditory hallucinations, aka hearing voices, was not a source of concern for a culture like ancient Greece because of a difference between their understanding of the self in comparison to ours today. Essentially, that no cultural structure existed to suggest that there was a difference between hearing a voice from an unseen source and hearing one's own internal monologue.
The things they said to themselves when engaged in verbal thought were experienced as being said by the gods, which is why they had so many gods. Jaynes noted the similarity between the ancient Greeks' experiences and the experiences of modern-day schizophrenia patients, embracing the view that hearing voices was an entirely normal experience for ancient Greeks.
Interestingly, the icon of the Mad Prophet itself represents a cultural linkage between how such a person would have been perceived in the pre-classical age and how they are perceived in modernity. Conceptions of madness as pathological disconnections from the external world is a very recent development. As Siddhartha Ribeiro writes in The Oracle of Night, it was only with the development of Christian civilization that the divinatory powers of the madman were divested from him to the exclusive privilege of the sanctified and beautified church. The madman himself progressively became more segregated, first as pagan, then as sinner, then as unwell. More often than not in media, however, the Mad Prophet is proved correct, or at least their quote-unquote delusions are given new, accurate readings, retrospectively, of a story's ultimate conclusion. In original Innistrad, the five-legged shrew that lives in the moon with a voice like whispering thunder on the flavor text of Mad Prophet was meaningless babble, up until Shadows over Innistrad, where Emrakul arrived on the plane, turned everybody mad via the voices in their head, and then trapped herself in the silver moon of the plane. Now, this has been a near-exclusive critique of the way that Magic the Gathering depicts madness, but this isn't to say that the game gets it wrong at every turn. Whilst it's true that the vast majority of depictions of insanity and unreason fall into cliché or harmful tropes, it's certainly not universal, and in rare cases, depictions of madness can be genuinely refreshing. Peace of Mind is an uncommon enchantment from Eldritch Moon that I bet many of you have long since purged from your memory. The art depicts an old woman overpouring a cup of tea, distracted by a passing butterfly, sitting on the porch of a dilapidated house. The flavor text defines her as being one of the minds touched by Emrakul's madness, yet she has none of the violence or bloodthirst of the cultists or werewolves of the story. She is mad, certainly existing in an affront to the social structures of her world, unable or unwilling to cooperate with them, but for lack of a better term, she is just vibing. Depictions of madness that don't carry some kind of sinister undertone are so rare in popular media that despite this being a fucking atrocious card, its artwork and image has stuck with me for the 7 years since it was printed. There's no way that what we would call madness in our contemporary reality would be the perspective shared by someone living in classical Greece or in Innistrad, where disembodied voices, spectres from the past, and becoming a raging monster under the light of the full moon would more accurately be diagnosed as Tuesday. What normal behaviour, thinking and experience is far from a fixed thing. As James Davis puts in Cracked, the symptoms of mental health issues are like stars. No matter where you are in the world, you can see them. They may look different from one place to the next, but they are there. Mental health labels and diagnoses are like constellations. Yes, they are materially and culturally significant, but fundamentally those lines don't exist. They need to be drawn. People tend to forget as well that suffering from bad mental health or even experiencing a symptom of a mental health disorder does not necessarily mean you have that disorder. Far more evidence has been found linking the actual material conditions of people diagnosed with mental health issues as a contributing factor to those issues and the source from which the resolution of those issues can be found than there have been issues inherent in their brain biology. But if our understanding of madness has improved to the point where we are able to recognize that it exists far more as a complex conversation between ourselves and the society and culture that we live in, more than a inexplicable quirk within our internal brain chemistry, and if evidence exists that suggests that improving people's material conditions is a far better indicator for them dealing with negative mental health, at least in combination with medication, why is medicalization the order of the day when it comes to our contemporary treatment of mental illness and mental health disorders? I don't know, and that was a very, very long tangent. I am so sorry. This video was supposed to be about Mill versus Discard, and I've gone completely off track. I think... Fucking hell!
I feel you need to develop this further.
Did you just throw Mark Fisher at me? Also, who are you? Hello, spicy people of the internet. Spice8Rack here, aka We Have Noah Sampson at Home, and welcome back to the channel. Today, we are doing it. We are finally talking about Mill versus Discard. But frankly, it would be impossible for us to have a conversation about Mill and Discard without first talking about how both of these mechanics represent memory. But in order to even do that, we need to talk about both how and why memory is represented in the way that it is within Magic the Gathering itself as a whole. In Magic, memory is something that exists both internally and externally. Spells, such as the reasonably benign Go Blank and the far more insidious Drowner of Memory, seek to sculpt memories from your opponent's mind, aka the hand and the library. However, memory doesn't exist exclusively within the brain, both in real life and also in Magic. Your graveyard is a place of things waiting to be remembered, such as through cards like Call to Memory. Fade from Memory has the exact opposite gameplay effect, removing a card from a graveyard so that its owner can no longer access it, whilst narratively suggesting that the reason for that happening is because that the owner of that card can no longer remember that card's existence. Paradoxically, however, cards like Release to Memory have the exact same gameplay effect, removing cards from the graveyard, but narratively suggest something wildly different, suggesting that those cards that have been removed are remembered, but that memory is not a tangible thing that the owner of that previous card can now access. Oh, it's fascinating. The utility of memory is defined very differently between zones in Magic, but usually only in one of two different ways. The first being a literal memory held in one's head, and the other being an item which acts as some kind of material record or icon of memory, be it a literal record or an item uncovered from an archaeological dig. Legacy articles such as this, like ancient ruins, statues, or streets named after you, are viewed as imperfect remedies to mortality. We can't live forever, but the idea of us can live on in some kind of legacy, as the philosopher Cicero put it.
Hey, the life of the dead is placed under the memory of the living. I'm sorry, I forgot to get someone to do the voiceover for this quote, so I decided to do it myself.
It follows, then, that should those memories disappear, so does the life of the dead. Indeed, the loss of memory, either internally or externally during life, is viewed as a form of death. There are dozens of stories where someone wakes up to a world that's forgotten them and it's like they've ceased to exist, despite still being alive. Most of us who've had a relative suffer from an illness related to memory loss would have heard phrases like, "It's better now, she really wasn't herself," after they've passed away, as if their material state now properly matches their cognitive state. Indeed, the very idea of memory loss conjures up images of mortality. White-haired, old people in beds, blank stares, helplessness and confusion. In this way, the game loss effect that comes about as a result of being milled could well be seen as a symbol for this metaphorical death. As your deck thins, so does your memory, so does your mortality. However, this grim and bleak perspective on degenerative memory loss conditions makes life incredibly difficult for people who actually have them.
Whoops.
Could well...
There you are, Mr. Barrows, brother.
Be seen as a symbol for this metaphorical death. As your deck thins, so does your memory, so does your mortality. However, this grim and bleak perspective on degenerative memory loss conditions makes life incredibly difficult for people who actually have them. Long before the metaphorical death of dementia that precedes the real death of the body comes confinement, the death of one's liberty. People who are diagnosed with Alzheimer's, for example, often find it necessary to hide their diagnosis if they are in work for fear of losing their job and their relative autonomy within the world as a result. Important and personal affairs in people's lives, such as medical care or their finances, are, upon diagnosis, immediately assumed to be the responsibility of their carers or family, regardless of how capable the person who has been diagnosed actually is at the time. To personalise this a little bit, Wendy Mitchell was an NHS registrar before she was diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's and dementia. In the phenomenal 2 books that she has published since her diagnosis, she details not only how the illness impacts her life, but also how people and the world treat her as a direct result of this diagnosis. In Somebody Who I Used to Know, her first book, Wendy describes the day that she was let go from her job after telling her workplace about her diagnosis.
It is as if the decision had already been made for me before I even entered the room. I watch as she makes notes and doesn't look up to include me. Perhaps she thinks she's making it easy for me this way, making decisions so I don't have to. Others have also suggested I retire due to sickness, but I've shunned the idea. I'm not sick, I am well. I just need help and advice. But it's sadness, not anger, that wells inside me. She has a form in front of her where she needs to write her recommendations, and I sit watching, helpless as she begins to fill in one particular section, incapable of meeting the demands of her NHS employment. As I leave her office, clutching a copy of the form filled in, any hope I had in the health system evaporates. I have been able to advise them far more than they have me. I am working within the NHS and I still can't get the support I need. What chance do others with dementia have?
Mitchell goes on to describe a myriad of different ways that this perception of people with dementia exclude them from agency and lead them to be confined in other people's care and decisions. Nurses won't even trust her to take off her own shoes, let alone participate actively in a conversation about her treatment, unless she stands up and fights for it. This social confinement also, of course, manifests itself in environmental and material ways, some of them ostensibly kind, such as with the dementia villages that you might find in the Netherlands, US, or UK. These are simulated small towns populated by people with severe dementia and care staff, where the residents with dementia do things like hold down fake jobs and drive fake cars. Not unlike how the modern asylum was a preferable environment for people with mental health disorders as compared to the hellish houses of confinement, these fake villages may be a preferable environment to live in as compared with modern state care homes, which don't have an amazing track record of treating people with severe dementia particularly well. But fundamentally, both of them are forms of confinement, meant to keep people who in some way affront or don't fit into bourgeois order safe and inside. It's just that the edges have been rounded off. Alternatively, as Mitchell lays out, there are many ways in which people living with dementia can still be actively included in society. Dementia cafes, for example, offer voluntary roles which build on the strengths and skills of people living with dementia, which allow them to continue to live and participate in their local community. And the Yellow Bracelet Project is a Chinese initiative where GPS-fitted bracelets are given to people living with dementia, which allow them an autonomy of movement in their everyday life and which act as a safety net just in case those people get lost. Obviously, these initiatives on their own aren't going to resolve everything, and nor are they necessarily going to work or even be wanted by different people living with dementia. But they certainly represent a far more liberatory way of viewing dementia, as opposed to the social and environmental confinement that is kind of the norm of the discussion today. The view that a declining memory means the inevitable and rapid deterioration of a person's quality of life is only because the world and environment that we exist in rarely accommodate for anything other than a norm of behavior and ability. Here's that from Wendy's perspective.
Dementia has a beginning before the end, and so much life to live in between. Don't give up on us, as no matter what stage we're at, we still have so much to give. We just might give it in different ways.
And Wendy Mitchell is an absolute testament to this. In the same time span between me announcing that I wanted to make a video about mill and discard, to me actually sitting down to make mill versus discard, she's written 2 books. In contrast, this is what I've been doing.
Dancing sword.
But of course, it's not just through illness that memory can be lost, and indeed, many different things, both material and immaterial, can embody the theme of memory. Takacia's dig site as a card is a phenomenal example of this. When you activate this card's surveillability, you look at the top card of your library, and then depending on what it is, you can either choose to put it into your graveyard, getting rid of it, or keeping it on top, choosing to draw it later. Now, at first blush, this is a incredibly simple mechanic, but when you take this into account with the ideology that drove both Urza and Mishra during the Brothers' War, it's phenomenally flavorful. You become like them, scouring through the history of your world, not preserving it for the sake of preservation, but looking for useful tools that you can use to bring about a swifter end to your battle, in the same way that countless cultural artifacts, by that same token, you strip mine your own deck, discarding any number of cards, destroying any number of cultural artifacts, all in the pursuit of the weapon that will bring a swift end to your battle. You decide what history is remembered, not for any moral reason, but for a pure, cold, and hard need to win a war. It's a
chef's kiss of flavor. Right on the tip of my monster dog. But returning to the memories that live up here for a moment, the major literal and material way that Magic the Gathering shows memories being purged from one's mind is usually through some kind of trauma. Resounding scream, amnesia, and traumatize itself all show memories being wiped clear from an opponent's mind through trauma, be it physical, visual, or inexcrutably magical. The reality of this is, of course, a lot more complicated than simply traumatic events can delete memories from your brain. But it's by no means wholly incorrect to connect trauma and memory loss, or at least a change in how memories work. Traumatic memories are fundamentally different from the stories we tell about our past. They are disassociated due to how the brain processed the trauma as it was happening. One notable trend, for example, is how traumatic memories often hyper-focus on specific details whilst losing their narrative coherence. A pleasant road trip memory may well be told with a clear beginning, middle, and an end. Who said what, which led to what decision, etc. Whereas a traumatic traffic collision on that same road trip may be remembered only in fragments, the look on the other driver's face, or the sound of metal. Traumatic experiences can also cause memories to be repressed for years if they ever get remembered at all.
Research indicates, for example, that it could all depend on the amount of adrenaline your body secretes during a traumatic event.
The more you secrete, the more precise your memory will be up until a certain point where the system becomes overwhelmed and fundamentally breaks down. I'd say that Magic the Gathering gets how trauma can impact memory about as right as a collectible card game about dragons and H.R. Geiger waifus can. However, there is one major flaw from my perspective in how this game does treat the idea of trauma, and that comes in the form of how it deals with healing. You can heal damage taken during a game of Magic by gaining life, and most cards which let you do that are pretty accurate to how that might actually function in reality. Eating food, drinking medicine, having a big cat say hello to you when you turn up to a party, etc. However, the way to remedy the effects of trauma and memory loss in Magic is both a lot less consistent and also a lot less accurate to reality. Most of the ways to offset memory depleting effects come in the form of effects which let you retrieve lost cards from your graveyard to your hand or library, or by replacing lost cards in your hand by drawing more from your deck.
The very existence or potential of memory is often positioned as a bulwark against other ailments of the mind. It was a Freudian notion that through remembering past trauma alone, one could overcome it. And we see memory being used to dispel madness all the time in media. The Hulk must be reminded of his past existence as Bruce Banner to calm down and return to his human, read sane, form. Alice Price desperately attempts to return to mind her lover's memory of himself whilst he's in his bestial form, and her failure to do so is immediately followed by the death of the American werewolf. In London! Magic is no stranger to this trope. Peace of Mind is an uncommon enchantment from Eldritch Moon that I bet many of you have long since purged from your memory. The art depicts an old woman overpouring a cup of tea, distracted by a passing butterfly and sitting on the porch of a dilapidated house. The flavor text defines her as being one of the minds touched by Emrakul's madness, yet she has taken shelter in her memories rather than succumb to, quote, raging psychosis. The implication here being that, without memory, madness can run rampant in a mind. Freud very much alive and well in the stories we tell about our minds. And not unlike somebody slowly splunking into a cow dung silo, as time goes on, we get a greater understanding of just how full of bullshit this motherfucker was. Modern research has shown that simply remembering an experienced trauma or something lost as a result does not in of itself resolve the issue. Being able to find the words to describe an experienced trauma can be transformative, but even then, that does not abolish flashbacks or counter any of the other potential maladies that an experienced trauma may inflict on its own. Nothing can undo a traumatic event or replace a bad or lost memory. You're not getting those cards back from the graveyard. That is literally just magic. But it doesn't mean that people who experience traumatic events can't go on to live just as full lives as they would have done should that event not happen to them. But certainly that is predicated on those people A, being given the tools by which they can work through that, and B, being in an environment that actively supports them whilst they do. Trauma can fundamentally rework the mechanics of our brains, right down to our basic housekeeping functions like eating and sleeping, in ways that can't ever entirely be undone. Even if you don't remember a traumatic event, your body may well keep the score and cause you to perceive and interact with the world in an often upsetting or confusing way. Having a trauma response whilst not even being aware that you had trauma that you're responding to. In a deeply ironic capacity, Magic the Gathering's many time reversal style effects, where graveyards get shuffled into libraries or hands and you begin anew, represent the only real way that trauma can be fully resolved. The only way to truly abolish all of the negative impacts that trauma may have on somebody, the only way to truly recover a lost memory, is to prevent that loss from happening in the first place. Which is why the vast majority of literature on the topic of trauma all end up advocating for preventative, political, and educational policies aimed at stopping future trauma from happening. In summary, if we were being cynical in our analysis, we could make the argument that losing to Mill and Magic the Gathering is both symbolic for the metaphorical death one experiences as a result of losing memory,
Yeah,
but
Barrows is
also
so easy now, it's great.
for the social death that many with dementia also experience, where their liberty becomes
Another grind that's not even
subjected to both
annoying.
personal and systemic
One
Not too
bar of
dissimilar
prayer
to
lasts
how
the
the
entire
mad
thing.
were treated
Easy.
during the Great Confinement back in the Renaissance. But that does beg a question. Why is it that our perspective on those who act as an affront
I
to
got
the
bolt
bourgeois
racks.
order
I got bolt
hasn't
racks. I got all
really
bolt racks.
meaningfully shifted since that period all that many hundreds of years ago? Well, to answer that question, I think we're going to have to go a little bit deeper. Thanks for the book.
You're welcome.
Oh, hello, spicy people of the internet. Spice 8-Rack here, aka I'm not trapped in England, England is trapped with me, and welcome back to the channel. To me, one of the most interesting aspects of media which engages with settings or ideas from a real or an imagined past is how archaic icons and themes are treated with modern sensibilities. War is a great example of this. When you compare the grim, dark crush of a medieval battle as depicted in Game of Thrones to the exhilarating, triumphant heroism of Henry V, we can see how audiences' perceptions of war, what they actually want to see on stage or on film, has changed throughout the ages. Once more onto the breach, dear friends. Once more! Or close that wall up with our English dead. In peace, nothing so becomes a man as modest stillness and humility. But when the blast of war blows in your ears, then imitate the actions of the tiger. Strengthen the sinews, summon up the blood, disguise fair nature with hard-fought rage. I see you stand like greyhounds in the slit, straining for the start. The game's afoot. Follow your spirit, and upon this charge cry for God, Harry, England, and St. George! We can see how depictions of fantasy warfare have been massively influenced by contemporary depictions of modern war, brutal, random and messy, with the Battle of the Bastards being far more reminiscent of Saving Private Ryan than the noble tales of chivalrous knights from bygone eras. Also, the silly music is only here so that I don't get a copyright strike. It should not be in any capacity viewed as a comment on the dramatic or artistic quality of Game of Thrones: The Battle of the Bastards. However, whilst many themes and ideas have shifted in how they are talked about within literature and media, war, religion, race, sexuality, etc., madness really hasn't in the grand scheme of things. The madness of Daenerys Targaryen, for example, is treated with the same kind of fear, treated with the same kind of confusion, treated with the need to be contained or destroyed in the same real capacity as madness and the mad were treated in plays by Shakespeare.
Out! Damn Spot! Out, I say! 1, 2. Why, then 'tis time to do it. Hell is murky. Fie, my lord, fie, a soldier and afeard! What need we fear who knows yet, when none can call our power to account? Yet who'd have thought the old man to have so much blood in him?
In both cases, madness either comes as the result of misdeeds or is the reasoning given as to why misdeeds are carried out. Be it the slaying of a lord or mass murder via dragonfire, madness is interwoven within the root of atrocity. And yes, this time the silly music should be taken as a comment on the artistic quality of Daenerys Targaryen's character arc. But why is this? Well, if you allow someone who has literally no relevant education, let alone qualifications, to hazard a guess, I'd say it's got something to do with the fact that the fundamental way that we view and understand the mad and madness in society today hasn't actually changed all that much since the days of the Great Confinement. That tea is ice cold, by the way. Which might have something to do with the fact that I brewed it this morning when I wanted to start filming this video, but then I realised that the script wasn't working out exactly as I wanted to, so I went away to edit it down and ended up inserting 2 literal Shakespeare monologues at the start, because apparently I never want to see this video be completed. In yesteryears, madness was dealt with through the nightmarish houses of containment and later asylums. But today, there still exists containment, both similar to the asylum and also in a far more widespread, individualized form. The latter of which picking up where the houses of containment left off in terms of confinement acting as a means of generating productivity. In 2021, 7.4 million adults in the UK were prescribed antidepressants, roughly 1 out of every 5 adults working today. And some workplaces offer things such as mental health first aid and other such programs. These sound like they exist to improve the mental health of people in the workplace, and certainly on first blush it's a good thing for workplaces to recognise that mental health is something to talk about and pay attention to. However, more often than not, mental health first aid programs are just a means of signposting workers to other mental health services, which invariably medicalise their complaints and prescribe drugs to combat them. The prescribed root cause of the problem, pardon the pun, has superficially shifted from lacking morals to chemical imbalances, but the flaw remains internal to the mad and can only be contained until the mad has resolved the issue in of themselves. It is you who is sick. It is you who is at fault. It is only through you changing that these problems can be resolved, and if you don't, you need to go away. And this is far from unintentional. Misdirecting the understanding of what causes and can aid the traumatized, quote-unquote mad, or people with memory loss is a key part of capitalism's survivability. It's no coincidence that, along with Jewish, Marxist, and trans literature, the Nazis also burnt research into the effects traumatic events had on the human mind, including the semi-fictional All Quiet on the Western Front.
even raiding cinemas where they were showing the film adaptation. The denial of the material reality of trauma or mental illness
Right,
allows
one more
the present
Barrows run,
conditions
and
of
then we'll
society to continue unquestioned.
do
As
something else.
capitalism decays into fascism, this denial informs an intolerance of weakness, which plays an ever more important role in reawakening those archaic calls for moral, disciplinary, medicalized, or genetic solutions to weak degeneracy. But we don't live in a fascist state. Some of us don't live in a fascist state. Okay, some of us don't live in a fascist state yet. So what is the material root for this misdirection of blame when it comes to madness today? Well, first off, the vast majority of capital that can be accessed for the research or treatment of people with mental illnesses comes through the pharmaceutical industrial complex. Indeed, many research proposals that seek to find out the efficacy of non-medicalized ways of treating or preventing mental illnesses from happening in the first place often do get rejected for funding outright. Additionally, less than 10 years ago, all research into mental illnesses and all academic courses which sought to understand mental disorders used as their foundation the DSM, kind of an Argos catalogue of mental health disorders decided upon by a small task force of psychiatrists, many of who had direct financial ties to the pharmaceutical industry, including 3 previous chairs of the DSM. Additionally, the way that the disorders in the DSM are determined is laughably unscientific, decided via committee vote as opposed to rigorous scientific analysis, with previous heads of the DSM admitting that biological research doesn't actually guide the expansion of the manual. And if that wasn't bad enough, the votes themselves within the DSM task force committees are farcical at best.
On one occasion, I was sitting in on a task force meeting, and there was a discussion about whether a particular behaviour should be classed as a symptom of a particular disorder. And as the conversation went on, to my great astonishment, one task force member suddenly piped up. "Oh no, we can't include that behaviour as a symptom, because I do that." And so, it was decided that that behaviour would not be included, because presumably, if someone on the task force does it, it must be perfectly normal.
That was a story from Renee Garfinkel, a psychologist who participated in 2 DSM advisory committees. To nip this in the bud, however, this is not me saying that all such diagnoses are based on smoke and that any medication you are prescribed as a result should automatically be thrown in the bin. Medicalization can be detrimental, but this is obviously not the case for many people or for many conditions like epilepsy, for example, which at one time was very unhelpfully understood as a religious matter that the church alone could solve or purge. Medicalizing epilepsy was absolutely a progressive step forward for many people who have it. And neither does all of this obvious buffoonery and conflict of interest come as the sole result of individual malice or greed. Yes, it is true that anybody who makes big money off the pharmaceutical industrial complex is, by definition, the devil from the Bible, but this is just how capitalism functions, and indeed what capitalism needs to do in order to survive. In order to survive, capitalism must always be growing, and in order to continually grow, new markets need to be opened up. And the simultaneous depoliticization and commercialization of mental illness has opened up a vast market where capital can sell products to take the edge off of problems either caused directly by the hellscape of neoliberalism or indirectly caused by conflict exacerbated or encouraged by that same hellscape. As the conditions in which people live get worse, as their places of work or learning become harsher, as the prospect of attaining the lie of capitalism that hard work will build you a better life becomes even less realistic, hardships inevitably become rooted in the minds of the people. The late Mark Fisher put it best.
Many teenagers I worked with had mental health problems or learning difficulties. Depression is endemic. It is the condition most dealt with by the NHS, and is afflicting people at increasingly younger ages. It is not an exaggeration to say that being a teenager in late capitalist Britain is now close to being reclassified as a sickness. This pathologization already forecloses any possibility of politicization. By privatizing these problems, treating them as if they were caused only by chemical imbalances in the individual's neurology and/or by their family background, any question of social systemic causation is ruled out.
And I really can't stress how every single book I've read on the topic of mental health for this video, be it philosophical or scientific, has stressed that the solution to madness does not lie in attempting to eliminate it with medical intervention, but in either the improvement or fundamental restructuring of the environment and society to allow for a liberation of madness. And one of the reasons why this video took so long for me to make is because I was so terrified of getting something wrong in a section like this that I read a lot of books. Books like Alex Vitale's End of Policing, which points out that the most likely non-medical intervention a mentally unwell person will experience in the United States is via the police, who will necessarily view that person through a criminalized lens and whose interaction will most likely end up with that person either being put in prison or just murdered. If you examine things for longer than a few moments, the distance between our society and the society of the Great Confinement really is not that far at all. There are many actions that we could take to drastically improve things, education being one of the major ones, both in the sense that it would be an objective good for people with mental health disorders or major memory problems to be able to rely on a greater number of strangers around them in their day-to-day to act accordingly, but also because the more years of education you have, the less likely you are to develop dementia in the first place. And this can be both academic and creative, but also just in your place of work, such as London cab drivers who have to routinely learn new ways to get around the city. I, fool that I was, used to curse Dr. Kawashima for causing me to snap a DS stylus when trying to write maths quickly. But now I have to thank him, for the hippocampus his brain training has gifted me is thick, robust, and juicy. Unfortunately, the liberation of madness can never occur under capitalism, whose inbuilt inequalities such as unequal exchange, social alienation, and necessary poverty and unemployment, to name just a few, exacerbate the very same mental health issues that capitalist companies say they care so much about. Equally, when your ability to live freely and comfortably in this world, at least relatively speaking, requires you to sell your labor power for the majority of your life to a private employer, the people who embody Foucault's affront to bourgeois order come in direct conflict with the bourgeoisie and their desire to have the most productive and cheapest workforce possible as a means of competing with the rest of their class. As a result, the people whose madness can be confined via medicine are begrudgingly allowed into the workforce, whereas everybody who can't are condemned to either eternal unemployment or straight up sectioning. In a way, losing to Mill, being driven mad, having your memory wiped, having your debt removed from the game is an extension of this thinking. You, the player, are still there. You may still have cards in your hand, creatures on the field, life points on your dice, but without a deck, you're no longer able to participate in the game system the way the game system was designed for you to participate in. Therefore, you're out. Capital cares about your mind and memory only up until the point when preserving such things are no longer profitable for capital itself. And funnily enough, Wizards of the Coast is a really good example of this in recent practice. During the fourth rewrite of this script, I found this really fascinating article that described the hand and the library zones of the game in terms of flavour, and I thought that's a fantastic theoretical foundation for me to build my entire video on. During the 8th rewrite of this script, I went back to try and find those articles to get screenshots to put in this video. And they were no longer there.
The links that I had diligently saved now produced 404 pages. And when I went online to find out what had happened, I discovered that between rewrites of this script, Wizards of the Coast had migrated the Magic the Gathering mothership from one server to another, and in that process had lost 90% of their 20-year history of publishing digital written content about their game.
It's quite difficult to showcase just how many articles have been lost, but here's an example. This is the reference section on the MTG Wikis page for the zombie subtype. Everything circled in blue is a link to either another wiki page, a downloadable document, or something produced by someone or a company other than Wizards of the Coast, like Loading Ready Run or Kate Elliott. Every footnote that hasn't been circled does indeed take you to a live article on the Magic the Gathering mothership. Everything circled in red, however, produces a 404 page. Everything. So there are only 9 live links here. 9 links that if you click on them will take you to anything other than a 404 page or something completely unrelated to Wizards of the Coast. And I've only just realised as I'm recording this that 3 of those links take you to Mark Rosewater's Blogatog, which is a Tumblr blog, so it's hosted by another website anyway. So only 6. There are only 6 links here that Wizards has actually gone out of their way to maintain. 6 links out of 39. And this is just one page. This is just one wiki article. Wait, no, it's not 6. It's 5. I didn't count the very first reference, which is also a blogatog. Holy shit, there are only 5 links here being maintained by Wizards of the Coast themselves. This is a fucking multi-million-dollar company. Can't you fucking buy some hard drives? It probably would have cost a lot of time, money, and labour for Wizards of the Coast to ensure that all of the vital games design, art guide, play report, and lore articles from throughout their digital history was safely preserved and re-uploaded to the new server in case data was lost during the transfer. So they just didn't fucking do it. I had to use the bloody Wayback Machine to access the articles that I needed to, and I know that other content creators are having a similar struggle. Like, gee, I sure am glad for individual volunteers like Max Makes Magic, who's jerry-rigged a open source table of contents for sorts to go through different articles' authors and find their work. I'm so grateful for unpaid donation-based volunteers who've decided to uphold a multi-million-dollar company's archive of nearly 25 years of games design history. I'd prefer it if they just did it themselves though, not gonna lie. Don't worry though, Wizards of the Coast made absolutely sure that all of the secret lair announcement articles managed to survive the transfer. Sorry, I blacked out for a moment doing that scream for real, but don't worry, I am better now. What I'm saying is that the means by which we genuinely preserve memory and will genuinely liberate madness requires fundamentally anti-capitalist action. And in order to enshrine these ideas within our world system, we would therefore need a fundamentally anti-capitalist world system itself. Now, what that world system would look like and how we get there, well, that's a topic for another video, you silly dolt. We're talking about Magic the Gathering and Mill versus Discard in this one, you little goon, which is why I've spent the last 25 minutes talking about capitalism. Oh, I keep doing it. I swear this is like the 3rd, 4th, 5th time I've done something like this. I just keep going on wild tangents that have nothing to do with either mill or discard, and they just... God, this is like a recurring nightmare, I swear to you.
Oh, don't worry. We'll be able to make it work.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, it's me.
I knew it. I felt deja vu doing the Wayback Machine bit, but it wasn't deja vu, was it? Was it? I've done that before.
Yes, you have. In fact, This would be the 3rd time you've done it.
Oh, sweet God, no, you're in my head. How many times have I done the whole thing?
Oh, my sweet child. Not enough, I'm afraid.
Wait, what do you mean?
You were stuck. You said that mill and discard magic had contradictory aesthetics, resulting in neither one clearly affecting a different part of the brain, a different kind of memory, or instilling a unique flavor of madness.
Wait. Looking at the aesthetics for a clear delineation between mill and discard was flawed because no one aesthetic or image was necessarily mutually exclusive to one form of magic or another. Not unlike how presenting certain symptoms to a psychiatrist could have them tell you that you have any number of mental health disorders because of the massive flaws in the DSM's diagnostic boundaries.
Oh, how fitting. Aren't you a clever little thing?
Therefore, if a difference does exist between mill and discard, it can't be found in the aesthetic, it has to be found within the mechanical differences, which means... Yes, of course, I understand now. The answer was there from the get-go. I can complete mill versus discard.
Good, you're almost there. Now to wipe this and start from the beginning.
What? Now, I'm sorry, if you think you're gonna wipe me with those fingers, you have another thing coming.
Hello, spicy people of the internet. Spice 8-Rack here, aka Adjunct Professor at Silly Goose University, and welcome back to the channel. Today, we are doing it. We are finally doing it. We are putting to bed that question which has plagued me, and potentially only me, for the course of my Magic the Gathering career, and that is what the actual difference is between mill and discard magic as it appears in Magic the Gathering. We can say, for example, that both mill and discard represent magic or events which seek to confound or addle your memory or your sanity. However, in attempting to work out exactly what differentiates these two forms of magic within the narrative of the game, we can find ourselves getting confounded very easily. Wow, 2 uses of the word confound in under a minute. Can you tell that I was watching The Glass Onion the night before I sat down to record this video? You see, if you focus exclusively on aesthetic and narrative when trying to differentiate between what mill and discard magic supposedly represent, eventually you run into contradiction. For example, if I were to describe a card whose effect implied the total loss of memory, you would assume that it would have mill stapled to it. Whereas in reality, a lot of cards which cause discard effects also fall into that aesthetic. Similarly, if I were to ask you what effects rats and spectres bring to mind when it comes to the gameplay of Magic the Gathering, you might say discard, despite the fact that there are rat cards and spectre cards which do indeed mill your opponents. As the result of both mechanics seemingly existing in an increasingly homogeneous aesthetic, it seems nearly impossible for anybody to narratively explain why certain magic evokes mill and certain magic evokes discard. However, there is one thing that has escaped this aesthetic melting pot. One gameplay difference between mill and discard that is left undefined, nebulous. one thing that I think, if properly explored, could elucidate the difference between these two mechanics in terms of what they mean narratively, what these effects are actually doing within the story of a game of Magic the Gathering. That thing is the game loss effect that comes as a result of being milled out. However, in order to fully understand why the game loss effect is such a significant part of my dissection of mill and discard's narrative, first we need to get a tiny bit more complicated. We need to talk about the self. Ah, no! Horse boy! Self is a complicated thing. Yes, I'm fully aware that this video went off the rails so hard it's now on an entirely different set of rails, but you've come this far, why stop now? Odd thing to say at the beginning of the video, but whatever. Self isn't one specific thing, but more a coagulation of different composite parts. Much debate on the origin of self and what self even is or means exists, but putting aside metaphysical quackery for a moment, one hypothesis I find particularly interesting is that described by Drs. Barth, Povianelli, and Kant in their essay on the bodily origins of self. They suggest that the enlarging body mass in our common ancestor, a tree-dwelling monkey, caused a greater degree in difficulty in them traversing their environment safely. As a result, the monkeys whose brains had advanced to the point where they were able to develop a kinesthetic sense of self, a better representation of one's own body and its ability to plan, operate, and predict the results of motor function, were far more likely to survive and pass those developments onto their offspring, effectively laying the foundation for what would one day become our understanding of self. Essentially, a bunch of chunky monkeys kept falling out of the trees and dying, except the ones with better brains, and that's why several thousand years later, listening to Everywhere at the end of Time in the Shower makes me question whether or not it would really matter if I melted into the drain along with the water. But self isn't innate nor eternal. It's very much something that develops and is learned. It takes several months, for example, for infants to be able to recognize that the baby in a mirror is indeed themselves, due to the development of things like mirror motor neurons. Indeed, it is only with the discovery of the cognitive sense of self that autobiographical memories can be formed, retained, and maintained. As Mark Howe, one of the various phenomenal contributors to Psychology Press's Enlightening the Self and Memory, puts it,
consistent with the function and development of other knowledge structures in memory, once infants acquire a cognitive sense of self, they possess a new organizer around which event memories can be personalized and preserved as autobiographical.
Sorry for the silly voice. I forgot to get someone to do the voiceover for this quote, so I did it myself. Wait, hang on, have I done that gag before? The reason why we all have our earliest memories a few years after being born and not before then is because our self, the foundation on which all of our autobiographical memory is based, has yet to actually fully develop. This scientifically confirms my long-standing belief that babies aren't people, and that the infant juggling competitions I ran during my stint as a maternity nurse were both fun and ethical. As I said before, what exactly self is still very much up for both scientific and philosophical debate, but what we can say safely is that self is not one specific thing. Depending on your perspective, there are a myriad of things that make the self up. There's the proto-self, the background noise and housekeeping facilities within our minds which underline our conscious sense of self, a direct development of that kinesthetic sense of self from earlier. There's the working self, a currently active set of goals and a knowledge base which informs your present behaviour, and why, when people for one reason or another have those goals or that knowledge removed or dampened via illness or alcohol, they're often described as not acting like themselves. Then there's the me self and the I self. The debate on each exact definition being ongoing, as is the level of autonomy or cooperation between the two, but for ease, we can describe the me self as the person currently experiencing, reacting, and adapting to a present reality, whereas the I self exists outside of the present moment and provides continuity to your understanding of you, or provides the illusion of you as a continuous entity, your outlook very much depending on what kind of music you're listening to as you bathe. All of this is to say that self is a very complicated thing, and thinking about it too hard makes your brain hurt. However, all of the things that mill and discard magic embody, entropy, madness, memory, all of these things impact, influence, and can diminish our sense of self. In terms of memory, for example, not only do autobiographical memories themselves determine who we view ourselves as being, but also how they're organized and even how they're told, how we retell those memories both to ourselves and to others, very much define who we view as us.
In the absence of a meaningful organization through which to understand our experiences, we may not be able to reintegrate those experiences into our self-understanding. This, in turn, may lead to a fragmented sense of self, as seen in abuse survivors, especially if the trauma occurred early in development before children have a stable self-concept or are able to construct it from clear and past event.
This disassociation may also bring the self into direct conflict with the body, where the body in its own autobiographical memory remembers things that the self does not, leading to further internal or even external conflict and potentially trauma, which then could potentially lead to a further fragmentation of the self. But it's not just issues with memory that can lead to a frustrated sense of self. For example, a breakdown in the neurons in the pathway between the insula, a section of the brain which amongst other things runs our self-awareness, to the prefrontal cortex, the part of our brain which controls complex cognitive behavior, can cause feelings, thoughts, and even actions to feel implanted by other people or forces, not originating from oneself. It is, however, important to note that an occurrence like this only really becomes madness or a needfully medicalized issue when negotiated as such. An example of what I mean by this was experienced by Dutch psychiatrist Marius Boom in the 1980s. He hosted a television program where viewers who experienced auditory hallucinations, otherwise known as hidden voices, were encouraged to write in and share their experiences. During this process, it was found that roughly 1/3 of correspondents' voices had had no negative impact on their lives and who had never felt the need to seek psychiatric treatment, despite experiencing one of the most supposedly alarming symptoms of a whole host of extreme mental disorders. Of course, there is a great difference between the temporary disassociation or a fragmentation of self that can be brought into a coherent self-concept given time and care, and the irreparable loss of self represented both by degenerative illness and inevitable entropy. And it's through the lens of this anxiety of self that we can finally uncover the difference between mill and discard magic, specifically because of mill's gain-loss effect. Discard magic seeks to disassociate the self, the player self, from the game. Mill magic seeks to destroy the self through its gain-loss effect. In Discard's case, the player loses its ability to act as it wished. Decisions that it wanted to make are no longer open to them. Its means of retelling its autobiographical memory deeply frustrated. A disassociation and fragmentation is forced between the player self, the omnipresent I, and the hand self, the highly subjective me. Within the narrative of Magic the Gathering, a deck can temporarily represent one's autobiographical memory, but within the actual meta of the game, the deck is self-expression, the deck is self-concept. It embodies all of the aesthetics, gameplay choices, and formats that a player wants to engage with. To lose the hand is to lose that player's ability, that self's ability to express accurately itself. It forces disassociation. However, to lose the deck is to lose the player entirely. And it's on this. This is the philosophical bedrock on which all of the distinctions between mill and discard are based, the fundamental thing that separates the two in a narrative capacity. For all of the aesthetic similarities, for all of the icons they both share, the ideas they explore, for all of the inconsistent narratives about what the deck and what the library even mean, it is this at the core of what makes discard and mill magic the magic that they are. Discard magic is magic aimed at the frustration and the disassociation of self. Mill magic as magic aimed at the total undermining and obliteration of self. That's it. Sisyphus rests. He lets his boulder tumble down the mountainside and kicks his feet up. Look at those vistas. Look at the view from up here. Prometheus lies back. No more raptors pecking at his stomach, and enjoys the breeze as it whistles. Enjoys the breeze alone. And that breeze carries with it sand from a distant desert. Dust which used to form a mighty pillar. A great inscription on which kings and gods found themselves weeping. Now the wind alone asks, upon whose work should we gaze and tremble? It's done. And yet the deck is empty, and yet the game must continue. What do I need? What is my purpose now? What happens after you are known?
Phenomenal work, albeit work that needn't have taken as long as it did.
Ashiok, what are you doing here? I know I didn't hire you for a dialectic. I stopped doing those ever since I had to shave up all my hair to play Domri.
Oh, make no mistake, I certainly was hired. You see, it's been almost 4 years since you promised to make Mill versus Discard, and a very interested party thought that you required some help on the project.
Okay, cool, but you haven't helped me at all? I didn't even know you were in the corner. I've been filming Mill vs. Discard all on my own.
My Spice, you seem confused. Here, maybe this will enlighten you.
When I was a kid, I was petrified of the idea of nothing coming after death. Yes, that's the tone setter for the video. My parents raised me in a pretty agnostic fashion. I say agnostic because... Sorry, what is this?
Just wait. There's more.
Spice walks in wearing a shitty Tormund cosplay. You might be wondering why I'm dressed like the final boss in a video game about an invasion of theatre kids, but I'll get onto that in a bit. For now, let's jump into the histories of both Mill and Discard and see... Were you writing me Mill versus Discard scripts? I'm sorry, I didn't use any of them.
Oh, of course, these aren't my scripts. Why, these are from 2019 all the way to 2022. You have nearly a dozen files titled videoplan_new_final cluttering up your Dropbox.
Okay. I'm really sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about.
You see, every time you sat down to write Mill vs. Discard, you only ever got so far before you just stopped. Either the significance or depth of the project got far too much for you to handle, or a monthly deadline approached faster than you expected, or your undiagnosed ADHD got in the way.
Wait, no, hang on. I don't have ADHD.
My good bitch, I live in your walls. I see what your life is like. Who are you trying to fool here?
Enough. What are you doing? Why did I even hire you? Why can't I remember hiring you?
Your problem was a contradiction. Either the size of the project got away from you and you became overwhelmed attempting to dismantle a topic you were not well equipped enough to discuss in the first place, or you necessarily reduced the scope of what you were making and became riddled with anxiety that the thing that you would end up producing couldn't possibly live up to the years of teasing as a result. Either way, you stalled out.
So,
I resolved the contradiction. Over the past few months, you've made over half a dozen video essays about Mill versus Discard. Some looking at the topic from a purely gameplay perspective, others examining the aesthetics, others still viewing the mechanics through real-world parallels. And each time you reached a conclusion, each time you began to falter, I stepped in, wiped your memory clean, manipulated your dreams, and so, when you woke up, you began working on a new script, a new video, examining Mill versus Discard from yet another perspective. As a result, the totality of the scope of the project remained grand, but your output was limited to reasonable, bite-sized video essayisms.
months? You've been doing this for months?
Why, yes, since around mid-August 2022.
Wait, I can't remember Christmas. I can't remember Christmas!
Oh yeah, you missed a bunch of things. Christmas, New Year's, the Nazi Pope died, Andrew Tate got arrested.
All those moments, lost like tears in the rain.
Yes, but think, you've done it. The White Whale is dead. Mill versus Discard exists. The thing you have been promising to make since before YouTube was your full-time occupation. I may have helped, but fundamentally it's you. You who won.
I kind of hate to admit it, but I think you've got a point. Like, I feel like I've been recording for 2 odd hours, right? And I am physically and mentally exhausted of this topic, so if it took me that long to get this all together, maybe you were right to keep wiping my memory and force me to start again when it all got a bit much. So, yeah, you know what? Thank you, Ashiok, the Nightmare Weaver, for all of your help on this video.
Oh, don't mention it.
And besides, losing my memory over the last couple of months can't be all bad. I must have missed, what, 20 Magic the Gathering releases? I tell you what for nothing, certainly not mad that I missed the Queen's speech. Oh.
King's speech.
Oh. Wait, hang on, what?
It's the King's speech. The King did the speech, the Queen's dead.
The Queen died? The Queen died? I missed the Queen dying?
Well, a version of you didn't. A version of you had a great big party and sang Irish Republican anthems until the wee hours of the morning. Because you presently have the autobiographical record of such an event, it kind of means that, yes, the self that you are now did miss it. Isn't it wild to think about it like that? Self is such a crazy thing. I learned about it from this video actually, so thanks for that. What? Oh, by the way, I noticed you didn't talk about any Excel-style effects like cranial extraction. Can we expect that to be in Mill versus Discard too? Or did you just kind of forget those cards existed? Fucking hell.
Well, there you have it, folks. Mill versus Discard. What a wild ride that video was, I think. I can't really remember any of it. But what I do remember, however, is that I have quite a few people to thank for helping to put this project together. This was easily the most that I have ever worked on a video. I had something like 300 gigs of video footage
by the end of my shoot that somehow I managed to edit down into 2.5 hours over the course of like 2 weeks. I'm currently recording this like I think 2 or 3 days before I put this video out, and my brain feels like a waffle that has been dropped in a puddle and then punched. But I can assure you that my brain waffle would have been far more eviscerated had it not been for some absolutely phenomenal contributions that a bunch of people made to the production of this video. First off, I want to thank Tim Getke for just randomly, I didn't ask him to do this, but he just dropped into my Twitter replies and produced a really kick-ass thumbnail for this video. Again, did not commission this, didn't ask for him to do it, just did it out the kindness of his heart and sent it to me. Really appreciate that, Tim. Go check out his work. Links, as always, are going to be in the description below. I really want to thank James as well for that really beautiful piece of fan art.
What if you murdered every Dagonoth in the whole world? Just out of curiosity.
I would be you.
Oh yeah, you would be.
Which, false advertising, the stream says Gorilla, not,
I
Dagonoth.
killed...
Gorilla.
I killed like 80
I'm sorry,
gorillas.
I came here for a gorilla-only stream.
You got it. Go back. Go back.
What?
Go back
No,
to the
there are
gorillas.
things other than gorillas.
You can't get the same task back to back, sorry. Maybe next task.
You can't stop killing gorillas, I'm sorry.
These guys kind of look like gorillas. They're gray.
Wrong.
They're gray like a gorilla might be.
So they're clearly lizard shark things.
Yeah, but they're both gray.
Most gorillas are not gray.
Counterpoint, silverback gorillas.
I think they only have like silver on their back.
No, these guys have silver on their back. What are you gibbling about now?
Whatever I want.
Nope. Wrong.
Or
do. It's okay, everyone that tries magic makes that mistake at one point. Thanks, man. All right, let's do this shit. What deck did I really like the most? And after trying a bunch of different combinations, I ended up picking blue and black. My favorite class in Hearthstone is Warlock, and this deck basically plays like a Warlock deck, so I ended up loving it. And speaking of Warlock, this is a great time to talk about how I feel about Magic compared to Hearthstone 5 hours into this challenge. And honestly, Magic is a pretty great game. That being said, I still think at this moment, Hearthstone is the better game. Drawing lands is one of the worst experiences in this game, but over the next 5 hours, as I try to climb to bronze, my opinion may change. I mean, if he wants to defend against this, it's fine. But he's gonna tap his mana anyways. But he gets his mana back to follow through. I do like the mechanic of like using your mana before it gets back to your turn, because then you get your mana back. That's cool. In case you're wondering, you're behind on board. Thanks, man. Thanks. No, thank you. I couldn't tell. We're good, chat. I don't even worry about it. The battle against Potato Face was very intense. A lot of back and forth. It was really anybody's game. And it all really led up to the most important draw of Potato Face's life. Dude, if I was this guy, I'd be mauling. The fact that I won that is a miracle. Our next opponent is your boy 66. And for some reason, at an astounding 30 plus health, he decided just to concede. So I'll take that win. You can't lose. Oh, I can surprise you. Watch the professional at work here, everybody. I have now played this game for a total of 6 hours, meaning that I am probably good, right? Fine. We got some lands, we got some stuff. Lands and stuff seem good. In our third game of ranked, I absolutely destroyed this player, and I felt honestly kind of bad about it. But this is the first time that I truly felt like a blue and black player, which is basically saying I'm playing Priest in Hearthstone. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Oh, no, this is fine. If you attack with both, I don't really care. Isn't it just game? Oh, shit. That's lethal, right? Oh my god, who is he? Who is this man? Is there win streak bonuses in this game? Like Hearthstone has win streak bonuses. Black your favorite color? I don't know. I kind of like black and blue. You're that kind of player. Our next rank match was against Zenyte. This was going really well for us until I decided to make the biggest misplay I have made so far. We'll do this one and we'll do this one. We'll buff Clock Man. Actually, no. We buff this guy. I can't. Where's my buff? Did I troll? I'm pretty good at this game in case you're curious. Now, I did end up losing the game. Did I lose because of that? That's semantics. We just move on to the next one. All right, so what do we do wrong in that game? A lot of lands. Yikes. Some people might tell me that's not worth a keep, but those people would be wrong. The next game was pretty much a landslide. My opponent was absolutely dismantled by my deck. And in fact, they lost so hard, they decided to rope me, which I'm told is a classic Magic experience. All right, I'm gonna go pee while this guy's roping me, chat. Give me a hot second. Thanks for watching. I hope you guys are liking the Magic. If you do like the stream, thanks for watching. Is this what people do in this video game? Bunch of fucking salty bitches. The last act of defiance. True. Hell yeah, man. Get Voxy to coach you. Listen, do you think I need coaching? Do you see how hard I'm gaming today? It's actually incredible. Gamers have been waiting years for this moment for me to game this hard. But unfortunately, the very next game against Free the Ashley, I did the opposite of gaming. I didn't even play the game because we didn't draw any lands. I don't want to play this fucking game anymore. It's for fucking losers. Oh, look at this, all my lands. This guy's name is just Magic Player. After that point, I went on a ginormous win streak up until I was exactly 3 games away from being bronze. And it's absolutely hilarious how much my perspective changes on Magic depending if I'm winning or losing. I bet that sounds really familiar to a lot of people. This is fun, bro. This is a good game. Do you guys know Magic is a good game? And it's not just me saying that. With only 3 games away, I was super excited to hit bronze, but we went against a player known as Surprise. And it ended up being the most intense Magic game I've had so far, and it all came down to one phenomenal play by me. Wait, what? Did I miss a blocker? No, I missed a blocker. I was playing so well. Oh my
god. I thought it was like so good.
Dude, I was playing out of my mind. That was the most I thought about in a card game in a very long time. This is the one that should have been on the screen after. I'm tilted for the record. I'm just gonna go take a break. For the last couple of games, I decided to do them off stream and just finish off the challenge, and I ended up getting bronze. I also did my first game in bronze, and I ended up winning. So, I mean, I might be the best Magic player of all time. Finished 10 hours of Magic, which is a pretty long period of time. But here are my overall thoughts of the actual game. I think it's a really good game, and it's unfortunate that I can't play it in the physical version of it. I just don't have really anyone to play it with. From what I am basing it on the actual digital version of the game, it is really good. There's a ton of ways to play, and I feel like the more you play, the more you get invested in what the wonderful world of Magic ends up being. If you ask me, do I think it's better than Hearthstone? I don't know if it's better than Hearthstone in the digital sense. I'm sure in physical it probably is, and I'm really excited for one day to actually play Commander in person. But this is a good game, and it's much better than the last game I played. Let me know what card game you want to see next, and if you like the video, I'd appreciate a subscription and a like. Thank you so much.
Hello, spicy people of the internet. My name is Spice8Rack, aka a canonically queer planeswalker, and welcome to the War of the Spark flavor review. Modern Horizons has already been fully previewed at this point, and I'm rushing to get this out before M20 because Wizards simply does not respect my one video per cycle of the moon schedule. But don't worry, I'm sure I'll get round to making a video about those subjects by the time that Commander 2025 has come out. In this video, I'm going to be breaking down each planeswalker in this set, comparing their mechanical representation with how they are presented in the War of the Spark novel, and if you haven't read that yet, I recommend you check out my audiobook speedrun on the subject. Also, in the spirit of Oathbreaker, a format that I've never played but I'm exceptionally excited to buy into as soon as my name is cleared of all crimes and my bank account is unfrozen, I'll also be reviewing the Planeswalker's signature spells and affiliated cards for flavor as well. Needless to say, this video will contain spoilers for the War of the Spark story, novel, art book, subreddit, comic series, and clothing line. Teo. Teo is a Gobakanian. Yep, sure, we'll go with that. A Gobakanian shield mage who spends the majority of the narrative of War of the Spark using his shield magic to block and battle Eternals. His presentation on cardboard is simple and perfectly apt, giving you hexproof and creating shield tokens in order to protect both you and himself. His light shield is also a fittingly flavourful card, being an illusion that can bolster an ally or even itself. Teo is shown throwing shield spheres at his foes in the novel, and so this shield's lack of defender and thus ability to attack isn't as much of a flavour fail as you might think. The only real element of the story that's missing in Teo's representation on cardboard is one of his most memorable moments in the story, when he defends against an attack by the god Eternal Kefnet, which doesn't translate into gameplay at all. Teo's shields can't block flying creatures, and even if they could, whilst Teo could only muster one gigantic shield during Kefnet's attack, you can actually produce 2 shield tokens with him before Teo is unable to produce any more. Is this an incredibly anal position to take on the minutiae of the gameplay of War of the Spark? Yes. Am I an incredibly anal person? I'm not going to answer that. Chandra.
In the novel, Chandra is consistently berated by Jaya for not having more precise control over her powers, and so her card's title of Flame Artisan is a little bit rich, to be honest. With the rest of her card, her ability to exile spells with reckless abandon is pretty on point, and her passive ability, which retaliates against anyone who deals damage to her, is perfectly in sync with her character in this story. Chandra's Pyro Helix is actually shown in the novel, and Chandra's Triumph is a great wee slice of story translated into gameplay. It sends Dobbin's Planeswalker card packing in the game, and is shown to send him off in the story as well. Overall, a pretty decent showing for flavor thus far, and this is the most interesting mechanical representation of Chandra we have seen in the game, and I am including the spoilers that I've seen for 2020 because, like, oh cool, we got emblems as a plus ability. You guys love emblems? Hey, quit! All the Magic players who love emblems, go away! Teferi. I thought it would be a dang shame if Bolas got to kill Teferi again. I predicted he'd survive, and I was right. Not that that says much. Bolas ends up killing barely anybody with a name. Rest in peace, hissy Viashinu man. Teferi is a secondary character in the grander narrative, and so we have a lot less to go on in terms of characterization to inform our analysis of his associated cards. That being said, his continual use of time magic is wonderfully represented in his ability to slow down your opponents with his passive and speed up his allies with his +1. On the other hand, his -3's ability to bounce permanents, his time twist, and his representation on time wipe are all never seen in the novel. I'm willing to accept that because we know he's capable of this kind of magic, and nothing in the book directly contradicts this, I wouldn't consider this a flavor fail. It does, however, speak to a broader issue with a lack of cohesiveness and communication between the story team, art department, and Weissman himself. Ajani. We first see the Nyan Soul Shaman? Soul Druid? We first see the Nyan Soul Lumberjack talking about birdwatching with Chandra's mum in her kitchen, and I have got to say that I love that Ajani has developed from a fierce warrior of inconsolable rage into a 60-year-old man on the edge of retirement who just fucking loves gardening. How does his representation in the book compare with Ajani Greathearted? Well, he gains you life and puts loyalty counters on planeswalkers you control, which fits right in with his literal healing, like how he fixes Teo's head wound, and the more metaphorical healing he does with all the planeswalker rallying he does in the novel. This rallying is also represented in his ability to put +1/+1 counters on creatures and his passive Sarah's Blessing effect. His Pride Mate is an excellent choice for his signature spell, as it evokes the meta-narrative of planeswalkers being able to summon creatures from other worlds to battle, much as you, the planeswalker, do in your standard decks. That being said, the Cat Warrior itself never pops up in the book, and neither do the vast majority of any character's signature creatures. Ajani's cards are perfectly fine, but nothing that really lets the cat out of the bag. I should have stuck with writing poetry. Jaya. Another planeswalker first seen in Pir Nalar's kitchen, Jaya takes up the role of Chandra's mentor throughout the narrative, instructing her protege to try to be more controlled and focused with her pyromancy. The difference between Chandra and Jaya's approach to their respective pyromancy is best shown in chapter 18, where Liliana remarks that the two pyromancers, Chandra and Jaya, had little in common. The former with her massive eruptions of fire, charring 2 or 3 Eternals at once. The latter with her precision strikes of flame, taking out one at a time, but with more accuracy and at a faster rate. Yep, that was my Liliana voice. Hope you liked it. This is perfectly encapsulated when you compare Chandra's Pyro Helix with Jaya's Greeting. For the same price, one spell deals less damage in a wider radius, but the other deals more damage to a single target. And also, you can scry off of Jaya's one, which just makes it smarter. Jaya's Planeswalker card also reflects this character well when considered within the context of Chandra, with the latter's passive ability firing small smaller pips of damage at a number of foes, and the former's enhancing individual fiery attacks. Now, I still think it would have been right for Jaya to be killed during this set to up the pretty low stakes. If she got sliced in twain by the portal opening in the early chapters, it would have added real tension and anxiety to a story which was sorely lacking it. To make the obvious comparison, in Infinity War, yes, I will continue to compare these two things. Garrick is Cull Obsidian, you cannot change my mind. In Infinity War, two fan favourite characters bite the dust before the first scene is over, and in War of the Spark, the first quote-unquote on-screen death of a named character not only comes halfway through the novel in chapter 27, but it's Domri. I predicted Domri would survive War of the Spark, him turning on his Dragon Master once he realised that Bolus's plans for ultimate domination would affect his freedom. But I neglected one crucial piece of lore staring me right in the face that scuppered my prediction, and that, of course, is that Domri is 16 years old and so is an idiot child idiot. He first turns up in the story leading a group of Gruul havoc wreckers throughout the city, saving Kaya, Teo and Rat from death in an alley, before seeing the awesome power the eternal gods of Amonkhet can bring, and switches to Bolus's side, which he had stopped being on before the book, apparently. Maybe, or maybe he just wasn't ever actually on Bolus's side at all, and Bolus just gave him all the power to defeat Borborygmos to destabilize yet another guild of Ravnica without him being it's really super unclear. Because of the lack of clarity as to what Domri's relationship with Bolas is, it seems that he's his Anarch for a literal matter of seconds. Also, this Bident thing doesn't ever exist in the book, and he never uses any Gruul animals in the novel, so his ambush doesn't really have any basis in the story. And his name as well, like Domri, Anarch of Bolas. Like, you can't be someone's Anarch. That's not how anarchism works. That's like inherently at odds with that. You know what? Actually, hang on. Hi, is that Dr. Paul Chasty, Professor of Russian and East European Politics at Oxford University?
No, this is Vince, also known as President Kenobi, on the internet. How did you get my number?
Oh, I must have dialed the wrong number. You don't happen to have an understanding of contemporary anarchism, though, do you?
Yeah, isn't that when you reject all outside oppressive forms of authority and instead you go on a voluntary cooperative basis without fear of violent repercussions from said authority figures?
Yeah, that's a pretty succinct way of putting it. And so, in War of the Spark, when Domri actually sides with Bolas...
rebellious, opportunistic character more so than anti-authoritarian. I mean, it might be rebelling against his youth of power structures in his past, but it's not truly anarchic. It's not an anarchist. Any anti-authoritarian stance will perceive Bolas to be, well, the true authoritarian. Look at his oppressive treatment of the citizens of Ravnica. His literal word. Although I'm sure some anarcho-monarchists wouldn't have too much of an issue with the way he is. On top of that, think about it.
Jace Bellerin? Jackie B! None of Jace, wielder of mysteries mechanics, pair with Jace's almost exclusive use of illusions and invisibility throughout the story of War of the Spark. The only time he ever attempts to wipe someone's mind or use his mind magic aggressively is when he fails to do that with Liliana. He does use telepathy to communicate to his crew, and you could argue that his +1 drawing you a card represents a gain of information as a result of psychic communication, but the milling has nothing to do with his character in this story, and I don't even know what his passive and ultimate are supposed to represent. Whilst Spark Double does represent the illusionary side of Jace, I honestly think that Jace Arcane Strategist is a much more accurate representation of Jace in this story. The more information he gets, the stronger your forces, and his unblockable ultimate represents the mass invisibility that he uses to cloak the Gatewatch in during the start of the book. As for cards that are actually in the set, Jace's triumph as well has very little business to do with the story. At no point does Jace work out Bolus's master plan or why ultimate power is self-defeating, whatever that means. He was pretty much relying on Gideon just like everybody else, and when that failed, he described it as the shattering of the hopes of every living soul on Ravnica.
Doesn't really sound like you had a plan B there, Jace.
If Jace did have a triumph, the closest he came was probably his decision at the end of the novel, but that has nothing to do with the ability or the art showcased on this card. Khan! Someone has definitely already done that joke before, haven't they? Khan doesn't do a whole lot in the start of the book, apart from delivering some absolutely cutting pedantry.
You said she was a ghost assassin.
I meant she's an assassin who specializes in killing ghosts. She's not a ghost who's also an assassin. She's alive. Khan frowned.
Then ghost assassin is a very imprecise term. Bazinga!
His Planeswalker card is a pretty standard Khan card, even though at no point in the novel does Khan stop any kind of artifact from working, and he also doesn't transform another artifact into any kind of construct. We have seen him do this kind of stuff in the story before, so I'm willing to let it slide. His -2, however, is very flavorful and apt for this specific story indeed. Getting an artifact from outside the game and putting it into your hand is pretty spot on for how Khan transports Hazoret's spear from a different plane into Ravnica. We never get to see Khan's bastion, and he never creates any structure out of metal, and spends most of the novel either literally just punching things or setting them on fire with Hazoret's spear. Overall, a pretty strong S for silver, but not S for the tier list, because this is kind of like a C, but C doesn't really go into. It's more. Next Planeswalker, Ashiok. I predicted that Ashiok wouldn't appear in War of the Spark, and it was with a heavy heart that I accepted I was wrong when their card was spoiled, but I was excited to see them in action in the novel. Then, I was stunned to find out that I'd actually been right all along. Ashiok doesn't appear bloody anywhere in the War of the Spark novel. That's right, not in the foreground, not the background, not in a dream sequence, which would have been super fitting, or a flashback, or training montage, nowhere. Dak Faden references them once in the final assault on Bolus's citadel, but that's literally it. I have no way of determining if Ashiok's card is at all flavorful, because I have no character to base it off of, unless they're in one of the prequel novels that I occasionally get emailed to me. And just a quick note on that, I really don't want to have to read a novel in my email. Who decided that was a good idea? Hey, at least Ashiok gets a reference. Try searching for a single instance of Kasmina in the whole War of the Spark novel. To be fair, Kasmina does get a small cameo in the War of the Spark booster chapters. The first one, they're all told from Rat's perspective. And they're mostly just like copy and paste of the chapters that Rat was present in, but you occasionally get bits of her monologue which don't give you any kind of additional like insight into any of the characters. We do get to finally meet Hekara, which is nice to know who this character is after the book where they died and came back to life came out. So there's listen, like this is a long video. Ral Zarek.
He's absolutely lovely and very gay.
Liliana Vess. Liliana is a mess in this story. I'm of course going to talk about Ral Zarek, but it literally took me 2 days to decide on my introduction to him in this script, and I ended up landing on either that or this homosexual is homoelectrical. Don't you dare say I ever give you guys quality content. Wait, no, I was supposed to write that as like a negative. It was supposed to be a double negative. Oh, I played myself. No! Ral's outburst is a pretty standard representation of all the eternal blasting that he does in the novel, but Bolt's Bend is a slightly more specific representation of a key story moment, the one where he redirects the energy of the beacon out at Kefnet, although it is unclear as to why this card has Ferocious. Maybe it's because you need to be pretty powerful to survive all that energy. Can you hear that I'm actually getting further away from the microphone because I'm having to reach so hard? His Planeswalker card may seem quite bland on the surface, but does contain some subtle representations of key story moments. His -2, for example, clearly echoes his beacon redirection, and his passive evokes the feeling of him absorbing energy and using that to charge his lightning bursts. But his +2 represents the ability granted to him at the start of the book to see past what most people can and detect planeswalkers, represented by the fact that you can look at the top of your library with Scry. Again, maybe I'm really reaching, but I didn't graduate with 2 degrees in overanalyzing writing to let a good ambiguous metaphor go unspoilt with scrutiny. Liliana Mess. See, I can steal jokes from Loading Ready Run and my YouTube community page. How does Liliana's character in her story pair with her representation on the cards? Well, I don't like a lot of them, to be honest. Many of the mechanics are either just off true flavor or straight up completely disconnected. Let's break it down. On her card itself, she does summon zombies, that's a plus, and at one point she devours the life essence of 2 Eternals to heal herself up after the failed assassination attempt against her, but she isn't shown to gain any benefit or power as the drones of her Dread Horde are killed by the Gatewatch, so her passive doesn't make a whole lot of sense. If it had been a Grave Pact style effect where whenever a creature you control died, each opponent sacrificed a creature or a planeswalker, that would have represented both the Dread Horde's vicious slaughter of Ravnican citizens and planeswalkers, as well as the Dread Horde soldiers themselves needing to die in order to kill planeswalkers. Her ultimate also doesn't make a whole lot of sense, although it could be representative of how she strips Bolas of almost everything he possesses at the climax of the narrative. Her triumph as well seems oddly placed, as it supposedly showcases the moment when she defies Bolas and takes control of the 2 remaining God Eternals, Bontu and Aketra, but this doesn't match up with its Edict style effect. Maybe the fact that your opponents have to sacrifice one of their creatures is a reference to how Bolas manages to kill one of the 2 God Eternals before they despark him, but I've got no idea what discarding a card has to do with that or anything else, to be honest. Also, Price of Betrayal, which showcases the moment of Liliana's near death, only removes 5 counters from her, 1 less than her starting loyalty. While she does survive her betrayal, I feel like this card should kill her without outside aid, otherwise it mechanically tells us that Liliana would have been busted but ultimately alive after her betrayal. Command the Dread Horde is a fine reference to Rise of the Dark Realms, and the damage it deals to you is a great mechanical representation of the pain that comes with wielding the Chain Veil, but I don't like how you can bring back planeswalkers from a lore perspective, as such a resurrection never happens in this story. Finally, and maybe my biggest issue actually, is that in Finale of Eternity, Liliana is pretty clearly destroying the Chain Veil in front of Bolas, and well, that just doesn't happen in the book at all. Not even like a nod to it. She's still very much got it. That seems like a pretty vital detail that should have been included. If it's canon, that is a huge oversight on Weissman's part and changes every story connected to Liliana from here on out. And if it's not canon, then are we just supposed to forget that this can't happen in the book? Nothing's in this story. Finally, and maybe my biggest issue actually, is that in Finale of Eternity, Liliana is pretty clearly destroying the Chain Veil in front of Bolas, and well, that just doesn't happen in the book at all. Not even like a nod to it. She's still very much got it. That seems like a pretty vital detail that should have been included. If it's canon, that is a huge oversight on Weissman's part and changes every story connected to Liliana from here on out. And if it's not canon, then are we just supposed to forget that this card exists? Despite all of this, whilst I was pretty sure Liliana would survive War of the Spark, I am very pleasantly surprised with how happy I am that she did survive. It didn't feel cheap or like she didn't lose anything, although I really wish her previous character development had shone through a lot more in this story, and that we will see her grow again in future sets. Gideon, Gids, Meat Slab, Prince Harming, the Mediterranean Muscle, Gilderoy Punch Hub. If you've been paying even the slightest bit of attention to War of the Spark, you already know that Gideon Jorah is dead, so I'll quickly recap what he got up to until that moment. Spoiler alert, it's mostly fighting. He uses the Black Blade to dismember a bunch of Eternals before teaming up with Ajani and jumping on a Pegasus gifted to him by Aurelia. Not Feather, who actually had a card in this set, just Aurelia. Also, his Pegasus is called Gideon's Promise and gets killed whilst trying to save the world, because Greg Weisman wrote this entire book with his laptop balanced on his nose. In fact, let's do a quick lightning round of all the characters from Guilds of Ravnica blog who didn't make it into this book. There's Ashiyokan, Fibblefip, Rola, Eskenetara, Ehog, Masa, Kogo, Krenko, Tosamir, and Zengana, Nikya, Judith, Kasmina, Tajikan, Haunter, Paitoa, and also practically Nasat, Tamiyo, and Kiora. Oh, nailed it first time. The card Gideon Blackblade is a phenomenal representation of not only Gideon's abilities in his story, but also of his continued hubris. On the surface, his -6 seems destined to kill Bolas, but when you first play Gideon, he can't. He's 2 loyalty counters off. Failing to do that, what's left for Gideon? Simple, to give another creature indestructible. Unfortunately, Gideon's sacrifice straight up doesn't work with Price of Betrayal, the act that Gideon is supposedly making his sacrifice for, which is annoying because Price of Betrayal does kill Gideon even if you +1 him. For Gideon's sacrifice to be 100% flavorful, it should have read, choose a creature or planeswalker you control. All damage that would be dealt this turn to you and permanents you control is dealt to the chosen permanent instead. If counters would be removed from you or permanents you control this turn, remove that many counters from the chosen permanent instead. See, wizards? See how efficient and not at all unwieldy this card is? I'm a game design god! As for Gideon's triumph, well, it's not interesting. It certainly captures a snapshot of Gideon at his most warrior-esque, and on top of all of that, I will say I felt an opportunity was missed in not making Gideon's Promise a legendary creature card at uncommon like Mowu was. Promise was more present in the story than a large number of Planeswalker characters, and it would have been nice to throw a bone to the dozens of Horse, Unicorn, and Pegasus EDH players around the world. I see you out there. Keep shining, you beautiful idiots. Dak Faden wasn't on a card, so there we go. I guess we move on. It would have been nice to have one standard legal Dak Faden, just one. At the moment, all we had was like he was in the background of Bred to Hunt and in the flavor text of Artificer's Hex. Oh well, at least we've now got like 48 different versions of Chandra. Sweet! Kaya. Her cards don't showcase any of the diplomatic angle to her narrative throughout the book, but certainly does echo her ability to dodge death and slip through the seemingly impenetrable defenses of the Eternals, although very few people ever had any trouble killing Eternals in this book. Her oath echoes a lot of her previously explored design space, and it's a tad boring, although I do like how your opponent's losing life for attacking is symbolic for Kaya herself dodging through their creatures unscathed to, as she puts it, ensure that everybody gets what they deserve. Vraska. We first see Vraska in the pirate city of High and Dry on the plain of Ixalan, resisting the call back to Ravnica, proving that Rao's Beacon is less of a compulsory summons and more like one of those your computer needs urgent restarting and updating that you have to try your hardest not to accidentally click on. Other planeswalkers who resisted, ignored, or otherwise were unable to take up the call include... Oh fine, let's do another song.
The Kimrits, Aminatu, Estrid, Elspeth, Coffin, Duretti, and Gara, Coogan, and Succan, and plus a bunch we've yet to meet. How does her story match up with her cards? Well, whilst there's never an explicit moment when Vraska is shown to command a force of Golgari assassins, the implication of this lies in the many Golgari combatants that we see in the final battle. So I buy both her assassin spawning ability and her finisher card. I predicted that Vraska would die in the war as a girlfriend in the fridge moment for Jace, but I'm thankful that Wizards didn't go down this route. Female and queer characters have a history of getting killed off as easy motivation for their boyfriend story, and as bad as I the implication of this lies in the many Golgari combatants that we see in the final battle. So I buy both her assassin spawning ability and her finisher card. I predicted that Vraska would die in the war as a girlfriend in the fridge moment for Jace, but I'm thankful that Wizards didn't go down this route. Female and queer characters have a history of getting killed off as easy motivation for their boyfriend story, and as bad as I feel for whatever poor writer has to pick up Vraska's character arc after this mess, I'm glad she got a happy ending. Although I'm not sure why they sent the Gorgon Planeswalker to go and assassinate the one character who got blinded in War of the Spark. That seems like a slightly flawed plan. Consumerism. Wait, I don't remember this Planeswalker. At this point, we've covered all the narrators of... Say, Moo get Daddy Kane. Oh, I cannot call him as such. Moment or even speak. He's pretty blandly described as quote-unquote fighting alongside Kaya. Narset has even less to do. Despite being shown accessing Bolus's meditation realm in her artwork, she never actually goes there. None of the happy ending, although pretty blandly described as quote-unquote. Let's take a break to talk about some of the Planeswalkers who fulfill minor roles within the narrative. You may have noticed that I said that Narset, Tamiyo, and Kiora were barely in the story. The Moonfolk and Merfolk are in the narrative, but are never shown doing anything in any specific fashion, with Kiora being pretty blandly described as quote-unquote fighting alongside Kaya. Narset has even less to do. Despite being shown accessing Bolus's meditation realm in her artwork, she never actually goes there. None of these guys get any kind of action moment or even speech. Same with Tybalt, who gets one mention in the entire novel as fighting next to Davriel Kane. Davriel Kane? Daddy Kane. Oh, I cannot call him. As such, it's impossible to review any of these guys' cards within the context of the story. For God's sake, Moo gets more lines in this novel than any of the Planeswalkers I just mentioned combined. I will take this moment to say two things though. Firstly, I love the Planeswalker passives and how they will be used as a foundation for future character building as sets go on. With these, similar characters like Jaya and Chandra have clear and distinct differences in how they use very similar magic. I think this is my favourite foe mechanic of the whole set. The other thing that I'd like to quickly do is to properly thank a couple of my patrons for helping support my channel and this video, including getting de-sparked by Daddy. No, I've already done this bit. The big DC actually has this really cool moment in the book where he saves Nissa from getting de-sparked by grabbing the Eternal who's de-sparking her and absorbing the spell into himself, which somehow doesn't kill him. I don't really know Kane's powers, but something tells me that they don't extend necessarily to being able to take a magic bullet for Nissa. His cards seem pretty focused on mind, stealth, memory loss, pain, magic, and that really doesn't come across in the story. God, I really need to do the ethics of mill versus discard video, don't I? Oh yeah, speaking of Nissa, Nissa takes a firm back seat after the God Eternals quote-unquote beat Vitu-Ghazi. Way to sell the moment there. Offering advice for Chandra as to govern Barnes' powers, repairing the ley lines of the Guild Pact for Project Desperation, and channeling the mana from all 10 guild leaders / representatives. Nissa's cards are pretty spot on flavor-wise. Her Triumph pretty much perfectly captures how Nissa pooled a vast amount of green mana to awaken Vitu-Ghazi, and that moment itself again is perfectly captured on the card of the same name. Vitu-Ghazi is a 9/9 elemental, which also means that if you treated Bontu and Rahonas as if they were working together or banding together to fight the elemental, then the pair of zombie gods do in fact kill Vitu-Ghazi and survive the battle themselves.
Is that how banding works? I don't know. Tell me in the comments below. I will ignore you. Nissa's Planeswalker card has a real clean character. Her passive showcases her prowess with calling mana from the ley lines of the land. Her +1 symbolizes the awakening of Vitu-Ghazi once more. Her -8 doesn't really have any link to a story element, but you could see it as her aligning the ley lines under the embassy of the Guild Pact, and the indestructibility could be a reference to Teo shielding the ley lines from Kefnet's fist. I say could because I am reaching harder than a 12-year-old underneath a shelf of delicious gel-based washing detergent. Sorin and Nihiri. I bet you're asking yourself, right now, which one of these two ancient planeswalkers came out on top? How was their battle, which was so well represented on the cards, showcased in the book? Well, guess what? So am I! What you are currently seeing on screen is the entirety of the description of Sorin and Nahiri's battle and its aftermath. That's right, they work out their centuries-long hatred for one another and their recent indirect and direct decimating of each other's home planes in a matter of hours during a war off-screen. Absolute chef's kiss meme. Nahiri gets a bit of extra screen time acting shifty and looking over her shoulder in the Azorius Guild Hall when Jace gathers all the planeswalkers together, but that's about it. As such, it's pretty difficult to judge these cards on any standard set out by the story, although I will say that at least Nahiri is shown to use some kind of stone blade during the final battle at Bolas's Citadel. However, I do feel that both of these Planeswalker cards having passive abilities that benefit other creatures or Planeswalkers you control is kind of rich, seeing as they spend the vast majority of the story solely focused on their battle with each other. Also, I have two major problems with Sorin's Thirst. One, it can't target Nahiri, so it doesn't make sense for her to be on the artwork being affected by the spell. And also, this scene never happens, not only because it's just not written into the book, but also because Bolas's statue gets torn down hours before Sorin even shows up on Ravnica, so there's no way that Sorin and Nahiri could have been fighting on Bolas's statue. And even if they did fight and then moved to the Azorius chamber and Sorin got lost and then they fought again, you can see that there are Planeswalker sparks in the sky, and that definitely didn't happen until Domri got killed, and the reason that he got killed was because he went to meet Bolas, because he watched Vitu-Ghazi get destroyed after Vitu-Ghazi tore down Bolas's statue. God damn it, Greg Weisman, you make my job so hard! Angrath. Angrath actually does a surprising amount in this story, and as the UK's #1 Angrath fan, I am super stoked to see my hot bull in action. Why did I write that line in? He spends every moment we see him in the story whirling his chains around his head, destroying Eternals and acting as a red-hot AoE that other Planeswalkers duck into to fight at a safe distance from the grip of Eternals. But not all of them, though. Rest in power, human with shaved head and metal casting powers. He closes off his appearance in the novel with some pretty blunt but salient philosophy on why he doesn't pity the dead, more so those who the dead leave behind. Angrath is Keanu Reeves confirmed. With his character considered, the majority of Angrath's representation on card form therefore is pretty incredibly on point flavor-wise. Angrath's rampage perfectly showcases the whole chain whirling thing and his mass destruction ability, and his Planeswalker's ability to give creatures you control menace perfectly represents his wide chain flailing, which keeps him and other Planeswalkers difficult to intercept by Eternals. His -2, however, has absolutely no basis in the narrative whatsoever. Mark Rosewater tried to explain this on Blogatalk as it representing how Angrath could wrangle Eternals to fight alongside him, but this is never showcased at any point in the novel. Jace is the only character to cause any kind of Eternal infighting, and even if Angrath had wrangled a crew of Eternals together to fight for him, surely this would have been better represented with some kind of threaten effect. Him having a mass is a super confusing decision, as if you're just getting your story solely from the cards, you wouldn't be mad in assuming that Angrath had sided with Bolas. Even his flavor text on a hand crop invader suggests that he's in awe of these Eternals and wants to create an army out of them, a sentiment that he never once expresses throughout the novel. Solid like B, I guess. B, high C. I've not been ranking these. I'm not sure why I decided to do it now. Arlen. Whilst Arlen gets gets a wee bit more screen time than some of the other planeswalkers I've mentioned. She's only shown chatting with Angrath and at one time fighting in a berserker fury with tooth and claw against the Eternals. She doesn't summon any wolves or werewolves at any time, but as the flavor text of Ajani's Pridemate implies, it's pretty safe to assume that all the planeswalkers are summoning creatures from their homeworlds, but just kind of like just out of shot. It does mean that neither of Arlen's cards have any kind of link to the story, and I do think that Wizards could have printed Arlen as an uncommon flip card in this set. They've done mechanical one-offs before when it was accurate to the flavor, and it's not like Arlen would be the only odd one-out card in War of the Spark. For example, Moru is the only uncommon legendary creature, and Silent Submersible is the only submarine in existence with no evasion. Watley, whichever's the correct pronunciation. In the story, both Watley and Saheeli turn up at the exact same time, and the former honestly doesn't do that much. Certainly nothing to do.
Go bed, Pat.
It is Saturday night, isn't it?
Exactly. What if I told you?
You were drunk?
Well, that's a yes. But what if I told you there was a good Minecraft mod pack?
Is it Divine Journey 2?
What? There's a lot of... What?
Look, I went and looked something up after last time you complained, so...
Yeah, I complain a lot, but...
Alright, what's your good Minecraft mod pack, Pat?
I mean, it's like #1 on the page with like CurseForge.
What's it called?
Dawncraft.
What's the gimmick?
What?
What's the gimmick?
The gimmick is that it's not terrible. I will give Talon the yeah. Talon, you figure it out.
I have to figure it out.
Because actually pretty good.
Dozens of vases with unique attack patterns and animations. Hundreds of new animals and monsters, hundreds of new structures, a complete quest line and custom-built quest system, unique reputation system, okay, that's bullshit, a Souls-like combat system, over 200 custom-picked mods.
Some of those things sound good, and others of those things sound potentially very frightening. How do you give Minecraft a Souls-like combat system?
I bet it has a dodge roll.
I will. You know what? Yeah, that's fine. Talon, I want you to make a local server.
The heck?
Test it out, and then see if it's good.
Did you already tell me to do that?
So I've already done it, and I've been having a good time. So
I see. He wants to make sure I'll play it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess he assumes he can get Ivan to play anything.
well, if Talon plays it, then I'm like, oh, Ivan will play it. Yeah. Shut up. Shut up and play my game. It is actually like... Okay, so you have very extreme gripes about like Minecraft combat, right?
Yes, because
Yeah.
it's bad.
This, I wouldn't say it solves it, but it attempts to solve the problem of Minecraft.
It does sound like it attempts to solve
combat,
it.
Okay, where it's like, oh, you have a combat stance, and it's like Dark Souls, blah blah blah. Therefore, at least it tries. Okay, at least it tries. Okay. At least it tries.
It sounds like it does try. I'm not sure if that gives it any points, but maybe.
Look, points don't matter until you try.
Try some more.
If you don't, that's fine.
I will see if I can find the time to try.
What have you been up to when you're not scouring the earth for Minecraft mod packs, Pat? I'm surprised. I'm surprised you haven't mentioned Bald Gate 3. Have you beaten Bald Gate?
Yeah.
What's your review on Bald Gate?
I assume none of you have.
I mean, I haven't played it, but it seems kind of interesting.
It's a very good, like, honestly, like, this is very, like, up in your alley. But you very anti-corporate, just
what?
They're
the closest thing you can get to an indie company without being indie.
You're literally playing fucking RuneScape. What are you talking about?
What?
What are you playing right now?
I am playing RuneScape, but what is
so-
what you just said have to do at all with? I'm trying to understand.
You don't play any games that you want to. You're a pirate. That's what I'm saying. Literally a pirate.
Yeah.
Is it not accurate, Talon?
That probably depends on his mood. I don't
God.
I don't know what he spends this time.
Yeah, he spends
What
his
booty
time
he goes looking for?
figuring out how to not pay for games.
Yeah. I always be pirate.
I mean, it's probably he spends his time not paying for them by not playing them most of the time. I don't know.
Literally, it's probably the best time to not pay for games. So good, congrats. But I will say, Path of Exile, I think, is probably the best it's ever been.
This guy's been playing Poe.
I literally haven't played
This
Poe
guy is
at all.
obsessed with Poe. This guy
I
won't
literally
stop
haven't played Poe.
rambling about how much he loves.
But if you haven't been playing Poe, how do you know it's the best it's ever been?
Talon, right-click my fucking profile and see how many hours I've played. It's 0, okay? 0.
Because
As
you've never
in
used it through Steam like the rest of us?
Inches of penis that Ivan has, okay?
Oh. Well then.
That's mean.
God, no, I'm sorry. That's really mean. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, it's not. I didn't mean it.
That's a mean drunk.
I didn't mean it.
So such a bully.
Anyway, you've been playing Gunfire without me, Alan, and I don't.
I have. I got myself up to reincarnation.
I don't appreciate it.
I got myself to reincarnation, Pat.
I reincarnated as a Pat.
With an actual Asian person. Okay. You can't do that.
Oh, okay.
I'm just kidding. If that's not that.
Okay, Pat.
I'm literally gonna die because.
Rest in peace, sweet prince.
Shut up.
Rest in Pats, sweet Pats.
I'm actually gonna die.
From drinking all that alcohol?
No, from Yes. But I'm gonna get some water. Shut the fuck up.
Go
Hey.
bed.
Hey.
Hi. Hello
You
there.
can hear me. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Shut up.
Go bed. I'm gonna play some pest control. I want some ranged XP. I just want some ranged XP. The German pest control server. I can't wait to play with the Germans.
Oh yeah.
Whoops, I forgot my accumulator. That would have been a big mistake. Where's Ava's accumulator? There it is.
Come.
Come.
Kumba.
Alright, I'm going to bed. Good night.
Hey, good
motherfucker.
night, Pat.
Sucker. This card game's a load of bollocks. I have no idea what I'm doing in this minigame. My goal is to shoot as many things as possible to get as much ranged XP before other people win the game somehow magically.
Excellent minigame.
Yeah. Why's this guy chopping logs? This ain't a chopping logs minigame.
Some people come to play the minigame, some people come to chop logs. You may ask, why chop?
I do.
You should be asking, why not chop?
That is not what I'm not asking.
No, what about mud chop?
Muh. Alright. That was something.
Did you figure out why chop?
No. We'll never know why chop. But I got my range level. Mostly he was just like, oh, well, just do some pest control. Looks like you're supposed to get the armor set eventually, and I'm close to a level. And I remembered it exists because the combat achievement thingy gives me more pest control points every win. So I was like, okay. I think I earned a third of the armor set already. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna look at how many Slayer points I have. So I have a decision to make that I've been stewing on, because they told me to kill 170 blue dragons, which I could do, and I'm like, God, do I want to do that though? That's a lot of blue dragons. Oh, 125. Okay, that's less bad. How many Slayer points do I have? 359? See? You see? That's tempting to just skip. I think we skipped that. Like, blue dragons isn't awful, but it's not great. Oh no. Go. Rilla. Go Rilla. It's back. 100.
Go Rilla.
165 gorillas. How many shards? I got like 2 more ancient shards, so yeah, I should have enough charges too. But I'm not doing any of those tonight.
You must.
No. I think for tonight, we go to frickin' bed.
Okay, bye.
Alright, bye. Bye, stream.